In this video, we're going to learn how to build a B2B agent builder platform that allows us to create sales agents, customer support agents, lead qualifier agents, business conversational agents, and many more. As you can see, this is the chat page on the admin side where I can see the interaction between the AI and human. Now I'm going to deploy an agent. As you can see at the right, we have a deploy agent into another React app. To deploy an agent into a React app, our platform provides an SDK that allows us to embed an agent into a React app. Now I'm going to try to interact with the agents. And let's say I am the customer right here. Now I'm going to pass a message to the agents. Hello, if I pass it, hello, I want to contact your manager. This is the message that I'm passed to the agents. As I pass first, hello here, the agent's going to react immediately. As you can see, the agent reacts, and at the left here, I can see the conversation between the AI and customer. I'm pass here, I want to contact your manager. I want to contact your manager. And then pass here, my name is Ben. Okay, I'm pass here this. And then as I pass here this, at the left, I can see the conversation between the AI and human as a manager. And then the agent's going to react again, and as it is a memory, going to save everything within the database. It is a long-term memory and short-term memory. It cannot forget anything, guys, okay? It is a strong memory. As you can see at the left, the agent reacts, okay? As you can see at the left, the agent reacts. Now, let me take over the chat as a human. And as you can see at the right, we have human take over the chat. We use WebSockets. I'm pass here, hi, Ben. As you can see, the left human, we have a human message. How can I help you? How can I help you? I'm pass this to the agents. And then at the right here is a customer. I can say, hi, Ben. I'm pass here. I forgot my password. My password. And then as the admin, I can see the customer message. I forgot my password. And then I'm going to pass here as the AI. Okay, and then I'm going to quit here the conversation. And then the AI is going to take over the chat again. As you can see, the AI is going to take over the chat again. And here as a customer, I can continue chatting with the agents. Okay, if I click here again, I'm going to take over the chat as human. Every input that we pass to the agents, it is trace. As you can see, we use LangSmith in order to trace every input that we're going to pass to the agents. Every input, we can see which tool has been called by the agents, which model has been invoked by the agents, okay, and the response. We got literally everything in here within LangSmith. We can see if we got the latency. As you can see, this is LangSmith. It allows us to debug and trace our agents. I can see every input that I've passed to the agents in here. Now, let me present you other stuff. As you can see, our app is running into Docker container, and we got here 9 services. We got the task service, which handle AI logic. We got notification service for sending email. We got the API gateway. We have the Auth Service. We got Redis, RabbitMQ for message broker. PG Vector is a vector database. We aren't going to use a third-party vector database, but instead we're going to use PG Vector. This is a service, and we got here MongoDB, okay? And as you can see, this is our app. It's running into Docker container. I'm running actually 9 servers. All of them are running. In order to allow this service to interact together, we use gRPC, Remote Procedure Call. Is a protocol buffer used in microservice architecture. Now let's go back in here, and I'm presenting you at a page. You can see this is the pages, the agent page where I can head in and create an agent. I can pass it name, category, goal, personal, and company context. We have here the lead page where we can see all leads tracked by the agents. We can see here sessions. We have here the chat in the first, where we can see the conversation between the AI and customer, and we have the test agent page. When we finish creating an agent, we need to test it. And here I can move here, and then I can start testing the agents that I've created. We have the knowledge base page where I can upload my FAQ questions of my business. I can upload my product information, and then if a customer asks a given question about a particular product, the agent can go ahead and retrieve it in a vector database. Okay, that's how it works. We have a lot of things to do in here, and we have here the login page. And as you can see, this login page, I can sign up. Now I'm pass here a random email, and then I'm pass here a password. Then you're gonna click here, sign up. They're gonna send us an OTP code. As you can see, they send us an OTP code. Now I'm gonna head on Mailtrap in order to get the OTP code. And then we're gonna copy the OTP code provided by Mailtrap. Now we're gonna copy the OTP code, and then we're gonna pass it in here in order to validate our email. Then I'm gonna click here, validate. And then we're gonna verify our email. Okay, that's what we're gonna learn, guys. Okay, that's what we're gonna learn throughout this video. We're gonna use microservice architecture. Alright, guys, now we're gonna get a quick overview of the system we're gonna build. As you can see, we're going to run our app within Docker. We are going to use React as the front end, and at the back end, we're gonna use Node.js. Now, when we're gonna send an HTTP request to the backend, we are going to pass that request through the API gateway. The API gateway is the entry point to other service, is the door to other service. The user cannot get access to the Auth Service, task service, or notification service without passing through the API gateway. Is the entry point to other system. And as you can see at the bottom, we have free service, the Auth Service, task service, all of them are containers. Now, in order to allow these services to interact together, we're going to use gRPC. gRPC is a communication protocol that we're going to use so that these services can talk to each other. Now, let's get a quick details about the system. As you can see, we have the clients. The clients make an HTTP request. We're going to pass it through the API gateway. He can get access to the Auth Service. Let's say the user wants to create an account. We are going to pass through the Auth Service. Then we are going to send an email verification to the user. In order to send a notification, we're going to pass through RabbitMQ. We're going to use RabbitMQ as message broker. And then we're going to use the notification service to consume that event. And then we're going to send an email to the user. If the user wants to get access to protected resource, into the task service, we're going to have protected resource. In order to get access to an agent, the user must authenticate. Okay, we are going to authenticate the user, we're going to use the API gateway. Inside the API gateway, we're going to have a middleware to authenticate. If you want to get access to protected resource, we are going to route the user a request to the task service. Inside the task service, we're going to put in a lot of feature. Let's say a user wants to create an agent. We are going to use the task service. If a user wants to create a knowledge-based system, we're going to use the task service. So about agents, if the user can create a sales agent, a lead qualification agent, lead nurturing agents, or a customer support agent. It's up to the user to choose if he can create a sales or lead qualification agents. Now let's get a quick overview about the agent system. Let's say a user created a sales agent. We are going to pass to that agent a memory agent and the worker agents. You know, when a user wants to create an agent, we are going to present him a form so that he can pass the system prompts and the personality of the agents. And then once he clicks save, the user is going to end up with a working agents. And these agents, it's going to have access to a MongoDB database, and it's going to have access to a vector database. If a user uploads documents or asks questions, we're going to save the data within a vector database. We're going to use PG vector. Okay, it's going to be our own vector database. And in some MongoDB, we are going to save in user data, child history, working memory, short-term memory, human loop. You know, in order to add human loop, we need check pointer. Okay, we're gonna save the data within MongoDB. For Redis, here we're going to use it as for Redis. We're gonna keep in working memory into the cache and short-term memory into the cache. Okay, this is a quick overview about what we're gonna build, guys. Okay, this is a quick overview. We have a lot of stuff to build throughout this video. Okay. This is a quick overview. It's better to watch the full video in order to get the idea, in order to learn more, okay, in order to learn more stuff about this. Now, let's get started. Alright guys, before we get going, I'm going to talk a little bit about the prerequisites you need to have to follow this video, and you're pretty comfortable. You need to have the basic of Node.js, TypeScript Express, gRPC for service communication, know what is Docker, Docker Compose, have the basic of MongoDB, Redis, RabbitMQ, AI orchestration, we're going to use LangChain and LangGraph. Know what is LangChain and LangGraph? Know what is a vector database? Know what is RAG, embedding models, retrievers, how to design a memory agents, know what is human loop, and how the basic of React and Tailwind CSS. These are the prerequisites you need to have in order to follow this video, and you're pretty comfortable. Now we're going to start with a project setup. To set up our projects, we're going to need Node.js. If you don't have Node.js, you can head on nodejs.org and then you're going to download it. Once you download it, you're going to get it. In order to verify, you're going to run here these commands. Once finished installing Node, we're going to set up the projects. In order to set up a Node.js project, you're going to run here this command in order to initialize it. You're going to run npm init-y. And then you're going to install datenv. You're going to install Express, NodeMon, tsnode, TypeScript. You're going to install a TypeSnode, Type Express. Then you're going to install gRPC and a gRPC proto loader. After that, you're going to install LangChain and LangGraph. In order to install LangChain and LangGraph, you can head on LangChain.com and then you're going to install it. If you head on LangChain.com, head into the installation menu, you're going to copy the command based on your package manager. You can head into a LangGraph menu here, and then you're going to install LangGraph. If you want to install LangChain, head into here, head into the installation menu, and then you're going to get it. Once done, you're ready, guys. You're ready? You're ready. Other package, you're going to install them along the way. As you can see, I've already installed here some package. Okay, you can see I've already set up here my projects. You can see we have here the source folder. We got here datenv, where we're going to pass all our environment variable, create a file, pass here a .npm-rc, and then we're going to pass the legaperiod-defs is equal to true to avoid installation errors. And then later we're going to pass the Docker file. Now I'm not deleting because we don't need it. Actually, I'm not deleting it. And you can see we got here tsconfig.json file. Create a tsconfig.json file and then pass here these properties. Okay, we're gonna use TypeScript. Okay, and in order to compile projects, we're gonna compile it to common.js. Okay, do this and then you're gonna be ready, guys. You're gonna be ready. Now let's dive right into the first chapter of this course. Now let's get a crash course on microservice architecture. The basics that we're gonna acquire on this chapter are gonna be pretty important to follow along the rest of the video. So what is microservice architecture? Microservices architecture is a software design pattern that allows us to build an application which is composed of two or more services. These services are independently deployable and loosely coupled. It means if service A fails, it's not going to affect service B. Service B is going to keep running. That's how microservices architecture works. Now I'm going to present you two app here. I'm going to present you an app built with microservice architecture, and I'm going to present you an app built with monolith architecture. As you can see, we got an e-commerce website, and all services are packed within a single app. You can see we got a UI service, the catalog service, all of them are packed within a single app. In here, we got a single point of failure. If the catalog service failed here, or we got a critical bug that may affect other service, the entire app is gonna be down. Okay, you can see with monolith architecture, we got a problem. Okay, we got a single point of failure. But in microservice architecture, we don't have a single point of failure. Let's say the delivery service fails. If the delivery service fails, it's not gonna affect the consumer service or the order service. Okay, in here we don't have a single point of failure. You can see this is an advanced architecture. We don't have a single point of failure. Now you can see these services interact together. They use gRPC. Here we use gRPC. gRPC is a communication protocol based on binary. Okay, a service A can talk to service B, and service B can talk to service C. Okay, we use gRPC. We may use to REST API to allow this service to interact together, but I prefer to use gRPC because it's pretty fast. It's very fast. We may use to REST API to allow a service communication. Okay, we may use to REST API. REST API, you have an ID body. Okay, as you can see, we have delivery service and the order service. The delivery service talking to the order service using REST API. Okay, with this we can use to REST to allow service communication, but it's not pretty fast. For gRPC, it's pretty fast. That's what we're gonna use in this video. Okay, now as you already get the basic of what is microservices architecture and how it works, now we're gonna get into the code in order to start building. Okay, we're gonna start with a small application. Okay, and then we're gonna improve it little by little. Okay, in order to understand everything. Okay, we're gonna build little by little. Now let's get into the code and start building our first microservice architecture app. Alright, my friends, this is a beginner-friendly architecture of a microservice app that we're gonna build. I want you to get the basic. Okay, we're gonna build this simple app. It is free service, user service, task service, and notification service. We're gonna build this. Now we're going to head into the code here, and what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to pass here the app folder. Okay, we're gonna pass here the app folder, and inside the app folder, I'm pass here Bootstrap. I'm gonna pass the Bootstrap folder. Okay, now inside the Bootstrap folder, I'm gonna pass into folder and pass the Express, and I'm pass here exceptions. We're gonna pass headers, exceptions. Now at the root of the Bootstrap folder, I'm gonna pass here a file index.ts file. Okay, you can still pass index.ts file. Now, and at the roots, I'm gonna pass here the index.ts file. Okay, we are going to pull here a function that we're gonna import into the index.ts file. Now let's pass here a little Express saver. Now I'm going to head into the Express folder here. I'm gonna pass here Express saver. I'll pass here file express saver.ts like this. Now let's pass here Express saver. I'm going to pass here, I'm gonna import here Express, and I'm gonna import here calls. Then we are going to import here the path module, and we're gonna import here this middleware, this function handle express header. Okay, this middleware they're gonna pass to Express so that we can catch errors that may arise soon. Now I'm going to pass the function express saver. As you can see, it takes two functions. It takes the Express app and the ports. And guys, I'm not gonna get into the details. I'm not gonna explain you everything about Express. I suppose you know Express, guys. Okay, in this course we are learning microservice. We are learning how to build a microservice app. Okay, we're gonna focus on the side. And as you can see, as I said, it takes here the Express app and the ports. Now I'm gonna pass the router. We are going to use the router. We're gonna inject it into a function. We're gonna come to that later. Okay, we're gonna come to that later. I'm gonna pass here that, and we're gonna use it later. Now we pass here calls in order to avoid errors on the front end. We're gonna pass here the front end app URL. Then we pass here these two lines so that we can parse incoming requests. Then I'm gonna expose here the app, the public folder. You can see we expose here the public folder, and we pass here the handle express error middleware. Pass in here to catch express errors. Now we're gonna pass the at the gate. When we're gonna pass the base URL within the browser, we're gonna send here the service app. Okay, for testing purposes, and then we're gonna pass here after listen. We're gonna pass the ports, and then we're gonna console Express server is running its a given ports. Okay, this is how it builds a simple Express server. As you can see in here, I'm getting here an error. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna head into the exceptions folder, and then I'll pass here endo express error. This is the name of the file, endo express. Yeah, we're gonna pass express error. Okay, like this, the TS. Now we're gonna pass in the function. Okay, this is the function. Pretty simple, pretty easy, guys. And express error. It takes here 4 parameters. It takes here the error, the request, the response, and the next function. And then we're going to return here this response. Okay, we take that and then we're going to pass it here. Okay, actually you are getting here an error. Let me import here this and pass in here like this. Okay, pretty cool. Now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to head into the Bootstrap folder. Okay, index.ts. Now what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to pass a function, export function bootstrap. app. Okay, this bootstrap app. Okay, we're gonna pass the bootstrap app. Okay, like this. We're gonna pass the function. Let me see. We're gonna pass the function. You can see we're gonna pass it the app and the port. I'm gonna take that and then I'm passing here. I'm gonna pass in here. Okay, we pass here Express Saver. Okay, like this. Now let me copy this. I'm gonna copy here the app. I'm gonna take that and then we're gonna pass it in here. Okay, like this. Pretty cool. Like this, guys. Let's go back into the Express Saver and then we're gonna copy something. I'm gonna copy this type and then I'm pass it into the index.ts. Okay, we're gonna pass it in here. To get rid of the error, we're gonna pass the ports and the app. Now let's import the Express Saver. Okay, we import it. Okay, pretty cool. Now we're gonna take the Bootstrap app. We're gonna pass into the index.ts. As you can see, we got the index.ts at the root of the source folder, and we pass it into the package.json file. When we're gonna run npm run dev, we're gonna run it. Okay, as you can see, I pass here source folder index.ts. Okay, we pass here this. Now let's go back, and I'm gonna head into the index.ts, and then I'm passing the Express app, and we're gonna pass the port, and we're gonna pass the Bootstrap app like this, and then it's gonna work. Okay, if you haven't already created the data file, create it, and then passing the port environment variable. Okay, pass it there. And then you're gonna head into your command prompt. You're gonna run here this command npm run dev, and then you're gonna run an Express Saver. Okay, as you can see, we run here the app. Now I'm gonna take the URL and then I'm pass it here, and you're gonna see we're gonna have here a little message. Okay, Saver is up. Okay, we just run the Express Saver. It's running pretty well. Now what we're gonna do next, we're gonna create the gRPC Saver. Now in order to create a gRPC Saver, we're gonna need a library. Okay, head on npm.js.com and then install gRPC.js. Okay, run this command here in order to get it. And also you're gonna look for the second package. This is a complementary package. You're gonna install the gRPC proto buff loader. You're gonna install this package too. Now in order to install it, you're gonna run here this. Now how to use it in order to create a gRPC Saver. Okay, we're gonna learn how to do it. Now let's head into the code in order to find out. Now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to pass at the roots here, at the roots of this folder. You can see the name of the folder here is Land Microservices. At the root, I'm passing another folder. I'm gonna name it Proto. As you can see, pass here folder Proto. Now inside the Proto folder, we're gonna define the contract of our API. I'm gonna explain you everything how it works. Okay, just follow and then you're gonna understand later. In a bit of moment, you're gonna understand. Now I'm gonna head into the Proto folder and then I'm pass here file task.proto. Okay. We pass here task.proto is where we're gonna define the contract of the API. Okay, you're gonna understand that later. Okay, just follow. Now what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to pass here this. Okay, we're gonna pass here syntax is equal to proto free. Okay, this is the version of the protocol that we're gonna use with gRPC version 3. Then you're gonna pass here the name of the package. You're gonna pass task. Follow, guys. Then I'm going to pass here message. I define here an interface. Let's say you're working in TypeScript. Let's say I head into TypeScript. In order to define an interface, we may pass here interface empty. Okay, we got something like this. I do the same thing within the proto. Okay, I pass here message empty. Now I'm gonna pass here another interface. This is a type message. I pass here message task. And then you can see I pass the tab string ID is equal to 1, string title 2, boolean. We got here completed. If I copy this tab, let me copy this, and I want to define an interface using TypeScript. We're gonna have something like this. Interface, you can see, you can think of the message as interface. I'm pass interface task, and then here we aren't gonna have here string ID. We're gonna have here only number. We're gonna have here the title. Okay, this is the title. Yeah, we got here the title. This is string, and we got completed. Completed is boolean. I'm passing boolean. Okay, in TypeScript. This is how we do it in TypeScript. Okay, we have here this in gRPC. In order to define an interface, we have here something like this. Now I'm gonna pass here message task list. I'm gonna copy this and then I'll pass it here. We're gonna have here an inner first, and then you can say pass here repeated. This is an array. As a pass here repeated, it means this is an array of task. We are going to have something like this, task, okay, like this, and then I'm tap it with task, okay, like this. This is an array. You can see in gRPC they pass in order to define an array, they pass here repeated task is equal to 1, like this. You can see they give a number to each property. This is the first property, the second one, the third one. Now we're gonna pass here a class service. This is a class service task service. I'm gonna copy this again. It's pretty similar to this. I'm passing a class task service, and then we got a method here, and this method takes here a prop here. This is a prop, and then we tap it with the empty interface. We're gonna pass an empty object, and here, as you can see, we return here an array of task. I'm gonna pass here this. As you can see, we're gonna pass here this task is like I pass here. I take here the task list, and then I pass in here, right here, like this, and then we're gonna pass here an array of task. Okay, the array of task, it's gonna be an array here. We're gonna pass an array, and inside the array, when you have the ID, the title, let me pass here the title, and we're gonna pass here the completed. This one is boolean completed, and pass here false. Okay, like this, you can see this array. Okay, now task list. Okay, I'm going to wrap that into an object, and then I'll pass the task like this, and then I'm gonna get rid of the error. Okay, you can see this is how we do it. It's pretty similar to this. Okay, I think you understand. Okay, this is how we find a API contract in using gRPC. Okay, it's like in TypeScript, but here we use another technique, guys. Now, what I'm going to do next, I'm going to head into the Bootstrap folder, and then I'll pass here a gRPC server. I'm not sure how to load this file. Now, in order to load the file, we're gonna use the gRPC proto loader. We're gonna use that package in order to load the file. Now, in order to do it, we're gonna import here this gRPC proto loader, gRPC. Then we're gonna pass here this line. Okay, we're gonna pass it this line here. As you can see, the pass it proto file name. We're gonna pass it the file name, and then we're gonna pass it this, and it's gonna work. Okay, this is how we're gonna load the file. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm gonna do the same thing. We're gonna do copy first. We're gonna copy what we got to the documentation, and then I'm passing here. Now, let's head into the Bootstrap folder, and then let's pass here a folder. You can see I pass here gRPC. Now, inside the gRPC folder, we're gonna pass here the gRPC server. Okay, as you can see, pass here file gRPC server. Now, let's head into the gRPC server, and what we're gonna do in here, guys, we are going to import here the gRPC.js. As you can see, we did the same thing. We import the package, and we import the package, and then we're gonna pass here the proto loader. We import it, and I import here crypto and a path module. I'm gonna use crypto in order to generate a random ID. Now you can see I pass here proto path, okay, the path of the file. And then you can see I pass here process, that's current working directory, proto, and then I pass task.proto. This is the name of the file. And then what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to pass it here, proto loader.load sync. We're gonna pass here the proto loader, the proto path. As you can see, that's what they said on the documentation. That's what they said. As you can see, we're gonna pass here this. Let me zoom a little bit. You can see proto loader.load sync, proto file name. We pass here this, and we're gonna pass here an option. This is the option that we're gonna pass there. If you scroll bottom, I pass here this. Now we pass here that options, and then I'm gonna pass here gRPC load package definition. We're gonna load the package definition, and then I'll pass here task is equal to proto.task. Okay, and then I'm going to pass here, I'm gonna define here a function, and inside the function we're gonna pass an array of titles. You can see write blog posts, build gRPC system, learn Docker, deploy microservices. You can see inside the function we got an array. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to return the array. You can see I pass an ID, the title, and completed. Okay. Now I'm going to invoke the random task function. I'm going to invoke it. Now I'm going to pass a function getTask. As you can see, it takes the callback, and we pass it try catch. And then here I pass here array that from in order to generate an array of tasks. We take that and then we pass it to the callback. And if we got an error, we're going to invoke the callback. Now I'm going to pass here a gRPC saver. You can see start task saver. I pass here new gRPC.saver. Then I pass here saver.add service. I pass here the service. You can see if we head into the task.proto, we got a service here. We got a service, task service. Now, in order to get access to it, we're going to pass it task. You can see we have here task.proto. Now you can see I pass it task.taskService.service like this. Then we pass here the function, the getTask. We have here this function. Okay, we pass in here, right here. And then I'm going to run here the saver, pass a saver that's bind a sync. I'm passing the port of this, I'm passing the port of the saver, and then we're gonna run it. Okay, we're gonna pass it this line, and then we're gonna run the saver. Now let me get rid of this parameter here. Okay, you understand literally everything, guys. You can see pretty simple guys. Try to practice, try to hit pause and practice. Now let me go back in here, and then you're gonna do that. Try to create a task.proto and pass in this. Do that. Once you finish, create a gRPC saver.js, and then you're gonna pass in this stuff. Pass here this, pass here this function, random task function. See the body of the function. Okay, here the body. Pass in a function. Pass here this function, getTask. You have to pass here a callback. And then you're gonna take that, you're gonna pass it to the saver. Okay, you're gonna pass in here and it's gonna work. Okay, now let me head into in here, and then I'm gonna get rid of this stuff here. I'm gonna get rid of this stuff, and then I'm gonna simply pass it in here because we aren't gonna use this stuff. I'm gonna comment everything here. Now I'm gonna head into the index.tiers, and then we're gonna import here the start task saver, and then we're gonna pass in here. You can see actually we got two saver here. We have the express saver and we have the start task saver. Let me get rid of this line here, and then I'm gonna import here this. Okay, like this. Let me comment here the express saver. I'm not gonna run it. We're gonna run only the gRPC saver. Let me pass here gRPC saver. I'm pass here this gRPC saver. I'm take that. I'm pass in here. Now let's go back into the gRPC saver, and then I'm gonna pass here this name. Pretty cool. Now let's head into the command prompt, and then I'm gonna run here npm run dev, and see what we're gonna have here. Okay, let's see. Yeah, you can see the save is running. The save is running. Now, in order to test this, we need a client. Okay, in order to test this, we need a client, guys. We're gonna use Postman in order to test this. Now, here's what you're gonna do. If you don't have Postman, you can download it. Now, we're gonna head into Postman, and then you're gonna see we have here gRPC. Let me zoom a little bit. You can see we got here gRPC request. Click here, and then you're gonna see this. You're gonna pass here localhost, and then you're gonna pass here the port of our saver, of our gRPC saver. Pass here this. Once you pass this, you're gonna click here, and then you're gonna import the .proto file. Click here, and then you're gonna import it. Import the task.proto. You can see import in here. Scroll a little bit, and then click here imports. Once you click imports, now here's what you're gonna do next. I'm going to click here. I'm gonna click here inside the bar here, and then you can see we got this function getTask. This is the function that we got within the task.proto. As you can see, we have it into the service here. RPC getTask. we're gonna pass here an empty object, and then we're gonna return here an array of task. Now we are going to click here. I'm gonna select the function here, and then I'm gonna click here invoke. Now let's see at the bottom what we got. Okay, save is unavailable. Let's see. As you can see, I'm getting here an error. Okay, you can see I'm getting here an error. Callback is not a function. Now let's go back into the gRPC server, and then we're gonna fix an error. Okay, you can see callback is not a function. Callback pass here. I should pass here something. The first parameter and pass it the call. Let me pass it this. And then we are going to rerun here the server, and it's gonna work. Okay, now let me do this. I don't see everything in here. Let me go back here. And then I'm going to reduce the zoom. Okay, let's try to reduce the zoom here. We're gonna zoom out. Okay, we're gonna zoom out a little bit. Now we're gonna click again here, get here. Okay, there we go. We got an array of tasks, guys. As you can see, we got an array of tasks. Okay, pretty cool, guys. We got an array of tasks. Now hit pause and then try to practice a little bit in order to understand how it works. Okay, try to hit pause. Now we're gonna talk a little bit about the current state of our app. Actually, we have something like this. As you can see, we have the index.ts. Okay, you can see inside of it we have the bootstrap app function, and we pass in the Express server and the gRPC server. Actually, we comment here the Express server. If I head into Postman and I try to eat the function, we're gonna eat here only our gRPC server. If I uncomment this and I run here, I type npm run dev, we're gonna run two servers. We're gonna run the gRPC server, and we're gonna run the Express server. If I pass the npm run dev, we're gonna run two servers. Okay, now what we're gonna do, guys, I'm going to do this. Okay, you can see actually in order to get access to this server here, in order to get access to this server, we use Postman. We use Postman, guys. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this app here, and then I'm going to pass here an API gateway. Okay, we're gonna pass here an API gateway. We're gonna use Express. Okay, let me do this. Okay, let me get rid of this stuff. I'm going to pass here API gateway. Okay, API gateway. For the API gateway, we're gonna use here Express and pass here Express. I'm going to move this right here. We are going to remove right here Express. Yeah, I'm not get rid of Express right here. We're gonna get rid of Express, and we're gonna stay only with gRPC. Okay, it's gonna look like this, and I'm going to wrap that. This is our Node.js app, as you can see, and inside of it we have here we have a gRPC server and an Express server. We're gonna use the Express server as the API gateway. Now, in order to eat the app here, we're gonna transition from the Express server to the gRPC server. Okay, this is how it's gonna work. Okay, we're gonna do this, and then later we are going to pull everything into Docker. Now, let's first pass here the gRPC client. Then I'm going to import here the gRPC, the proto loader, and the path module in order to get access to the content of the task.proto. Then we take the path, we pass it to the function load sync. We pass to the line. Then we invoke here the load package definition. We load the definition, and then I'm going to pass here the local host. Okay, and pass here the address of the gRPC server. If I head into in here, the address of the gRPC server is 50051. I pass it in here. I want to connect to this gRPC server. That's why I pass here this. Now, what I'm going to do next, I'm going to pass here function or task, and then inside of it, I'm now return a promise, and then I'm going to pass here client.getTask. I'm not invoke that function. If I head into Postman, we invoke the function right here in order to get access to the task. I invoke the function right here, and then I take here the response I pass right here, and then we're gonna get data. Now we're gonna get into the Express server and we're gonna try this. Okay, we're gonna import that function Auth, and then I'm going to pass here an endpoint. Okay, this is the endpoint task. When we're gonna hit that endpoint, we're gonna have an array of tasks. Okay, and guys, the purpose of this little exercise is to explain you what is an API gateway. An API gateway is the entry point of all requests. Okay, as you can see, we're going to pass through the Express server in order to hit here the gRPC server. Okay, in the future, our app is gonna look like this. We're gonna have here a Node.js app. This one here is gonna be a Node.js app. Yeah, I'm passing Node.js app here. We're gonna have here this, and we may say for the user service is a Node.js app. We're gonna run here this one on this port. Let me pass here these ports. Let's say we're gonna run it on port 5051. Okay, we're gonna run it on this port. We are going to say the task service. We're gonna run it on these ports, and we're gonna take that again here, and we're gonna say the notification service. We're gonna run it on ports 5053. Okay, something like this. So you get the idea how it works. Now let me pass here this. I'm tap pass here localhost /task. If I tap enter, you can see we have an array of tasks. Okay, this is the logic. Now what we're gonna do, we are going to create free Node.js app, and then we are going to use the gRPC clients in order to connect to a given service. Okay, you get the idea. Try to practice, guys. Try to practice. Okay, try to practice, and then you're gonna understand how it works. Now what we're gonna do next is to install Docker. Okay, if you don't have Docker, head on docker.com, type here Docker. Let me type here Docker, head on docker.com, then click here, and then you're gonna download Docker Desktop. I've already do it. Let me move right here. I'm going to open here Docker Desktop. Okay, I'm not open here Docker Desktop. Okay, I'm not opening. And then what we're gonna do, we are going to pass here free service. You can see, actually we got something like this. I'm going to move right here. I'm gonna shut down this, and then I'm going to click this. I'm gonna click here. Now what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to pass here folder. I'm gonna name it Auth Service. Okay, this is the first service. I'm going to take everything in here. As you can see, even the node modules, and then I'm gonna put it into the Auth Service. Okay, you can see pass in here. Now I'm going to move here, and then I'm tapping code that in order to open the text editor. As you can see, we have here the first service. Now I'm passing our service. We're gonna name it notification service, like this. Let's pass here another service. We can name it task service. Okay, we got here free service. All of them are Node.js app. Now I'm pass here the API gateway. This too is a Node.js app, and I'm pass here gateway. Okay, like this. This is the gateway. Now I'm going to go back here, and then I'm going to head into the Auth Service. I'm gonna copy everything in here, even the Node.js module. I'm gonna copy everything, okay, and then I'm gonna paste it into another service. Let me copy this. If I copy the node modules folder, it's gonna take a lot of time in order to finish. Now, in order to make it quick, I'm gonna copy only this. As you can see inside the API gateway, I don't copy the node modules folder. I'm gonna tap npm install in order to get it immediately. Now I'm going to do this. I'm gonna head into another folder here, which is the notification service. We're gonna pass in data. Okay, we pass in this folder. Let's head into the task service, and then we're gonna pass in this stuff. As you can see in here, guys, we have here the Auth Service, the gateway. This is the API gateway. I'm pass here API gateway. I'm not rename it. I can just let it like this, gateway, and I pass in notification service and task service. Now you can see within the task service, notification service, and the gateway, we don't have here a node module. Now in order to get the node module, I'm going to head into the task service, and then I'm gonna pass here npm install in order to get all modules. Or if you want to do this real quickly, here's what you're going to do, guys. I'm going to do this. I'm going to go back, and then I'm going to head into the Auth Service, and then I'm going to move into the folder, and I'm going to copy the nodes modules. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to head into the gateway. I'm going to paste it in here. Okay, do that. Copy paste the node modules folder. Okay, as you can see, I paste it into the gateway folder. Alright guys, I think you already finished adding the node modules folder in Auth Service. Actually, we got 4 services. We're gonna add other services along the way as we're building. As you can see, I've already added the Node.js module within the Auth Service. We got the gateway. This is another service. We have the node modules here. I'm not heading to the notification service. We got the Node.js module. We have the task service. We got the node modules in here. Okay. As you can see, I've already added the node modules in Auth Service. And in order to test if everything works, you can try to run npm run dev and try to see if a service is going to run. Now what we're going to do, we are going to add Docker file and Docker compose for all these services. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into the Auth Service, and I'm going to pass the Docker file. I'm passing Docker. Okay, as you can see, we're going to pass the Docker. I'm passing Docker file. Okay, yeah, you can see we have your Docker file. Now I'm gonna copy here this little code here in order to create an image for this service, and then I'm pass here. And as you can see, I specify here the node version that I'm gonna use within this image. I pass here Node.js version 22. I pass here, specify here a directory. As you can see, the directory is the app. I copy the package.json file, and I run here npm install legacy PDFs in order to avoid installation errors. If you want, you can even pass here npm install. It's up to you. I choose to pass here npm install legacy peer in order to avoid installation errors. Okay, now you're gonna copy all files, and then you're gonna export the port here. As you can see, we are going to run the task service on the port 5051. Let me check here. Yeah, this is the Auth Service. Auth Service, we're gonna run it on a port. Let me check here the name of the port. As you can see, for the Auth Service, we're gonna run it on the port 50. Yeah, we're gonna run it on the port 5053. This is the port, guys. Let me select it right here. Okay, this is the port. Okay, where we're gonna run the Auth Service. Now I'm not heading to here and pass here. This is the port. I'm not copy this stuff again, and I'm not heading to another service. We have here the gateway. For the gateway, we're gonna run it on ports 3000. Docker file like this, and then I'm passing this stuff right here. You're gonna pass. You're gonna expose 3000 here. Okay, as you can see, I've already passed here 3000. Now for the notification service, we're gonna run it on this port 52. Let me copy everything in here, and then we're gonna head into the notification service and pass the Docker file, and then we're gonna pass the code. Okay, and I'm passing 5053. Yeah, let me check again. I have already forgot. Let me check here 5053. Okay, pretty good. Now I'm gonna copy this again. And we're gonna head into the task service. For the task service, I'll pass the Docker file, and we're gonna pass here 5053. Yeah, 5051 for the task service. Okay, task service, I'm passing 5051 like this. We just finished notification service. Let me check here 5053. Let me check again. Notification service. Yeah, we should run the notification service on port 5052. And the Auth Service, let me check here the port here 5051 here like this. Okay, we fix. Yeah, you can see right here we got the Auth Service. I made a mistake, guys. The Auth Service, we should run it on port 5053 like this. Now let's check here the gateway 3000. Notification service, let me check here. Notification service 5052. Let me check here again. Notification service 5052. Now for the task service, let me check here again. Task service 5051. Okay, 5051. Oh, pretty cool. Okay, pretty cool. Now you're gonna head on the roots of the folder where we got this service, and then we're gonna pass the folder docker compose the YAML. Okay, you're gonna pass this, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy here this stuff. I'm gonna explain you everything in here. I'm gonna copy everything, and then I'm gonna pass in here. As you can see, I pass here this file, and you can see I specify here the version, and I pass here the service. I pass here the first service, which is the gateway, and I pass here builds. I point to the name of the file, okay, the name of the Docker file. Okay, I pass you this. I pass you the ports, the volumes. We're gonna put it inside the gateway folder, and I specify here the volume for the product file. As you can see, as you can see in here, within the, let's say within the Auth service, we're gonna have product folder here where we're gonna pass the API contracts. As you can see, pass at the root, and here create a volume for that. Okay, that is the volume that I pass here, and then it depends on the gateway service. The gateway service I pass it depends on the task service. Now we got the task service here. Okay, the task service depends on the notification service, and we run it on ports. This is the ports here. I'm going to check here and pass it 50. Let me check here what I got in here. I'm gonna check something in here because of I'm going to modify here something. I should pass here another 0. If I get rid of this 0 here, I'm gonna recreate my image. Okay, I'm gonna recreate my image. I don't want to do that. I don't want to recreate my image. I've already installed it. It's gonna take at least 5 minutes in order to finish. Now, I don't want to spend these 5 minutes. Now I'm going to modify the name of the port here. We're gonna head into the task service, and we're gonna modify here. We're gonna pass here this 0 again for the task service. As you can see, this is the port. Now we're going to move to the notification service. I'm gonna copy this, and we're gonna pass here notification service. We're gonna pass here the right port. Okay, this is the right port that we pass to the notification service. Notification service. Okay, let me check here again. Notification service. This is the right port. Okay, this is the right port, and I should pass here something like this. Okay, I should pass here 0, and here I'm pass here 0 again. For the Auth service, I'm do this again, and for the notification service, I'm gonna do this. Okay, now we are going to pass another service. Let me move at the top here. I'm going to copy this stuff, and then I'm pass here we're gonna pass another service, which is the Auth service. We haven't already passed in here. Okay, I'm pass here Auth service. As you can see, I pass here this name, task service, and pass Auth service like this. And we're going to head into the Auth service folder, and then we're going to pass here the ports. Let me check here the ports. Okay, I'm gonna head into Docker file, and then I'm pass here these ports. I'm gonna copy it, and then we're gonna pass in here. Let's head into the Docker compose file, and then you're gonna pass the ports. Okay, pretty cool. Okay, we just finished, guys. We just finished. Now the next thing we're gonna do, we are going to head into again within the Auth service, and we are going to copy now the port here. We're gonna take that, and we are going to head into the data, and we're gonna pass in here. Do that. As you can see, I pass here this. I'm gonna pass here the port. This is the port. We're gonna take it. We're gonna pass in here. We are going to head into the gateway. We are going to head into data. We're gonna head into first Docker. We're gonna copy the ports. Head into data, and then we're gonna pass here this. This is the ports. Let's head into the notification service. We're going to head into Docker. In here, this notification service, and pass here 0. Let me check again inside the Docker Compose about the notification service. Okay, for the notification service. Okay, I'm going to head into the data and I'm going to pass the report for the notification service. Okay, pretty cool. Let's head into the task service, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna head into Docker file. We're going to copy here the port. We're gonna head into data and we're gonna pass in here. Now what we're gonna do next, we're going to add the Docker ignore file. We're gonna add the .docker ignore file in every service. Now let's head into the Auth Service, and I'm passing here this file. As you can see, .docker ignore, pass here the file. I ignore here git ignore, and I ignore here no modules. If you don't ignore the no modules, the size of your image gonna be bigger. So it's better to pass it there. Now I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm passing into the gateway. We're gonna paste it in here. We're gonna head into notification service. I'm gonna paste it in here. I'm gonna head into the task service, and then I'm pasting in here. Okay, pretty cool. Now what we're gonna do, guys, we're going to run this command in order to install this service. In order to install this image, we're gonna run here docker compose app -- build, and then you're gonna tap enter. Okay, we're gonna start the installation. As you can see, actually I'm pulling this image from Docker Hub. Hey guys, we are back, and as you can see, we already finished pulling this image from Docker Hub. Okay, you can see actually we already finished, and in here you can see in the console here we got an error. Okay, you can see they are trying to import the task uploader, but they miss it. Okay, they miss it. We are getting here an error. They miss it inside Docker. Now what I'm going to do, okay, as you can see, we have here errors. Okay, they miss here the product, the task product. Okay, they're trying to import it, but they miss it. Now, how to fix this error? As you can see, we have the Auth Service. Now, what I'm going to do inside the Auth Service, we're gonna head into the gRPC server, and you can see we have here the line here. Okay, we get the path, the absolute path of the task product file. Now, when we pass process that current working directory, I'm gonna pass here this. Okay, we're gonna pass here /app, which is the name of the app. We're gonna pass only this. What I'm going to do, I'm gonna head into the gRPC clients, and I'm going to let me import here this. I'm gonna move right here, and I'm gonna export here this file from the gRPC server. We're gonna head into the gRPC clients. We're gonna import in here. Okay, like this, pretty cool. And we're going to head into another service, which is the gateway. Inside the gateway, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm going to move inside the gRPC server. I'm gonna pass here export. Okay, we're going to pass here the app like this. Do this. Then let's head into the gRPC client. I'm gonna get rid of this line, and then we're gonna pass here this. I'm gonna head into the notification service, and what I'm going to do in here inside the notification service, we're going to head into the source folder again, and we're going to head into gRPC. gRPC server. We're gonna pass here this. Okay, do that. Okay, do that. And we are going to pass here this, do that, and I'm gonna export this. Let's head into gRPC clients. We are going to get rid of the line, and then we're gonna pass here the product path. Cool. Let's head into the last service, which is the task service, source folder, and then gRPC server. We're going to pass here this line. Okay, and we're gonna export it. Okay, let's pass here exports. Let's head into gRPC clients. I'm gonna get rid of this line, and then I'm gonna pass you this. Pretty cool, guys. Pretty cool. Now, what I'm going to do next, I'm gonna try to rerun this. Let me see here. Okay, we're gonna try to rerun this. Okay, now I'm gonna tap Ctrl+C, and then I'm gonna tap this Docker Compose app. Okay, Docker Compose app in order to start Auth Service. And as you can see, we run again. As you can see, we run here node mode, we run here the service, we run the service, and we run the service. Okay, all of them are starting. Actually, we don't have an error. Guys. And we got our image right here, guys. You can see the size here is 2 gigabytes. In the future, we are going to decrease the size. Here's what we're going to do in the future when we're going to try to deploy this app to production. As you can see, the actual size here is 2.2 gigabytes for each image. Okay, this is the actual size. Now what I'm going to do in the future, I'm going to decrease it. I'm going to use a slim version. A slim version is a lightweight slim version. Okay, this is what we're going to use for production. I'm not going to deploy a 2 gigabyte image into production. Instead, what I'm going to do, I'm going to deploy 500 megabytes into production. This is better, guys. I'm not sure how to do it in the future. Actually, I want to start simple. We're still at the beginning of the video. Okay, we're still at the beginning. And you can see everything is working here. As you can see, guys, it crashed again. As you can see, we got it again, guys. We got it crash again. We don't find the task product. You can see crash again here. Now I remember, guys, we should do this. I'm going to take the product folder and then I'm pass it the root. As you can see, I take the product folder. You can see we have the Auth Service. We're gonna do this. I'm going to head into the Auth Service. What I'm going to do, I'm gonna cut here the product service and then I'm pass it the roots. We're gonna paste it the roots. Let's head into the task service. We're gonna get rid of product here. We're gonna head into the notification service. We're gonna get rid of product folder, delete it here, and gateway service. We're gonna delete it in here, and the Auth Service I've already deleted like this. Okay, make sure you pass the product file there. Now let's run this again. Okay, we're gonna stop this. I'm gonna type Ctrl+C. We're gonna stop everything, and then we're gonna run here Docker Compose app to start up everything. Okay, actually, it's gonna work. It's gonna work, guys. It's gonna work. Let's try to see what we're gonna have here. Okay, as you can see, everything is started up again. Okay, let's wait a bit. Let's wait a bit. Let's wait a bit. Okay, let's wait a bit. Okay, everything is working. Now I'm gonna try this. We don't have an error again, guys. We don't have an error. Now I'm going to do this. I'm going to head into the API gateway. You can see we have the Express server. Let's head in Express server. Okay, you can see we have here that endpoint. Now I'm going to tap this within the browser. I'm not heading to in here. I'm pass here localhost. We're gonna pass here these ports in order to run this. I'm pass here localhost, and then I'm gonna pass here the port is gonna be 300 /. And I think you're gonna see a message service app. As you can see, everything runs into Docker. Actually, everything is working pretty well. Alright, guys, now gonna talk about service communication. We already run our app into Docker. Let's say we got this service A. You want to talk to another service. This service is going to name it service B. This is B, and we got A at the left. Okay, now as you can see, we're going to consider, let's say, as you can see, we have the Auth Service first. I'm not heading to the gRPC. You can see we have inside the gRPC folder, we got the gRPC server. I'm not getting rid of it in here. I'm not delete it. I'm not stay only with the gRPC clients. Okay, I'm not delete it. Okay, this is the gRPC server. I'm not get rid of this. Okay, I'm not get rid of this. Let me see what I import. Okay, in here, I'm going to pass here the file. Okay, as you can see, we need the file. I'm gonna put back here first the gRPC server. We're gonna put it back, and we're gonna take the line here. And then let's delete now the gRPC server. We're gonna stay only the gRPC clients, and we're gonna pass here the line. Okay, and pass here cons. Pretty cool. Now let's head into the index. You can see inside the Express server, inside the Bootstrap function, I import here the gRPC server. I'm not remove it here. I'm not get rid of this. We're gonna stay only with the Express server. Okay, this is the Auth Service. Okay, this is the Auth Service, guys. I should do this instead. I should pull this back. Okay, I should pull this back. Let me pull this back, and instead I should get rid of the gRPC clients. I'm gonna remove it in here, guys. Okay, we're gonna remove it in here. And now let's head into the index here. We're gonna get rid of here instead. We're gonna get rid of the Express saver. We're gonna get rid of the Express saver. We're gonna stay with the gRPC saver only inside the Auth Service. Okay, do this. Now I'm gonna head into the gateway, and what I'm going to do inside the gateway, I'm gonna get rid of the gRPC. Let's head into gRPC. We're gonna get rid of the gRPC saver. We're gonna stay only with the Express saver. You know, we're gonna use Express as the gateway. Okay, let me pass here. Let me pull back first here. The gRPC saver, I wanna copy something. I'm gonna copy this. Then we're gonna get rid of it. We don't need it. We're gonna stay only with the gRPC client. Okay, let's head into the index here. We're gonna get rid of the gRPC saver here. We're gonna stay with Express only. You know, inside the gRPC clients, we're gonna use the gRPC client in order to connect to a given service. We're gonna connect to a service. Let's say we may connect to a task service. As you can see, this is the task service, and the task service run on port 552. Let me try to connect to it. Okay, let's head into the gateway, and we're going to head into gRPC client. We're gonna pass here these ports. Okay, we're gonna connect on it, and then we're gonna get access there. This is the gRPC client. Okay, you get the idea. This is the gRPC client, and if we head into the Express saver, the index, let me head into the Express saver. You can see in here we import here the function. Okay, we import the function right here. Okay, now let's head into the gateway. Let's head into now the notification service. We're gonna get rid of the Express saver. Let's head into the Express saver, and we're gonna get rid of it. Okay, let me get rid of the Express saver here. Okay, we aren't gonna use it. I don't want to pass it to saver. We're gonna remove it. Okay, I'm gonna remove it. I'm gonna close this. We're gonna head into the task service. I'm going to head into the Bootstrap here. We're gonna get rid of the Express. I'm gonna remove this saver, and then I'm gonna do this. Okay, pretty cool. Okay, I'm gonna check for the error now. We just finished. Now let's check here stuff. This is the Auth Service. I'm gonna try to check here some stuff into the gRPC. In here we got only the gRPC saver. Pretty cool. This is the gRPC saver. Pretty cool. Okay, and now let me try to get rid of something into the Express saver. I think we got an error here. Okay, let me head into the Express saver. I'm not getting rid of a function here. You can see we don't have here. Actually, we don't have the gRPC client. I'm not comment here the line to avoid errors. Okay, I can even delete this. Okay, this is the Auth Service. Inside the Auth Service, actually, we don't have any error, any issue. Now let's head into the gateway. I'm gonna check here something. When I head into the Express server, you can see we import here the function, and we pass in here gRPC client. Okay, we connect to the service, which is running on the ports 552, which is the task service. And in here we pass here only the Express server. Let's head into the notification service. Okay, we can inside the notification service. Let's head into the Bootstrap. We don't have here the Express server. We got only the gRPC server. And also let me head into the Express server. I'm gonna get rid of this line here. Okay, I can get rid of it. We don't need it. I'm not getting rid of this. Okay, pretty cool. Let's head into the task service. We're going to head into the index. We got only the gRPC server. Okay, we don't run here another server. Now, here's what we're gonna do when we're gonna run this. This is how you're gonna work. As you can see, we got the API gateway right here. It works like this. Okay, let me get rid of this stuff here. We have the API gateway. Let me do this. We have here the API gateway. Okay, and we got the user here. This is the user edit tab. We're going to pass from the API gateway, and then we are going to connect to this service. task service. This is the port of the task service 552. We're gonna connect on the service, and then we are going to get data. Okay, as you can see, the task service is running on this port 552, and you can see inside the gateway gRPC clients. I pass here, I connect to that. Okay, I pass here this localhost, I pass here this, and then we're gonna get access to data. Yeah, right here, guys, we should pass here the service name. You can see I should pass here this, not the name here. Okay, we should pass here this name. Okay, let me check here. You can see this is the name of the service, task service. We should pass here task service. Okay, like this. This is the name of the service that we want to connect to task service, and we pass the port. Okay, we should pass here task service like this. As you can see, the API gateway is running on these ports on port 3000. Okay, we're going to is running right here localhost port 3000, and in order to get access to that endpoint, the task in order to get access to this endpoint, which is the, let me head into here. If I head into Express, you can see we have here this endpoint. It returns an array of tasks. Now, in order to get access to it, we are going to pass through the API gateway, and then we're gonna connect to the task service. Okay, you get the idea. Try to practice, man. Try to practice, guys. Try to practice a little bit, and then you're gonna understand how it works. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to restart here. I'm gonna tap again, Control. Let me try to tap here again. Do the compose up, and then we're gonna start up Auth Service, and we're gonna try this. Okay, we're gonna try this. I'm going to head into the browser. Yeah, the API gateway is up. Let me tap enter. You can see the API gateway is up. Now I'm gonna pass here /task. Task. Let's try to tap enter and see if we're gonna get data. Okay. Let's see if we're gonna get an array of tasks here. Okay, actually, yeah, actually we got an error. Okay, and yeah, you can see actually we got an error. Unavailable, no connection established. Last error. We got a connection error here. We got a connection error. Task service running on the ports, yeah, 551. Okay. Task service running on the ports 5. Okay, let's check here the ports. You can see. Let's check here the ports. You can see in here we have an error. Okay, connection error. Let's check here the ports of the task service. Let me head into Docker. Okay, this is the ports. I'm gonna copy it. Let me head into datanv. This is the ports here. This is the right ports. 552. Okay, this is the port where the task service is running. This is the port where the task service is running. Let's head into the gateway. I'm not heading to gRPC clients. I'm passing you 552. This is the right name here. I don't know why it doesn't work. Okay, I don't know why it doesn't work. Let me try to check here something. Okay, we got here this. Let me head into the task service, and I'm gonna fix here something. Let's close here this task service gRPC. Let's head into the gRPC server and check here something. Yeah, you can see we have here an error, guys. We have here an error. Okay, you can see I'm running here the task service on 500, as you can see, on 551. This is an error. Now, in order to get rid of this error, what I'm going to do, guys, I'm not pass here the right address. Okay, in order to pass the right address, I'm gonna pass here const ports is equal to process, and pass here process datanv that's ports. We're gonna pass it the right ports. Okay, if we don't have the ports, I'm gonna run it to 552 like this. We're gonna take the ports right here, and then we're gonna pass it here. Now we're gonna take the line, and then we're gonna head into the notification service. Okay, notification service, and we're gonna head into the gRPC server. Okay, right here. And what we're gonna do here, guys, I'm going to pass you this. I'm not do this. I'm pass here this. Okay, we're gonna pass here the ports. Now let's pass here this constant and pass here cons. And then we're gonna pass here ports. Okay, is equal to and pass here process that and then let me check here first something. I'm gonna check something. Inside the index we got it in here. Yeah, inside the index file we got it in here. We got here the ports. I can even export here this and head into the gRPC save. I'm not get access to it right here at the bottom. Okay, we got the port there. Okay, let's import it. Okay, cool. We're going to go back into the Auth Service, and what I'm going to do in here, we're gonna head into the Auth Service gRPC folder, and we're gonna pass here these two. Okay, let's see the Auth Service running. Yeah, on these ports. Okay, I'm now import here the ports. Okay, let's head into the index right here, and then we're gonna export here the ports. Okay, like this. Now let's go back here, and we're gonna pass in here. Okay, like this. Let's pass it in here. Okay, like this. Okay, pretty cool. Everything. Actually, it's gonna work. We don't have an error again here. Actually, everything's gonna work. Okay, it's gonna work. Okay, now I'm going to run here. I'm gonna type here again Docker Compose app, and we're gonna start up everything. Okay, and it's gonna work. Now let me type Docker Compose app, and then we're gonna start up everything. As you can see, all services are running. Now we're gonna head into the browser and we're gonna try this. Okay, let's head into the browser, and I'm going to pass here the ports of the API gateway. We're gonna pass here localhost, and then we're gonna pass here 3000/task, and we got a rev task. Okay, there we go, guys. You just learned how to talk to another service. You can see the API gateway talk to the task service. And this is how service collaborates in microservice architecture. This is how they collaborate. They use gRPC. As I said previously, gRPC is the communication protocol. They use buffer, okay, in order to communicate. They use boundary message in order to communicate. Okay, pretty cool. Okay, this is how a service can talk to another one. And I'll see you in the next chapter. Alright, guys, now I'm gonna work on the Auth Service and notification service. As you can see, this is the Auth Service, and inside of it, we're gonna pass in two endpoints. An endpoint that allows us to create a user, and another one to authenticate a user. When we're gonna create a user, we're going to publish a message within the Auth Service. And then we're gonna pass the message to a message broker. We're gonna use RabbitMQ. And then from this message broker, RabbitMQ, we are going to pass that event to the notification service, and then we're gonna consume it. And when we consume it, we're going to send an email to the user. Okay, this is the flow, guys. Okay, you get the idea. How you're gonna work. Okay, now we need to get into the code in order to understand this pretty well. Okay, now what I'm going to do first, I'm going to create another image. I'm not pull up another image from Docker Hub. You can head on Docker Hub, and then you're gonna look for MongoDB. You're gonna use MongoDB as our database. Okay, we're gonna start with the first endpoint, which is the user registration. Now head on MongoDB, and then you can pick here. You can pick here a tag. You can pick a MongoDB version that you wanna install. Okay, let me head into my Docker Compose the YAML, and I'm gonna show you something. Let's head in. As you can see, we got this stuff like this. You can see we have here the services. Okay, we have here the services, this the top level, and then we have here gateway. I comment here the gateway right now. I'm not uncomment it later. We have the Auth Service. Now, what I'm going to do for the Auth Service, I'm going to pass here add property. As you can see, pass here build. This is the path to the Docker file in order to create the image for the Auth Service. We pass here the port, we pass here the volume. Now I'm going to do this. I'm going to pass here this. I'm gonna load here the data so that we're gonna get access to it. Okay, we're gonna load it. We're gonna pass into the image. If we tap Docker inspect, let's say we run an image. Let me head into containers. We can see running containers. You can see, let's say the Auth. Yeah, as you can see, we have here the Auth Service. If we head into inspect here and we scroll a little bit, you're gonna see we're gonna have the environment variable that we got within the data. Okay, we're gonna have them right here. Let me scroll at the bottom again here. Config. Okay, we have here all of this. Let me try to copy everything in here, and then I'm heading to right here. I'm gonna look for like this. Now you can see we have here this environment variable. Okay, we got them within the container. Okay, we got them in here. Now, in order to get access to them within Docker, we need to load the data. That's why I pass here file. Then I pass here the ports and I pass here the volume. Now we're going to pass here the network. You know, in order to allow containers to interact together, to communicate together, we're gonna use we need a network. We're gonna create a bridge network so that these containers can interact together. Now I'm going to pass here depends on. Okay, this is not a property that pass to the Auth Service. Depends on. It's gonna depends on MongoDB. MongoDB have to start first before the Auth Service. Now let's create bottom. I'm gonna pass here now MongoDB, and as you can see, I pass here the image name, and I pass here the tag. The tag is the version. You can head on Docker Hub, and then you can pick here tag. If I want to pass here even lattice, okay, this is the MongoDB version that I want. And when I'm gonna pull up, I'm gonna pull it from Docker Hub. I'm gonna have here the size. Okay, you can see this, the size 2 GB. And I don't want this. I'm gonna scroll at the bottom. I pick here this version, the version 7. Let me scroll at the bottom here. Let me scroll at the bottom here. I got here the version. Let me scroll at the bottom. I'm not sure. Yeah, this is the version that I pick here. I've pulled up this image. I got only 1 GB. Okay. Now I'm passing version 7. Like this, we're gonna pass the port. And the port, it can be optional, guys. If you want, we can comment it. Then we're gonna pass the container name, MongoDB, and we're gonna pass it environment variable. Mongo init DB root password and pass it password 123. Mongo init database and pass it SaaSagent DB. This is the name of the database. And again, when you're gonna create a container for that image, and you click here Mongo, and you head into inspect, try to scroll at the bottom here. You're gonna see something. Try to scroll at the bottom, and then you're gonna locate here a property. Or let me try to do this. I'm gonna do copy paste again. I'm gonna head into my Sublime here. I'm gonna get rid of this and pass it this, and then I'm gonna look for the property. Let's look for the property. Okay, as you can see, as I look for the property, we got here this stuff. You can see pass it the admin and password. If you don't do that, it's not gonna work. Now, and when you finish, now we are going to pass here volumes, where we're gonna store the data. We're going to store MongoDB within the data /DB. And I pass here network, microservices network, and I pass here restart policy always. If it crash, it's gonna restart. Now I'm gonna pass here the volumes. Okay, we're gonna store, we pass here volumes, MongoDB data, and I'm pass here a bridge network, microservices network. This is the name of the network, which is the bridge network. The bridge network, it allows containers to interact together, to collaborate together. Now let's head into the Auth Service. Scroll at the top here. You can see we have the Auth Service. I'm not heading data here, and then you're gonna pass here this. Check this, guys. If you don't do that, it's not gonna work. Do this, pass here the password and the DB name. When you're gonna finish, now we're gonna head into the app folder of the Auth Service. Let me head in source folder, app folder, and then I'm gonna head into the Bootstrap folder. We're gonna pass here. I'm going to pass here Mongoose. Okay. I'm gonna pass here MongoDB. Okay, like this, and then I'm pass index.ts. We're gonna pass in the DB connection. I've already passed here this stuff here. Let's copy this, and then we're gonna pass in here. You understand what it does, guys? I don't have to tap it. Okay, if I tap it, you're gonna lose time. We're gonna lose time, guys. I don't have to tap it. You understand what it does? It allows to establish the database connection. Now, in order to get the Mongoose package, you're gonna tap npm install, and then you're gonna get it. Okay, this is Mongoose. If you don't know how Mongoose works, you can head on npm.com and then you're gonna see how to use it. It's pretty simple. If you want, you can use even Postgres. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna head into now the index, and then I'm gonna import here the DB connection, and then we're gonna take it, we're gonna pass it inside the Bootstrap app function. Now what we're gonna do, we are going to head into the command prompt, and then we're gonna type this command docker compose app. Okay, and if you type docker compose app, we have the possibility to see the logs. As you can see, we have the possibility to see the logs. If you want to run this in background, you can do this. You're gonna pass the docker compose app -d. Okay, we're gonna run this in background. And as we run this in background, we can see the logs. And as you can see, we run here two container. We run the Mongo container and we run the Auth Service container. We run here two container. And if I head into the package.json file, if I head into the docker compose, the YAML, you can see in here, I comment here add service. I comment the task service and I comment the notification service. As you can see, I comment this service right here. Okay, we're gonna uncomment them later. Okay, we're gonna try to work on them. Now I'm going to do this. I'm going to head into now Docker desktop, and as you can see, we have here Mongo and we have here the Auth Service. I'm gonna click here, and then let me check here the bottom. Okay, let me move at the bottom here and see what we got in here. You can see actually we got an error. We got an error here. Okay, we have an error. Okay, let me try to do this. I'm gonna click back here. I'm gonna click again here. Let's see what we have here. Okay, you can see actually the app is starting. Okay, you can see we have here this, and then in a matter of seconds we're going to see a message. Okay, connected to database. Okay, we're gonna see that later. Okay, in a bit of a moment we're gonna see that. Okay, it's gonna work. Okay, let's come back here, and then I'm gonna try to check again here. I'm gonna head into the logs again here. We don't see it in here. We haven't already connect here. Let me check again. Or if you wanna try to check if MongoDB is working pretty well, you're gonna run this command in order to check that. As you can see, this is the command docker exec. I'm going to go into this container mongosh, and then I'm gonna pass the admin, the password, authentication database, and I'm passing admin. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm going to pass in here. Let's try to tap enter, and as you can see, MongoDB is working pretty well. And if you go back here, you're gonna see something. I don't see the logs here. Okay, and as you can see at the bottom here, we got the logs. We got the log. Yeah, you can see task service running on a port. It shouldn't be task service. It should be Auth Service. Let me go back here, and then I'm gonna modify here something. If we get into here, if we get into the gRPC server, we should pass here Auth Service. Auth Service running on ports, something like this. Okay, and it's gonna work. Do that, and everything's gonna work, guys. Now what I'm going to do, we're gonna head into the source folder, and then I'm passing models folder. I'm passing another folder, service. We're gonna pass in service. We're gonna have here the first service, user service. Okay, that's it. It's gonna be a class. We're going to pass here tabs. We're gonna pass the tabs. We're gonna pass user tabs. Okay, like this. Okay, pretty cool. And we're going to head into the app folder. We're gonna pass here HTTP. We're gonna pass in controllers. Let me pass the controllers. Okay. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into the models folder, and then I'm passing the user schema. Yeah, I'm gonna pass the user schema.ts. Okay, we are using MongoDB. Now we're gonna import here Mongoose, and as you can see, I define here an interface. iUser extends documents, and we pass in the name, email is valid email, OTP code, password, created A and updated A. The OTP code is a code that we're gonna send to the user in order to verify his email address. Now I'm going to pass here user email tab. The user email tab, the user email can be valid or invalid. Now I'm going to pass here user schema, and then we're going to pass here columns. We're going to pass here the name, the email. We're going to pass his valid email. As you can see, default value is going to be 0. If default value is equal to 0, it means the user email is invalid. We're going to pass the OTP code and password. And we're going to pass timestamp, and then we're going to export the user model like this. Pretty cool. Now let's head into the user service, and then we're going to import the user model in order to use it. Let's pass here class user service. Now inside the user service, we're going to pass in all functions that we're going to use in order to interact with the user model. Let's say we're going to pass in a function to create a user, to update a user, to get the email of a given user. Okay, we're going to pass here this function. Now I'm going to pass you a function that allows us to pass data to the instance property. As you can see, in here we use singleton design pattern. I'm checking if the instance is undefined. If it is, we're going to pass it new user service. Else we're going to return the instance. Now let's pass here the function update OTP code. As you can see, it takes the email and the OTP code. Now we're going to pass the user.update1. We're going to pass the email, and we're going to pass the OTP code. This is the function that we're going to invoke in order to update the OTP code. We have here another function, validate user email. In order to validate the user email, we're going to pass here user email tab. As you can see, we're going to pass here 1. If the value is equal to 1, it means the user email is valid. We're going to invoke the function when the user is going to verify his email address. Let's pass here find user by email. As you can see, we're going to use the function in order to retrieve user by email. Now we got the last function here, register user. And then I'm going to pass some props, pass email, OTP code. We're going to pass the hash password. If we got the user, we are going to throw an header, email already registered. If we don't have the user, we're going to create him. I'm passing new user, I'm passing this property, and then I'm passing user.save. Okay, that's what they said on the documentation. If you head on the documentation and you want to create a user, you're going to do this. If you want to update a user, you can scroll at bottom, you're going to see the code. Do copy paste. You don't have to memorize this stuff. Now I'm going to close this, and we're going to head into the source folder. Okay, we're going to head into the source folder, app folder. And now I'm going to head into controllers and pass here register user. Register user, .ts. We're going to pass here user DTO. User DTO. DTO stands for data transfer object. DTO. User DTO.ts. Okay. And at the root of the source folder, I'm pass here another folder. I'm going to name it roots. Hey, yeah, we're going to name it roots like this. Okay, pretty cool. Now let's go back into the controllers folder. Okay, let's head into controllers folder, register user. First, we're gonna head into the user DTO, and we're gonna pass here the user input schema. Okay, we're gonna validate the user input using Zod. Okay, I'm going to pass here Zod. We're gonna import Zod, and then we're gonna pass here this user input schema, and you can see we pass here two property, email and password. Okay, if the user doesn't provide a valid email or a password, we're going to throw an error. You understand this, guys? This stuff is pretty easy. Now let's head into the user register.ts, and then we're gonna pass here a function. Okay, and as you can see, first I import here the next function. We import here response, the request. And then we pass here user input schema. We import it from the user DTO. And we import here user service. I want to get access to functions. And I import here generate OTP. We're going to create a function later. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass a function, register user. As you can see, we pass here the request, the response, and the next function. Now, I'm going to extract the email and the password. Once we got the email and password, we're going to pass it to the save parse function in order to check if the email and password both are valid. Then, if the email and password, they're not valid, one of them, we are going to throw an error. As you can see, I'm checking if we got true. If we got true, it means the email password is invalid. We're going to throw an error. And then we're going to invoke user service that get instance in order to get access to methods inside the user service class. After that, I'm going to invoke here generate OTP function in order to generate an OTP code. And we're going to invoke here a function hash password in order to generate in order to encrypt the password. We're going to use the library bcrypt. Okay, bcrypt, this is what we're going to use. Okay, run this command in order to get it, bcrypt. I'm not explaining how to use it later. Okay, now let's go back here, and then I'm going to, as you can see, first here, once we got the hash password, we are going to pass it to the register user function, and then we're gonna return this to the user. Your account was created successfully. And then if we got it, we're gonna pass it to Express. Okay, like this, only this, and you finish. Now let's install first bcrypt. You're gonna run this command in order to install bcrypt. npm install bcrypt. You can copy it right here, npm install bcrypt, and then I'm tap enter, and then we're gonna install it. Now as you got bcrypt, let's go back into register, and you can see I'm having here an error, hash password. Now I'm gonna head into the, I'm gonna move at the roots of the source folder. We're gonna pass here a folder, we're gonna name it helper. Okay, let's pass here helper, and inside the helper folder we're gonna pass here it generates OTP, otp.ts, and we're gonna pass here user password.ts. Okay, we're gonna pass it this time. As you can see, I pass here bcrypt.hash. I pass here the password and the rounds. If I go to the bcrypt documentation, they explain how to use it. Okay, we got here the code. Let me zoom a little bit. As you can see, pass here this. You can see I pass here the salt rounds. And then I invoke here bcrypt. I do this. I pass here this function. You can see I pass here hash. And here to the pass here hash. This. As you can see, I pass here this. The salt. Okay, we get here the salts. Okay, if you want to use a callback way, you can see if you pass here bcrypt.hash and then you pass here the salt and a callback, you're gonna get the hashed password at the bottom. And as you can see, I use here a wait, and then I'm gonna get the hash password right here, and then I'm gonna return it. I pass here compare in order to check the password. We're gonna use the function later. Head on the documentation and copy the code, guys. Okay, you don't have to memorize it. Copy paste. Okay, we got the code there. Now you can see we got here an error. We're gonna install here another package, which is the tabs provided by bcrypt. I'm gonna copy this line, and then I'm gonna head into right here. I'm gonna run here npm install tabs /bcrypt. Tap enter, and then you're gonna get it. We get it. Now let's head into generate OTP. And then we're gonna pass here this function. It allows us to generate an OTP code. Okay, this is pretty simple function. Now let's close this, and we're going to import now here the hash password. Okay, we finish in here. We finish. We just finished. Now what we're gonna do next, we're gonna interact with the notification service. You can see we have the Auth Service. We're gonna publish an event, and then we're gonna consume that event into the notification service. We need RabbitMQ. You can see RabbitMQ plays a role of the middleman between the Auth Service and the notification service. Let's head on Docker Hub. Then you're gonna look for RabbitMQ. Look for RabbitMQ, click here tag, and then we're going to pick here version. Let me click here tag. Once you click here, you're gonna see this. As you can see, we have here this version. Let me zoom a little bit. Management Alpine. This is a lightweight version. As you can see, we got even the size right here. We got also a management version. You can check the size at the bottom. Management version. The size is a little bit bigger. You can see the size is a little bit bigger. Now you're gonna head into Docker Compose, and then you're gonna pass here this. RabbitMQ, image name, Alpine, container name, RabbitMQ. You're gonna pass the ports, and as you can see, we got here 2 ports. We got the first port. This is the port that we're gonna use to communicate with RabbitMQ, and we have here another port that allows us to render the UI. Okay, it allows to display the UI of RabbitMQ. Now we are going to pass the environment variable. As you can see, I pass the Rabbit RabbitMQ default user pass admin, RabbitMQ default password, I pass here password 123. Now what you're gonna do next, you're gonna head into your command prompt and you're gonna run here this command. You're gonna run here first, you're gonna type docker compose app, and then you're gonna pull up this image. You can see I've already do it. You can see I got here RabbitMQ. Okay, I got RabbitMQ image. Now you're gonna do docker compose app in order to pull up this image. After that, you're gonna install this package. You're gonna install AMQ. You're gonna install the package in order to interact with RabbitMQ. Okay, you're gonna install these two packages right here. Head on npm. Okay, you're gonna get a package, and they explain how to use it. Okay, they explain how to use it. Now I'm going to copy that code in order to connect to RabbitMQ. This is the code I'm gonna use, guys. You're gonna copy it, and then you're gonna paste it into your Node.js app, and it's gonna work. Okay, we got the code here. Okay, in order to make connection, we got everything in here. I'm not explaining you guys. You can see, as you can see, we got everything in here. We don't have to think. Okay, now let's head into the Bootstrap folder, and then we're gonna pass it something. Okay, you can see we have here the Auth Service. Now I'm gonna head into the source folder, and then we're gonna head into Bootstrap. Okay, Bootstrap, and now we're gonna pass here RabbitMQ, like this. Now we're gonna pass the index.ts, like this, and then we're gonna pass here this code. This is the code I'm gonna use in order to connect to RabbitMQ. As you can see, I pass here connection RabbitMQ. I pass here the URL, head into datanv, and then you're gonna pass here this string. Datanv. Okay, you're gonna pass here this. RabbitMQ, you're gonna pass here the password 123, RabbitMQ, and then you're gonna pass here the ports. Okay, if I head into Docker Compose, you can see this is the right port, 5672. Let me head into in here. You can see this past the first ports here, past the first ports. Now let's go back into the Node.js app here. Let's head into the index. I'm gonna head into the Bootstrap folder again, and then RabbitMQ here. You can see we have here the function in order to connect to RabbitMQ. I'm checking if we got undefined. I'm checking if we got undefined, it means this connection string doesn't exist. We're gonna throw an error. And then we are going to connect here if we got it, and I'm checking if we got an error. We're gonna throw it, and then we're gonna if we don't connect to RabbitMQ, we're gonna exit the process. Okay, pretty cool. We're gonna pass it this in order to connect to RabbitMQ, and it's gonna work. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into. We're gonna head into the index. I'm gonna head into the index. Okay, we got the index.ts inside the Bootstrap app function. Now I'm going to pass here a wait, and then I'm pass here this connect RabbitMQ. We're gonna import it in here. Okay, like this, and it's gonna work. Okay, do this, and it's gonna work. We connect first to the database, and then we connect to RabbitMQ. Okay. And also we're going to head into, we're going to go back into the Docker Compose.yaml. I'm going to pass you something. You can see previously we comment here the notification service. Now I'm going to uncomment here the notification service. Okay, we're going to uncomment the notification service. And what we're going to do here, we are going to load here the datanv. As you can see for the Auth Service, we have here file. We load the datanv. Okay, we load it. Now I'm gonna copy the line, and we're gonna pass it right here. Notification service. We're gonna pass it right here. Let me see again. Okay, we're gonna pass it under build property, like this. Okay, like this. You're gonna pass here notification. Okay, like this. Now what we're gonna do, we're going to run this command in order to get RabbitMQ. Okay. Run this command. Okay, you're gonna run here this command. Let me copy it, and then I'm passing here. Okay, we need to have the package within the notification service. You're gonna run here this, and then you're gonna get it. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna head into the notification service. As you can see, we have here the Auth Service, notification service. Let's head in. I'm going to head into first. We're gonna head into the datanv. and then I'm pass here this RabbitMQ. Okay, we're gonna connect to RabbitMQ. Then I'm going to head into the source folder, and what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to do this. I'm going to head into the Bootstrap folder, and then I'm passing another folder. As you can see, I pass the RabbitMQ, and then we're gonna pass the file index.ts. Now let's head in, and then we're gonna pass in a function that allows us to connect to RabbitMQ. I'm gonna import here first this package in order to connect to RabbitMQ. I'm gonna define here the channel variable. Then we're gonna pass the function connect RabbitMQ. I repeat the same function that we pass within the Auth Service. I get access to the URL here, and then I'm checking if we got undefined. If we got undefined, we're gonna throw an error, and we're gonna exit the process. Then I'm gonna pass a try catch, and then I'm going to connect to RabbitMQ. Okay, I pass here this, and then we're gonna connect. I'm going to check if we got an error. We're gonna console that. We're gonna pass here connection that on close. In case we have this event occur, we are going to exit the process. We are going to close this container. Now, in order to start exchanging events, we're going to invoke our exchange. We're gonna invoke the function. Then I'm going to define a queue right here. Email notifications. Okay, email notification. This is the queue that I defined. Then I'm going to bind an event to the queue. I pass a channel that bind queue. User events, user created. Okay, we bound an event to that queue. Email notification. Then we're going to consume that. We're gonna consume that event. I pass a channel that consume, pass a queue, that queue. Okay, pass this. And then we're gonna console the data published by the Auth Service. You know, when we're gonna publish an event, you're gonna send the user data to the notification service. Okay, when we're gonna send the data, we're gonna get access to it here. Okay, we're gonna console the data right here, and then at the bottom here, I'm gonna pass a function that allows us to send an email. Okay, when we're gonna consume that event, we're gonna send an email. Now let's pass here try catch in case we have an error. We are going to exit the process again. We're gonna close this container. Okay, now I'm going to take the function, and then we're gonna head into the index.ts. And then I'm going to pass in here. I'm passing connect RabbitMQ. We're gonna import it, and then I'm take it and pass it right here. Okay, I'm passing await like this. Okay, pretty cool. We just finished in here. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go into the Auth Service, and then we're going to publish an event. Now let's head into the Auth Service, and I'm going to head into the source folder, app folder, and then what I'm going to do, I'm gonna head into the RabbitMQ. You can see we got a folder here. I'm going to pass here another file. I'm gonna name it event. Okay, event.ts. Now inside event.ts, you can see I've passed here a function, publish event. We're gonna pass here writing key, which is the name of the event that we want to publish, and we're gonna pass it the data. And right here you can see pass a channel that's published. We pass a user.event. Writing key, which is the name of the event that we're going to publish, and we send here the data. Now let's head into the function. Let's head into controllers folder, register user.ts, and I'm going to pass here this publish event. I'm gonna scroll the bottom. You can see we have here user, and then I'm gonna take that and pass in here user created. Okay, user created. If we head into the notification service, and then I head into RabbitMQ here, you can see we have that event at the bottom here. Okay, we bound an event to the email notification queue, user created. Okay, when we're gonna have that event, we're gonna consume it, and then we're gonna console user data right here. Okay, we're gonna console the user data, and after that, I'm gonna create a function that allows us to send an email. Okay, we're gonna create a function later. Okay, pretty cool. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to install another package. I'm gonna head on Google, and then we're gonna look for another package, NodeMail. Okay, tap enter, and then you're gonna see NodeMailer. Okay, NodeMailer, click here. We're gonna run here this command in order to get it. I'm gonna click here, and then I'm going to head into the notification service. As you can see, this is the notification service. We need to send an email. I'm gonna pass here this I'm not install the package. Okay, tap here this command in order to get node mailer. Okay, we're gonna wait a bit, and when we're gonna finish, we're gonna run now this command docker compose app -- builds, because we just added two packages. We just added node mailer, and we added another package that allows us to interact with RabbitMQ. Okay, if you have a look to the Docker file within the Auth Service, we have this Docker file, and inside of it we have here the line. Okay, this section here, it allows us to add new package. Now, when we're gonna run this command, we are going to install these two package within our app, which is running within Docker. Okay, it's better to pass here this, so that we're gonna get this package within our app, which is gonna run into Docker. Pass here this. After this, now we need to interact with the Auth Service. If we have a look to the Auth Service, you can see we can head into the source folder, and you can see we have here register user.ts. We got that function right here. Okay, we got that function. Now, as you can see in here, I pass here the request, the response, and I pass the next function. I pass here this stuff. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of this stuff because we're gonna use gRPC. We're gonna use gRPC. I'm going to do this. I'm going to comment everything in here. As you can see, I comment everything, and then I'm passing this stuff. I'm going to get rid of this stuff right here. I'm not simply pass here an object. I'm gonna do this props. Okay, we're gonna pass here the email, and we're gonna pass here the password. As you can see, we need to pass through the API gateway. Okay, I'm not at here the API gateway. Okay, this is the API gateway. The user is gonna pass here the input, and then we're gonna pass through the API gateway. Within the API gateway, we use Express. Okay, and pass here. We use Express. That's what we use inside the API gateway. Now, as we use Express, we aren't gonna pass here this stuff. Okay, previously I passed it. I didn't think about it. That's why I've passed this line here. I've passed here this. I didn't think about it previously. Now I remember that we're gonna use gRPC. Now I'm gonna pass here this. And then I'm gonna pass here cons. I'm gonna extract here the email, and I'm extract here the password is equal to props. Now we are going to throw here an error as we aren't gonna use Express. I'm gonna pass here simply throw. I'm gonna pass here throw like this. We're gonna throw an error. Okay, we're gonna throw this, and let's create a bottom. I'm going to return here an object. I'm gonna remove here this. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of this and this. Okay, if you got an error right here, we're gonna pass here throw error. We're gonna throw here an error. Okay, I'm passing this the error. Okay, we're gonna throw an error if we got it. Okay, like this. Okay, like this. Now what we're gonna do, we are going to move here. As you can see, this is the Auth Service. We need to pass here proto. You can see we have a proto folder. We're gonna pass here of proto like this. I've already defined the API contract. We're gonna take it right here, and then we're gonna pass it there. Okay, we don't have to write it. Okay, this is the API contract. You can see we pass here this syntax is equal proto free. This is the version of the protocol, and then we pass here the package of, and I pass here function of service RPC register user. Then I pass here register user request. We're gonna send the email and password. Register user response. Okay, we're gonna return the message and the user, and here pass here the user. Okay, full name of the defined. Okay, you can see we got here an error. I don't know why we got here an error. Yeah, I should pass here 2, and here I'm gonna pass here 3. Okay, and then we're gonna get rid of the error. Okay, pretty cool. Now I'm gonna close this. I'm going to head into the gRPC server. Let's head in gRPC server. Okay, right here. Now I'm going to pass here off. We're gonna get rid of task. Okay, we don't have task of that proto. Then we're gonna load the file, and after that we're going to pass it to the load package definition function. I'm passing here off like this, and we're gonna pass here off. Okay, As you can see, I passed the line because if we head into the of the proto, we got here off. Okay, do this, pass here off like this. Now let me go back here, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to do this. As you can see, we have here this function getTask. We're gonna get rid of the function here. I'm gonna remove that, and you can see we pass here getTask. We're gonna remove it in here, and then I pass here another function, a sync function, and pass here register user like this. Okay, pretty cool, like this. And what I'm going to do, I'm pass it try catch, and then I'm pass here const response is equal to await, and then we're gonna invoke the function that we define into the controllers folder. Let me check here. We have here register user. Let me head into, if we head into the controllers folder, you can see we got here function register user. Okay, we got a function. I'm pass here register user controller. Let's pass here this. Okay, register user controller. In order to avoid errors, let's head into the gRPC. We're gonna pass here register user controller. Okay, like this. Now we're going to pass here the email and password. I'm gonna pass here the first parameter, which is the core. I'm passing any, and I'm passing here the core back. Okay, I'm passing any. You can see pass here the core. Now I'm going to pass here email is equal to core. Now pass here that request, and then I pass email like this, and we're gonna pass here the password. Okay, for the password, we're gonna pass here core. Okay, we're gonna pass here core that request, and then I pass here password like this. Okay, and here I'm pass here. I'm gonna invoke here the callback. I'm gonna pass here now, and I'm pass here the response. Okay, we're gonna head into the try catch. We're gonna do the same thing. I pass here the callback. Okay, if you got an error, we're going to return this. Okay, let me pass here error like this. Okay, you can see we get a typing error. I'm going to assert it as error in the first to get rid of the error. Okay, pretty cool, guys. Now we're gonna take the register user function, register user. We're gonna take it, and then we're gonna pass it right here. We're gonna pass here Auth Service. Let's go back into the proto let's go back into the of the proto. You can see we have here the service. Auth Service register user. That's what we're gonna pass there. Okay, I'm going to do this. Let me check here. Okay, Auth Service, that service. Okay, like this. And it's gonna work. Okay, we just finished in here, guys. We just finished in here. Now what we're gonna do next, we're gonna head into the API gateway. And inside the API gateway, we're gonna pass in the gRPC clients. Okay, let's head into the API gateway and gateway. Okay, gateway. And what I'm going to do here, I'm going to define here a gRPC client. Let's head in gRPC. You can see we have here gRPC clients. Okay, now you can see in here we need to load here something. Let me check here. Oh, you can see we made a mistake, guys. If I head into Auth Service, we pass here off the proto. We shouldn't pass here this file. Okay, I'm going to cut it here, and then I'm going to paste it into the proto. I'm not pass it in here. I'm not paste it in here. Paste right here. Okay, we need to pass it at the roots of this folder, Microservice. You can see this is the root folder, Microservice. We need to pass it into the proto folder located at the roots of the folder Microservices. Pass it in here. Now let's head into the Auth Service. We're gonna delete here this proto Auth Service. We're gonna delete it, and inside the gateway we need to delete here this. Okay, now let's head into the gateway. We're going to pass here this. You can see we have a gRPC. We're gonna pass here now gRPC clients, and we're gonna use gRPC client in order to connect to another service. Now I'm gonna connect to the Auth Service. Okay, we're gonna pass here Auth Service, and we're gonna connect to the ports. Let's check here the port for the Auth Service. Docker. Okay, this is the port. We're gonna take it, and then we're gonna pass it in here. Okay, let's head into gateway gRPC clients. We're gonna pass here the ports. Okay, this is the right ports. Okay, as you can see, we are going to pass here this of. I'm gonna load it. This is the file that we need to load. Off here, we're gonna load it, and then We're going to pass it the line, the line. Now we're gonna get rid of this function or task. We're gonna remove here the function, and I'm passing another function, export function. Then I'm gonna pass here register user, and I'm gonna pass here we're gonna pass here the request, and we're gonna pass here the response, and we're gonna pass here the next function. Okay, I'm gonna pass here the next function. I'm gonna tap it like this. We're gonna pass it try catch. We're gonna pass it next. Okay, we're gonna pass it the header. And what I'm going to do now, I'm going to use the of clients. I'm gonna name it the gRPC of clients. Let's pass here the gRPC of clients. We're gonna rename the file gRPC of clients like this. We're gonna rename here to gRPC of clients like this. We're gonna use the clients now, and I'm gonna pass here this gRPC of clients. We're gonna pass in here like this, gRPC of clients that register. We're gonna pass here the email and password, and then I'm going to check here if we got an error. We're gonna return it, else we're going to return here the response. Okay, pretty cool. Now I'm going to move right here. Okay, you can see this the gateway. Inside the source folder, we're gonna pass here roots like this. I'm pass here off, and right here we're gonna pass here register. I'm pass here only off roots like this. That's yes. I'm gonna pass here function, export function of roots like this, and we're gonna pass the router. We're gonna import router from Express, and then we're gonna return here the router like this, and I'm pass here. I'm gonna pass the router that ports. We're gonna pass here /, and right here I'm pass here users. Okay, / users. I'm gonna pass here register like this, and then we're gonna invoke here the function register user. Register user like this. Okay, we're gonna pass it the function. Now I'm going to move at the roots of the root folder and pass it API v1.ts. Okay, we're gonna pass here function, export function, and then pass here API v1. I'm gonna pass here the app here, the app which is the Express app, and I'm passing the router. Okay, I'm passing router. I'm gonna import router from Express, and then I'm going to import here this function of roots. I'm gonna pass here const of is equal to of roots. Okay, we import in here, and then we're gonna pass the router like this. And what I'm going to do, I'm pass the app that's use, and then I'm pass here /API /v1. Okay, and then we're gonna pass here off like this. Let's import here the Express tab in order to remove the error. Okay, we pass here the Express tab. Okay, like this. Now I'm going to head into the Express server, and then I'm now importing the API v1 function. Let's head into the Express server. You can see we got this previously. I'm going to get rid of this stuff here. I'm gonna get rid of this. Okay, and we're gonna pass here API v1 like this, and we're gonna pass here the router. We need to pass here the Express app. Okay, we're gonna pass here the Express app here. We're gonna pass here the Express app in the router like this. Let's add here a little comment, API v1. Okay, like this. Okay, very cool. As you can see, we have here the gRPC of clients, and we import it into the root folder of right here. We use it in here. We take here the off roots, we imported the API v1, we pass in here. Okay, pretty cool. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna run now this command in order to install added package. Now I'm gonna tap enter in order to install them. Okay, we're gonna wait a bit. It's gonna take some moment. As you can see, we run here npm install, and then we're gonna get all this package. And as you can see, guys, we finished updating our Node modules. Okay, you can see we run here for service. Let me head into Docker, and as you can see, if I head into containers, you can see I run here the notification service. I run here Mongo, RabbitMQ, and I run here the Auth Service. Okay, we don't run here the API gateway. Okay, as you can see, we don't run it. Now I'm going to go back here, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to uncomment here the line here, and what we need to do here in order to run it, we're gonna do this. Okay, it's gonna be pretty fast. We're gonna run here now. We aren't gonna pass here hyphen build. We're gonna do only docker compose app. I'm gonna run here. I'm gonna run the commands. Let me do this docker compose app, and then we're gonna run it in detach mode. Okay, we got an error. Okay, version, we got an error right here. Okay, I'm going to check this gateway, this. Okay, depends on the Auth Service. I'm passing this. Now I'm going to run here this command, and then it's gonna work. Okay, you can see we run here five container. Okay, you can see we run Mongo, we run a notification service, RabbitMQ, Auth Service, and the API gateway. Okay, if I head into in here, you can see we run 5 service. Okay, 5 containers. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna try to test this. You can see we define an endpoint within the gateway. If I head into gateway, you can see we got an endpoint here, root. We got this. Okay, let me head into right here. You can see we have here register. Now in order to edit, I'm gonna pass here this. I'm gonna pass here. I'm gonna move right here. Let me close here this tab. And what I'm going to do, I'm gonna close this, and then we're gonna use HTTP. We're gonna pass here localhost. The port is gonna be 3000. This is the port of the API gateway. If I move right here, and if we have a look to the gateway, let me scroll at the bottom, you can see gateway. We run it on the port 3000. Now I'm gonna pass here 3000. Now pass here API /v1/register. Like this, we're going to head into the body here, and then I'm pass here the data. We're gonna pass here the email. Then pass here the email and password. Let me head into right here. Okay, let me move in here and pass here the email. I'm pass here ben@gmail.com, and I'm pass here the password. We're gonna pass the password and pass here 1 2 3. Yeah, we're gonna pass here 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Okay, this is the password. Okay, now we're gonna run this and see what we're gonna have. Okay, let's try this. Let me check if the API gateway is running pretty well. I'm gonna click right here, and then if we head into logs here, you can see actually we have an error. Okay, you can see. Okay, we got an error. Here. As you can see, we got an error within the gateway service. Let's fix that. Okay, let's head into gateway. You can see we have here this file here, gRPC. Okay, we pass here task, proto task. We should pass here this. Okay, we should pass here Auth Service. Okay, like this. Now let me do this again and pass here docker compose down, like this. We're gonna start all running containers. And then I pass the docker composer app-d. Yeah, you can see the server is running. Okay, the server is running right here. If I click here, okay, you can see server's up. Okay, this is the gateway, server's up. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to add that endpoint here, register. Let's see what we're gonna have here. I'm gonna click here, register. Let's see what we're gonna send here. Okay, you can see not found. Okay, you can see we send here get. I'm gonna change this to pause. Okay, because we got here not found, I'm gonna click here send again. okay, unavailable name resolution failed for target DNS of service. Okay, failed. Let's see. As you can see, we got here an error. Okay, you can see 14 unavailable name resolution failed for target DNS service of service. Okay, failed. Now let's see how to fix this. Okay, let's see how to fix this. Now let me move here, and I'm gonna check here the Auth Service. You can see we got the error failed to initialize RabbitMQ. Now I see why we got the error. We should pass here this line. Okay, we have to connect to the bridge network. Okay, network, you need to pass here the network. Okay, and reserve policy. Okay, network. You can see on the Auth Service. Let me move to the Auth Service. You can see network. I pass here Microservices network. We define this network at bottom. Okay, let's move to the notification service. Yeah, you can see on the notification service, we didn't pass here the network. Okay, we didn't pass the network. As we pass here the network, it's gonna work. Okay, actually it's gonna work, guys. It's gonna work. I just pass here the network. Now let's do this. We're gonna run here Docker Compose down. And then we're gonna do again Docker Compose up in order to start up everything. And we're gonna try this. Okay, we start up again everything here. Now let's move into Docker Desktop and see if the notification service is gonna run pretty well. Okay, you can see again here we run npm run dev, and then we hit here the index. Let's wait a bit and see what we're gonna have here. Yeah, you can see the notification service is running. The notification service is running. Now what I'm going to do this. Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to move now inside Postman, and we're going to try to create a user. I'm going to pass here localhost port 3000 /API/v1/register. Okay, this is the port of the API gateway. Okay, this is the port of the API gateway. If I move here and we have a look to the API gateway, you can see this is the right ports. Now let's try to edit. I'm gonna click here send. Let's try to see what we're gonna have here. Okay, let's try to see. Okay, name a resolution file for target DNS of service. Let's check here Auth Service. Okay, this is the right name that I passed. You can see the name of the container here is Auth Service. This is the name of the container. Auth Service. Let me check here gRPC of clients. I pass here Auth Service. Let me check here the ports. Okay, we're gonna check here the ports where the Auth Service is running. Let me move here. We're gonna move to the Auth Service, and as you can see in here, this is the right port. Auth Service running on the ports 553, and right here pass here 553. Okay, we pass the right ports, but actually it doesn't work. Let me check here something. We have here the bridge network. Let's move to the API gateway. Okay, to the API gateway too, we don't have here the bridge network. Okay, make sure you pass here this. I'm not copy again here the network. I'm not pass it in here, and make sure too you pass the container name here. I'm not pass it the right name. It's gonna be gateway. If you don't pass here this name, I pass here API gateway. Okay, let me check here. Okay, I'm pass here colon, pass here gateway. If you don't pass here gateway like this, they're gonna pass here default name. You can see if you don't pass gateway, they pass this kind of name. Okay, let me show you. They're gonna pass gateway 1. As you can see in here, they've passed the microservices gateway 1. Pass the name of the container. Pass here gateway. Let me move to the Auth Service and pass here Auth Service like this. I'm gonna move to another service, which is the notification service. I'm gonna copy it in here, and then I'm pass here container name, and then I pass here notification service like this. We're gonna move to Mongo. Container name here is Mongo. RabbitMQ container name is RabbitMQ. And now let's run this for the last time. I'm gonna shut up everything down. Okay, down. and then we're gonna type docker compose app. Okay, docker compose app -d. Okay, now you can see they pass here RabbitMQ as name, notification service as name, Mongo as name, Auth Service as name, and here they pass gateway. If you don't pass here the name of the container, they're gonna pass a default name. Okay, they're gonna pass that name. Okay, it's better to do that. Okay, actually everything is okay inside docker compose YAML. Everything is okay in here. Okay, everything is okay in here. Everything is okay in here. Now let's head into in here. All services are started. Okay, all services are started. Now let's head into Postman and we're gonna try this. Now I'm gonna click here send again. Okay, let's see again here. There we go. We created a user here, guys. As you can see, we created a user. Your account was created successfully. Now let me try to hit here send. Okay, we got here an error. Email already registered. Okay, we got an error. Now let me head into the Docker container, and what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to check if we console here something. If I head into the notification service and I'm gonna move into gRPC clients, we're gonna head into in here. You can see if we create a user, we are going to console this into the notification service. It means we're gonna send an email verification. Now I'm going to go back here. We're gonna head into notification service, and as you can see, we have here this. Okay, you can see this is the created user. At the bottom here, you can see this is the email that I passed here. Let me show you something. Okay, I passed here this. If I take that email and I pass in here, you're gonna see it pretty well. I think you see that email. And this is the email that we pass within Postman, and we got it in here. Okay, now we can create a function that allows us to send an email. Okay, if I head into the notification service, you can see we console this. Now we can send an email. We're gonna send an email to that email. Okay, now we're gonna head on mailtrap.io. The link down description, guys. Use the link down description in order to head on mailtrap.io. Once you head on mailtrap.io, create an account, and then you're gonna visit the home page here. Click here, and here's what you're gonna do in order to get this data here. You need these credentials. Okay, as you can see, you need the mail host, mail ports. Okay, as you can see, I pass here mail secure. I should pass here mail secure is gonna be false here. Mail user, mail password. You need these details. Now head into the home page here, then scroll a little bit. You can see we got here sandbox. Okay, sandbox, and then you're gonna click here sandbox. Okay, click there, and then you're gonna create a sandbox. I've already created a sandbox, guys. Now I'm gonna click here demo inbox. Okay, this is the name of my sandbox, and you're gonna do this. You're gonna copy here the host. You're gonna see this. You're gonna copy the host. You're gonna pass in here, which is the mail host. You're gonna copy the ports. As you can see, this is my port here. I take here this. I have passed it in here. This is my port. Now let's go back here. We need to copy the username. Copy the username. You're gonna pass in here. You're gonna copy the password. You're gonna sit in here. Copy the password, and then you're gonna pass in here. Okay, pretty cool. Once done, we're gonna come back here. We're gonna go back into the notification service, and what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to pass here a folder. I'm gonna name it email. Let me close this first. Okay, this notification service, we're gonna pass here email. As you can see, inside the source folder, pass in that folder email. Then I'm gonna pass here file email notification.ts. Now inside the email notification.ts, we're gonna import node mailer. Okay, we're gonna pass in node mailer, and we're gonna pass it this code. If you don't know how to use node mailer, you can head on node mailer, and then you're gonna copy this code. Copy paste, guys. We're gonna copy the code, and then you're gonna pass in here. I do this. Copy paste, and then we got this. Then after that, we're gonna pass the function send email. We're gonna pass the receiver email and the OTP code like this. Okay, from Microservices app to receiver email, verification email. Hello, use this code to verify your email address. and then I pass here more information here. And then we're gonna console here this if you got an error, okay? Okay, pretty cool. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to do this. I'm going to get rid of this error first. You can see we need to run here these commands in order to install tabs for NodeMail. I'm gonna take it, and then we're gonna head into here. We're gonna tap enter notification service. Okay, and once done, here's what you're gonna do next. We're gonna copy send email. We're gonna take it, and then we're gonna move into the Bootstrap RabbitMQ, and then I'm gonna pass in here. You can see we have here this data. We're going to pass here await, and then I pass here send email, and it takes here to parameter. Let me import it in here first. It takes its parameter data.email, okay, which is the receiver email, and then I pass here data.otp code like this. Okay, OTP code like this, guys, and we just finished. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into a file here. Let me check here something. I'm not heading to the Auth Service. Let's head into the Auth Service. You can see we got here register user controller. I'm gonna check something. You can see we return here this. Your account was created successfully. Now I'm going to pass another message. We send you an email verification. We send to you an email verification. Verification. Use the code to verify your email. This is the message we're gonna send to the user. Okay, we send to you an email verification. Use the code to verify your email. Okay, this is the message. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna try this again. Okay, we're gonna try this again, and we're gonna try this again. We're gonna try to see if it's gonna work. Okay, we just finished. Now I'm going to move here. Okay, we just finished. Now we're going to head into Docker. And then what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to restart the notification service. I'm gonna click here, restart. We're gonna restart it. As you can see, the notification service is up. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna try to send an email. Okay, we're gonna try to send an email. And let me check something here. I don't know here. Let me head into first right here. I'm gonna head into inspect. I'm going to check within, I'm gonna check if we got these environment variable. You can see we got that env. I'm gonna check if we got these environment variable. If we don't have them, I'm gonna tap Docker Compose app. Okay, we're gonna scroll at the bottom, and then we're gonna check here something. As you can see, we have here env. We're gonna look for env. Okay, yeah, you can see inside env here, we don't have this. We don't have these environment variable. We don't have here these environment variable. As you can see, we don't have them. Okay, let me go back here. You can see we don't have these environment variable. Now, in order to add this environment variable here, it's better to run this command docker compose down. Okay, and then we're gonna tap docker compose app. Okay, now let's tap docker compose app, and then I'll pass here this. Okay, we're gonna tap enter, and then we're gonna restart everything in here. Okay, now let's check here. We're going to move to notification service. Let's look for the notification service. We're gonna head into inspect. Now let me scroll the bottom to see if you got this environment variable there. Let me move a tab here. Okay, yeah, you can see we got this environment variable. If I copy this, you're gonna see it. Let me copy this stuff, and then I'm passing here. You can see we got here this. We got here the mail host, mail ports, mail secure. We got mail user and mail password. We got this data here. Now let's go back here. I'm gonna check if the notification service is up. As you can see, the notification service started. You can see it's up here. Let's go back here. Now the Auth Service started. Okay, the Auth Service is up. Now let's see what we need to do. We are going to head into Postman, and we're gonna try to create another user here. I'm pass here Isaac, and then I'll pass here 12 at gmail.com. let's create another user. We're gonna click here send. Okay, we sent to your, you can see we got here message. We sent to you, we sent to you an email verification. Use the code to verify your email. Okay, it works. It works pretty well, guys. It works pretty well. Now let me head into Mailtrap and try to check here something. Okay, inside Mailtrap, we receive here an email. As you can see, verification email. Okay, verification. This is the verification email, and we got the code right here. I don't see the code. I'm not heading to text here. Okay, we got the code here. Hello, use this code to verify your email address. Okay, it works pretty well, guys. It works pretty well. Okay, that's good. That's good, guys. That's good. Alright, guys, now we're gonna work on email verification. Okay, we already finished registering a user. Okay, we already finished that. Now we're gonna work on this, and then we're gonna finish with the login endpoints. Now let's head into the code in order to work on the verify email endpoints. Now we're going to head into the of the product, and then we're gonna pass here a service, verify user email. And as you can see, I pass here verify user email request and verify user email response. Now let's move at the bottom here. We're gonna pass the verify user email request. We're gonna pass the email and the OTP code, and we're gonna pass here for the response. We're gonna return success. This is a Boolean property, and we're gonna return a message. And I should pass here OTP code like this. Okay, pretty cool. Now let's head into the Auth Service, and inside the Auth Service, what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna head into the controllers folder. Let's head into controllers, and I'm passing another controller, which is the verify email controller. Okay, you can self pass in here. Now I'm going to do this. I'm gonna import here the user service. I'm passing a function verify user email. We're gonna pass the OTP code in the email. Now we're gonna pass the try catch. In case we got an error, we're gonna throw it. Then we're going to extract here the OTP code in the email. We invoke here the find user by email. We got the function within the user service. As you can see, we got the function in here, find user by email. Now let's head into verify email controller. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass here, I'm gonna pass a condition. I'm gonna check if the user exists. We are going to move into the if condition here. I'm going to check if the existing OTP code is equal to the provided code. Else, we're going to return email not found. And we have here another else here. We are going to return here email not found. Okay. If the user doesn't exist, we're going to return email not found. Okay, pretty cool. We just finishing here. Let me pass here simply verify user controller like this. Verify user email controller. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into the gRPC folder, gRPC server. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to copy something. You can see register user. We're going to copy the function. Let me copy it, and then I'm pass it in here. Okay, right here like this. And then I'm going to pass here verify user email. I'm pass here gRPC. Okay, I'm going to take here this word gRPC, and then I'm gonna pass it right here too. Register user gRPC. Okay, verify email gRPC like this. And we are going to invoke here verify user email controller. I'm gonna pass in here. Now I'm gonna pass here the email, and I'm gonna pass here the OTP code. And I'm gonna take that and pass in here. Like this. Okay, like this. And if you got an error, I'm going to return this. Okay, email verification failed. Okay, like this. Now I'm going to pass here verify user register user gRPC, and I'm pass here verify user email gRPC like this, and we just finish. Now we're gonna head into the gateway, and we're gonna create an endpoint. Gateway routes. Okay, you can see we have here off routes. Now I'm gonna pass here this. We're gonna pass here verify email. This is another endpoint that we pass here. Now let's create the function. Okay, let me click here and see we have here gRPC of clients. Let me check here. We need to pass here something. register user. Okay, let me check here. Register user gRPC. Okay, let me pass here to gRPC like this. Register user gRPC. gRPC like this. Okay, I'm going to copy that function. I'm gonna copy it, and then we're gonna pass here another one. Here we're gonna pass here verify user email gRPC, and we're gonna pass the gRPC of clients. I'm gonna pass here let's head into the proto, and we're gonna copy something of proto. We're going to copy this verify user email. I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna pass it right here. Okay, let's head into the gateway. Right here, we're gonna pass it in here. Okay, like this. I'm gonna pass here the email, and we're gonna pass here the OTP code, and I'm gonna take that and pass here OTP code like this. We just finished in here, guys. We just finished. Let me pass the option chaining. In case we don't have the email property, or we don't have here the OTP, we are gonna throw an error. We're gonna pass here undefined. Okay, and here too, I'm gonna pass here option chaining. It's better to do that in order to avoid errors. Okay, now let's head into the auth routes here, and then I'll pass here. We're gonna get rid of this line, and then we're gonna pass the register user gRPC, and we're gonna pass the verify email gRPC. Okay, like this. We already passed the auth routes into the API v1. We already passed in here. We don't have to import it again. Okay, we finish in here. Now we need to try this endpoint verify email. We're gonna pass here verify email, and now we are going to pass here the email. This is the email that we're gonna use in order to verify. Okay, you can see this is the email that we used previously. Okay, you can see we have sent to that email code. Okay, you can see we have sent that code here. This is the code that I'm gonna copy in order to validate the email. We're gonna take it, and then we're gonna pass it in here. OTP code. Okay, like this. Now we're gonna pass here this. Okay, now I'm going to click here send. Okay, let's see what we're gonna have here. Okay, actually we got an error. Let's head into the API gateway, and then we're going to head into the index that, we're gonna head into the auth routes, verify email. Let me take here this. Yeah, you can see we got an error because of this, guys. We got an error because of this line. Okay, we should pass here this line. Okay, I'm gonna pass here this, and it's gonna work. Okay, now let's try it again. Let's try it again here. Let's restart here the gateway. We have to restart only the gateway. Okay, I'm gonna go back here, and then I'm gonna restart here the gateway. Okay, here's the gateway. We're gonna click here restart. Now let's go back into Postman, and I'm gonna click here send again. Okay, as you can see, we have here this message. Your email was verified successfully. Okay, it works. It works pretty well. Your email was verified successfully. It works pretty well, guys. It works pretty well. Alright, guys, now that we finished working on the verify email endpoint, we're gonna work on the login endpoints. We're going to learn how to authenticate a user. To authenticate a user, we're gonna need a package, JSON Web Token. We are going to use JSON Web Token to generate a token that we're going to send to the user. And the user is going to use the token so they can get access to protected resource. If the token is invalid, we aren't going to grant the access to the user. But if the token is valid, we're going to grant the access to the user. That's how it works. Now, how to generate a token? To generate a token, we are going to do this. We need to do this. We're going to scroll the bottom. As you can see in here, to generate a token, we need to import here the JSON Web Token. And then we're going to invoke the sign function. We're going to pass here the payload, and we're going to pass here the key. As you can see in here, the pass here little example. We load here the key from a file, and then we invoke here the sign function. We pass here the payload, then we pass here the private key and the algorithm. That's how we generate a token. Now we are going to head into the code, and we're gonna build this. Okay, first install this package if you haven't already. Now let's head into data, and as you can see here, I've already passed here a token key and a JSON refresh token key. I got two keys in here. In order to generate these keys, pass this input to ChatGPT or Gemini. Say ChatGPT to give you a node script to generate a JSON Web Token key and refresh token key. When you're gonna finish, we're going to head into the helper folder. As you can see, this is the Auth Service. We're gonna head into the helper folder. Now, what I'm gonna do inside the helper folder, I'm going to pass here file. Okay, I'm passing here auth data, and then I'm passing our file JSON web token. As you can see, we don't have anything in here and in here. First, we're gonna learn how to generate a token. Now, to generate a token, as I said previously, we need to copy this function. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna copy this function. We got everything in here. We don't have to think about it. Copy first. Now let's head into the code and pass it in here. Now, as you can see, I import the package here first. Then I'm going to pass here a function to return a payload. As you can see, we have to pass a payload here. You have to pass here the payload. Now I created a function in order to return a payload. And as you can see, we pass here the issuer. The issuer of the token is the Auth Service. I pass here the subject, which is the authenticated user. I pass here the ID. I pass here the audience, which is the gateway service. And I pass here the expiration time. I pass here 1 hour and issue date, the time when the token was issued. Now we're gonna pass here this function, sign access token. We're gonna use the function in order to generate a sign access token. Okay, an access token. Now I pass here JSON web payload function. I invoke the function in order to get a payload, and I load here the JSON web token key. As you can see in here, we have to do this. We have to pass here the payload and the private key. That's what I did in here. Okay, now let's do that. I pass here, I return here promise. Then I invoke here the sign function. I pass here the payload, the key, and here I pass here callback. I'm going to check if you got an error. I'm not rejected. If you don't have an error, it means we generate a token, we're gonna return it. Okay, pretty cool. Okay, I copy that here. Okay, I don't invert things. Okay, now let's continue. We're gonna pass here sign refresh token. This is another function that we're gonna use in order to generate a refresh token. We invoke the JSON web token payload to get a payload. And then we pass here the key, refresh token key, and then return here the refresh token key. Okay, pretty cool. Okay, actually everything is so simple. Now we're gonna pass here a middleware. This is a function. As you can see, pass here the request, the response, and the next function. This is a middleware that we're gonna pass to an express route in order to check if the token provided by the user is valid. I'm not explaining you how to use it soon. Now I'm going to pass it try catch. As you know, we may have an error, we need to catch it. Then we're gonna pass here rect the headers. I'm going to check if we got bear. We're gonna throw, if we don't have bear, we're gonna throw this. We're gonna throw an error. I'm going to extract now the token. Okay, and then I'm going to verify. As you can see, I pass here the access token. The access token is the token provided by the user. And then I'm not compare it against the key. I'm not check if the token is valid. If is invalid, we're gonna throw an error, else we're gonna continue. Okay, that's what we need to do in here. Okay, pretty cool. Pretty cool, guys. Now let's head into the auth data. And then inside the auth data, what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to create a function to return data to the user. You know, when the user is going to authenticate it, we're going to return him the name, email, access, and refresh token. This is the data they're going to send to the user. Okay, we're going to pass it that type. Okay, as you can see, I import here the access and refresh token. And then I pass here the user, IUser interface. Then, you know, the iUser, inside the iUser, we have name, email, OTP, password, created it, and updated it. Now, as you can see in here, I use the structuring. I remove the password, and then I'm not return add property. Okay, we don't have to return the password. Okay, we don't have to return the password. Okay, I'm not passing the user. As you can see, we have here this property. Okay, we don't pass here the password. We remove the password. Then I invoke here the sign access token, sign refresh token. Then we are going to return that object, the token, access, and refresh token. The user data is logged in through, and then I'm going to return that. Okay, pretty cool. Now I'm going to head into the of the product, and then I'm passing here a function, a gRPC function, login user, login user request. We're gonna pass here the tab, and we're gonna return here login user response. Let's scroll at the bottom here and see the login user request. We're gonna send the email and password. Login user response. We're gonna send the use data, and we have the token here. We're gonna send the access and refresh token. We got here the use data here. Okay, inside the user data, we have here the token and the user, and it's logged in here. Okay, you can see we have here this tag, login user response. If I move at the bottom, we tap it with use data. That's what we're gonna return with this function. Okay, this is the structure. Okay, this is the structure. Okay, pretty cool. Now let's go here. We're gonna close this, and we're gonna go now inside the controllers HTTP. Let's pass in another controller, login user controller. Okay, I'm gonna pass in another controller, login user controller. This is another controller. Okay, now we're going to use the controller in order to check the user password. Now I'm gonna import here some tabs. We import here the user input schema. This is the code that we're gonna use in order to check the email and password first. And then we import here Zod, user service, user email tab. This is an Indian tab. And here you can see we import here compare password. We're gonna use the function in order to compare, to check if the user password is valid. And we import here the auth data function. Now let's pass here login user. This is the function. We're gonna pass it to property, email and password. We pass it try catch. Then we're gonna pass here user input schema, safe parse. We're gonna check if the email is valid and the password respect the formats. After that, if we got false, if we got true here, if we got the provided inputs are invalid, we're gonna throw an error. And then we're gonna invoke here the user service. We invoke here find user by email. We're gonna return here error. And then I'm going to check here if is valid email. We're gonna check here if the user has already validated his email. If it's invalid, we're gonna throw an error. And then I'm going to check the password of the user. We're gonna pass here, as you can see, we need to pass here the plain text password, and then we're gonna pass here the hash password. Okay, use that password. This is the hash password. And then I'm going to check if true. If the password is valid, I'm going to, if the password is valid, we are going to return here this. We're going to return here this. We're going to return user data. We're going to return the data. Else, we are going to throw an error. We're going to return user data. Else, we're going to throw an error. Okay, like this. Okay, like this. Okay, let me click here. I want to check something. Find user by email. Okay. And here too, as you can see, right here, I have to check if we have a user. If we don't have a user, if we got undefined, we should throw here an error. Okay, I'm not throw here an error. Okay, like this. We're gonna throw an error. Now what we're gonna do next, we're gonna head into the Bootstrap folder, gRPC server. Let's head into the gRPC server, and what I'm going to do in here, we are going to copy the function register user. As you can see inside the function, we invoke here the register user controller. We're gonna do the same thing, but instead we're going to modify the name. Where we have register user, gonna pass login user. Let's move at the bottom, and then we're gonna pass here this login user, and then you can see login user controller. Okay, like this. Actually, we have an error right here because I forgot to pass here this name. As you can see, pass here login user. We should pass here login user controller like this. we're going to head into the gateway service. This is the gateway service. Now I'm going to do this. We're gonna head into the gRPC client right here. And then I'm going to copy again here function. You can see login user gRPC. We're gonna copy that. And then we're gonna pass here. As you can see, we got here register user gRPC. We're gonna copy that. And then we're gonna pass here login user gRPC. We pass here the email and password. It's the same thing, but we modify only the name of the function. Okay, like this. Now we're gonna take the login user gRPC. We're gonna head into the auth folder. Okay, as you can see, we have here auth inside the roots folder auth. Then we're going to pass here that endpoint. I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna pass here login. Okay, like this, login, and then we're gonna pass here login user gRPC like this, and everything is fine. Okay, everything is fine, guys. Okay, we just finished. Now let's head into Postman and try this. Okay, we're gonna head into Postman, and now we are going to move into Postman. Okay, this Postman. Now we're gonna pass here login like this is the endpoint. And for the email, I'm going to head into Mailtrap. I'm gonna use that email here. This email is valid. I'm gonna take it, and then I'm pass it right here. Okay, and we need to pass here the email and the password. For the password, I think the password is 127 password like this. Let me get rid of this stuff here. We're gonna head into body. Okay, this is the right email and the right password. Yeah, this is, yeah, we're going to pass here this I'm passing password, and then I'm pass here 126. Okay, let me try to send here this and see what we're gonna have here. I'm gonna click here send. Okay, we need to modify here. You can see invalid email password. Let me click again send here. You can see again we got here invalid email password. We have an error at the bottom. Let me increase the zoom a little bit. As you can see, we have invalid email password. Now let me pass here a right password. 1 2 3 4 5 7. Yeah, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. I think this is the right password. I'm gonna click here, and there we go. We got here the access and refresh token. You can see this is the access token, and we have here the refresh token. And for the user here, we don't have here the user. We don't have here the data of the user. As you can see, we have here empty. Now, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pass here two objects. Okay, like this. And I'm going to pass here this line. I'm going to console the res props. Let's copy it. And then I'm going to pass here console.log. I'm going to have here res. I'm passing res props. Okay, like this. And then I'm going to pass in here. Okay, like this. Now, let's head into Docker desktop, and I'm going to click here restart. Let's click here restart. And then we're going to restart here this container, and then we're gonna, as you can see, we restart it, and then we're going to try this. Okay, as you can see, this service is up again. Now let's head into Postman, and we're gonna try this. I'm gonna click here send again, and there we go. We got here data. As you can see, we have here the ID, and we have here the email. It works. As we pass here this, I think because we pass here to objects. Okay, this is a MongoDB object. If you don't pass here to object, it's not gonna work. Let me head into the user service. Alright guys, now we're gonna talk about the authentication flow and security. Previously, we worked on the login endpoints. If we provide a valid email and password, they're gonna return us an access and refresh token. We can use these data so that we can get access to protected resource. Now, how to protect other endpoints? As you know, we have 4 services: notification service, task service, auth service, and the gateway service. Now, in order to get access to protected resource, let's say we have protected resource within the task service. We have protected resource there. Now the user wants to get access to it. In order to get access to the data, it has to pass through the gateway. From the API gateway, he can transition now to the task service. Let's say inside the task service, let's say we have protected resource. If the user doesn't provide a valid token, I'm not going to return in data. As you can see, right here we have the client. We are going to pass through the API gateway. Okay. And then here, inside the API gateway, I'm going to verify if the token provided by the user is valid. If it is, we're going to move the user to the task service, and then we're going to return him the data. And for security, I'm not going to expose the ports of the notification service, task service, Auth Service. I'm not going to expose the ports here. If we expose the ports, the user can get access to this service. Let's say we have here the task service. Okay, we got the task service. Let's say this is the port where the task service is running, 3005. If the user knows the ports here, he can get access to it. Okay, he may get access to the data here. Now, what I'm going to do in order to protect the service, I'm not going to expose the ports. As you can see, previously we exposed the ports here. You can see for the gateway, we expose here the ports. For the Auth Service, we expose the ports. This is a security issue. I'm going to comment this. I don't want to expose the ports. If we expose the ports, the user may get access to the service. I'm going to continue. For the notification service, we're gonna comment here this. We aren't gonna expose the ports. Let me get rid of this. We aren't gonna expose the ports. Let me put it back because I want to see that. I want only to see that. Okay, but it's better to comment this line. We're gonna scroll the bottom here. I'm going to comment here to the line of MongoDB. We're gonna comment here this. Okay, if the user knows the ports of MongoDB, he can get access to it. Okay, I comment here this. We can get access to MongoDB only inside Docker container. Okay, only inside Docker, not outside of the world. Comment this. For RabbitMQ, we're gonna do the same thing. I'm going to comment this line here. Even this, I'm gonna comment here this. Let me comment here this line too. Let's scroll again here. Okay, pretty cool. And if I scroll the top, you can see I don't comment here the ports of the gateway. We're gonna use the gateway service so that the user can access other service. The gateway is gonna be the entry point to other service. Okay, this is the rule, guys. Okay, you get the idea how you're gonna work. Okay, we're gonna use the gateway in order to validate the token, in order to check if the token is valid, so that we can move the user input to other service. Okay, and it's better to not expose the port of other service. Okay, for security. Okay, for security, do not expose the ports of other service. Expose the port of a single service only. Oh, okay, for the gateway, expose the ports of the gateway service only. Okay. Now we're gonna get into the code, and then I'm gonna show you how to protect this service. Okay, we're gonna create the JSON Web Token middleware. Okay, let's head into the code and do it. Now I'm going to head into the Auth Service. As you can see, inside the Auth Service we have helper folder, and inside helper folder we have your JSON Web Token. I'm going to copy this middleware, this function. This is the function that I copied in here. We created previously. Verify express token. We're gonna copy it here. We're gonna head into the gateway, and then I'm pass here folder. I'm name it middleware. Okay, like this. We're gonna pass here JSON Web Token. JSON Web Token .ts. Then I'm passing here. Okay, let me copy some stuff. I'm gonna move at the top. I'm going to copy this line, and then I'm gonna pass it in here. Okay, right here, like this. Okay, we got here this middleware. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass data within the task service. I'm going to check if I'm gonna get access to it. First, I'm gonna provide an invalid token, and then I'm gonna provide a valid token. We're gonna try to check if we're gonna get access to the data. Okay, this is the goal. And now I'm going to head into the gateway. Inside the gateway, I'm not heading to right here. we're gonna head into the roots here, and then I'm going to pass here another endpoint. Let me pass here task. Okay, task. And here I'm passing task roots. Okay, like this, the TS. We are going to copy everything inside the auth roots. And then we're gonna pass it inside the task roots. Like this. Okay. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to pass here an endpoint. Let me get rid of this stuff. I'm going to do this. I'm going to head into the, let me get rid of this first. I'm going to pass here task. Okay, it's going to be a get here. Get, we're going to pass here verify express token like this. We pass here the middle area. And then we're going to create a function that we're going to pass here in order to get data. Let me first head into the Bootstrap, and then I'm passing here something. As you can see, we have the app, gRPC of client. What I'm going to do, I'm going to create another client here. I'm going to name it gRPC task clients. .ts like this, and then we're gonna pass in this stuff. I'm going to get rid of a lot of stuff here. I'm not get rid of a lot of stuff. I'm not delete everything at the bottom. And what we're gonna do here, we are going to pass a function get task gRPC. Get task gRPC. Now let's comment here the content. Actually, I'm not comment the content here. And then I'm going to take the function, we're going to pass it into the task roots. We're going to pass it in here. Okay, like this. Pretty cool. Now let's go back. And I'm going to invoke here function. I'm not going to pass here anything. I'm going to pass here get task only. If I head into right here, if I head into the root folder, let me move here. I want to show you something. You can see we have here this. If I head into proto, task.proto, as you can see, we have here this function. Okay, we have here get task. Okay, this is the right function that I should pass there. Okay, I'm going to go back. Okay, we're going to head into task. Yeah, we're going to head into the gRPC task client. And then we're going to pass here this function. Okay, like this. Okay, this is the function that we pass here. Now I'm going to head into the task service, and then I'm going to create a saver, a gRPC saver. Now let's head into the task service, and then we're going to pass here the gRPC saver. Okay, we're going to head into the app, Bootstrap, gRPC. And then here inside the task, you can see we have here the gRPC client. I'm going to get rid of the clients here. I don't need the clients here. I'm going to remove it. Okay, we remove here the client. Let's move at the bottom. You're gonna stay only with the saver. And you can see we load here the task.proto. We have here random task. This is the function that we use in order to return an array of task. And then we have here the function get task. We pass it to the gRPC saver. Okay, like this. Now I'm going to have a look to the ports. Let me check here the ports. This is the ports. We are going to move into the gateway. We're going to head into gRPC task clients. We are going to pass here the right ports. We're going to pass here the right ports. This is the right ports, guys. And also I'm passing here task. We need to load the task.proto. And I'm passing here task like this. If I head into a task.proto, you can see we not pass here task like package. As you can see, we have here task like this. Now let's go back here. We're gonna pass here task like this. Okay. Then we're gonna pass here task service. Okay, like this. Okay, and then pass here task service. Okay, like this. Also, I wanna check something within the root folder. As you can see, we have here task roots. Let me pass here this. As you can see, I didn't modify here. I should pass here task roots. Okay, like this. Let's head into API v1. We're going to pass here task roots. We're going to pass in here. Okay, like this. Now I'm going to head into Docker Compose, I want to show you something. Make sure we have here this task service, and we load here this auth, pass it the value, pass it network, depends on, pass it this stuff. Make sure you do this. And also for the token, you have to head into the Auth Service, copy this, the JSON Web Token key and refresh token key, copy that, head into the gateway, pass it in here. Do that, guys. Okay, pass it in here. Also, you're gonna head into the Auth Service, head into that auth. You're gonna copy this, the JSON Web Token key and refresh token key. Copy that. Head into the gateway, that auth. Okay, and then you're gonna pass in here. Okay, do that. Okay, do that. Once done, we are going to head into Postman, and we're gonna try this. Now I'm gonna head into Postman, and we're gonna pass here this. Now let me tap enter. You can see I don't provide the token. You can see unauthorized. We got here unauthorized as we don't provide here the token. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to authenticate here. I got here the token. Let me copy it. And then let's copy the token. We're gonna copy the token. And then we're gonna pass it right here. Okay, we're gonna pass here the token, and then I'm tap enter. Yeah, as you can see, we have here an array of tasks. Okay, we have here an array of tasks. Now let's modify the token. I'm gonna delete a part of the token, and we're gonna send an invalid token. Let's click here again. Okay, you can see we got here unauthorized. Okay, you can see it actually works pretty well. And we just finished working on this part, guys. I hope you enjoy it, and I see you in the next one. Alright guys, now gonna start working on our AS system. Previously, we get a quick overview of our system. Okay, I give you a quick overview. I said our system, it is composed with 4 services. We have the Auth Service, Notification Service, the Gateway Service, and we got the Task Service. Within the Task Service is where we're gonna put in AI features. Okay, this is the Task Service right here. Now we're gonna work on it. Okay, it is presented like this. As you can see, we have here the AI system, and within the AI system, we're gonna put in the memory agents and the worker agents. If a user wants to create a sales agent or a lead qualification agent, these agents are gonna possess 2 things: a memory agent and a worker agent. Okay, this is the basic structure of it. Now we're going to connect that agent to a MongoDB in order to store the data, in order to retrieve the data. We're going to keep all of that within MongoDB. For a vector database, we're going to use pgvector. Okay, inside pgvector, we're going to store a long-term memory, and we're going to store other data like knowledge-based system data. And for caching, we're going to use Redis. And inside Redis, we're going to store the working memory and short-term memory. That's what we're going to put in Redis. Now, what we're going to do, guys, we're going to do this. We're going to start by building a stream agent. We're going to build the stream agent. We finish working on a stream agent. We are going to convert it to a memory agent. Okay, this is the structure. First, we're going to build a stream agent. When we finish building the stream agent, we're going to convert it to a memory agent. And then we're going to work on the model, child stream model. Okay, child stream model. Then after finish working on the child stream model, I'm going to create a tool that allows us to save data within MongoDB. We're going to create a tool that allows us to retrieve data within MongoDB. We're going to create tools that allows us to save and retrieve data within pgvector. Okay, I can say this is the roadmap that we're going to follow in order to build the system. Okay, we're going to do step by step. Okay, now the first thing we're going to do, we're going to need MongoDB. Okay, we need MongoDB. We already get an image of MongoDB. If I head into Docker Compose the YAML, you can see previously we pull that image. We already pull an image of MongoDB. You can see we have it in here. We're gonna need an image of Redis. Okay, we're gonna need an image of Redis for caching. Now you're gonna add this within Docker Compose the YAML. As you can see, I've passed here Redis. You're gonna do this. Let me zoom a little bit. Okay, you're gonna pass here Redis. and then you're gonna pass here the image, and then you're gonna pass the container name Redis class. You're gonna pass here the environments. You're gonna pass here this configuration. Then you're gonna pass here the volume, Redis cache data, the network, microservices network. And then you're gonna pass here PG vector. This is what you're gonna pass here. Okay. In order to get this, you're gonna head on LangChain. Let me head on LangChain. Head on LangChain, head into integration. Once you head into integration, you're gonna scroll a little bit. You're gonna see this section right here. You're gonna see LangChain JavaScript integration. Scroll a little bit, and then yeah, you're gonna move right here. You're gonna see vector store. Okay, click vector store. When you click on vector store, they're gonna take you on the page right here. Let me zoom. They're gonna take you in here. Then you're gonna scroll a little bit. Okay, scroll a little bit, scroll, and right here we have some vector store. Okay, as you can see, we have some vector store. We have your MongoDB, Pinecone, Redis. Okay, and now you're gonna scroll a little bit. We're gonna pick here PG vector. Click here, and then you're gonna scroll a little bit again. And then here you're gonna run this command first. You're gonna run this. You're gonna run here this command within the task service. Run this command within the task service. And then you're gonna copy this. You're gonna pass into Docker Compose.yaml. You can see I've already do it. I pass here PG vector DB. I pass here the image name, container name, and then I pass here restart policy always. I pass here environments, Postgres DB API, Postgres user, Postgres password. I pass here this. I pass here the network and the volume. Then you're gonna move to the volume section, and then you're gonna pass here Redis cache data. We're gonna save that to the disk, and then you're gonna pass here Postgres data. You're gonna pass here this, okay? And then you're gonna do this. In order to pull the PG vector, you're gonna run here Docker Compose app PG vector DB. You're gonna pass in the name of the container. If you wanna pull Redis, you're gonna run this. Redis, for Redis, you're gonna run a Docker Compose app Redis cache. You're gonna pull it. Okay, do that, and then you're gonna get it. Okay, you're gonna get it. Once you finish, you're gonna get it. You can see I ran here this command previously, and I pull it up. Okay, you can see actually this container is running. If I head into Docker desktop right here, head into images, you can see I got that image right here. I got Redis, and I got here PG vector. If I head into containers, I got here a container which is running, which is the PG vector container. Okay, it is running. And as you can see here, I don't expose here the ports. I don't expose the ports. Okay, we're gonna expose the ports of a single service, which is the gateway service. Okay, pretty cool, guys. Once done, you're ready. Now we're gonna start with the stream agents. We're gonna start developing the stream agents. As you can see, this is the roadmap that we're gonna follow. We're gonna start by building a stream agent. Okay, we're gonna start with the stream agents, and then we're gonna convert the stream agent to a memory agent. Okay, this is the roadmap that we're gonna follow. Let me pass here. Guys, before we get into the code, I want you to have the basic. Okay, I want you to have the basic. If you don't know how to build a memory agent, I invite you to go check it out this video. Know how to create a React agent. Know how to know what is multi-vector retriever. Know what is parent document retriever. I want you to have this basic, pretty important along the way. I want you to have these basics. I'm not gonna get into the details. If you don't know LangChain, I got a LangChain course on the channel. Or if you don't know LangGraph, I got a LangGraph course on the channel. The link down description. I want you to have the basic. I'm not gonna get into the details. Okay. If you don't know how to create a memory agent, go check out this video. When you're gonna get the basic, you're gonna come back, and then we're gonna continue. Now we're going to get into the code, and we're gonna build a stream agent. Now let's head into right here. Now what I'm going to do here, I'm going to pass here a folder, models. We're gonna put in models, and I'm passing chai3 model, Okay, that's it. Yeah, chai3 schema. I'm passing only. Yeah, let me pass chai3 model. That's it. Okay. If you watch this video, in this video we use a file as the chai3. It looks like this. Okay. This is the child tree. In the OpenClaw video, we use a file as child tree. It looks like this. In this video, we're gonna use MongoDB. Okay, I'm not gonna use a file. Okay, we are going to use the same structure, but this time we're gonna use a database. Now, what I'm going to do in order to create a model, I'm going to copy the structure right here. Okay, this is the schema that we use in the video in order to write into the child tree.json file. This is the schema. Take this schema and then pass it to ChatGPT. Ask ChatGPT to create a model for you, a MongoDB model for you. You can see this is the prompt that I passed ChatGPT. Create me a child tree model using Mongos. Follow this schema. And then ChatGPT gonna generate a model for you. I'm gonna copy it and then we're gonna pass it into the file right here. Okay, we're gonna pass into the child tree model.ts. Now I've already do it. I'm going to copy it right here, and then we're gonna have the model. Okay, we have the model. Let me move at the top here. Okay, as you can see, we have the human loop interface. You know what is human loop? I'm not gonna get into details. You know what is human loop? We have here this property, the ID, the interrupt, tool name, tool description, the arguments of the tool. Okay, we have the interface, human loop. We have here the status, the action can be optional. We have here this interface, iMessage. We pass here the iChat tree, extend documents. We have here the human loop action schema. We have the human loop schema, and we have here the message schema. Okay, and then we create here the child tree schema. Okay, we pass it the message schema. Okay, and then we export here the child tree. Okay, this is the child tree model. Okay, this is the child tree model. Now what I'm going to do next, I'm going to move into the task service folder, and what I'm going to do here, I'm going to pass here this. I'm passing tools folder where we're going to put in all our tools, and I'm going to pass here another file, memory agents. Okay, now inside the memory agents, I'm passing prompt folder. We're going to put in the system prompts. I'm passing here pipelines. Okay, and now I'm going to pass here. Yeah, we're going to pass here even. Let me do this. Let me move even here the tools folder, and at the roots of the task service, I'm passing shared tools. We're gonna pass in here. Now let's head into the memory agents. We're gonna pass here the index.ts. Okay, this is the index.ts. Now let's pass here the graph. Okay, I'm gonna pass here the graph. Okay, we're gonna pass here the graph. And inside the graph is where we're going to put in all agents. You know, these agents need to collaborate. We're going to use LangGraph for that. And okay, let me move these folders within the source folder. You can see I pull this folder out of the source folder. I'm going to move all of them within the source folder like this. Even the models folder should be here. Okay, except, yeah, even the shared tools folder right here, except the proto. Okay, except the proto. Okay, and inside the proto, we don't have anything. I can delete it. Okay, we don't need the proto right there. Okay, as you know, we use gRPC and we got the proto at the root folder here. We got here the proto. Now let's head into the task service. And what I'm going to do here, I'm going to head into the memory agents. And right here you can see we have here prompts. Now we're gonna pass here the system prompts. I'm passing memo prompts. Okay, so we're gonna put it in the system prompt of the memory agents. And guys, I've already prepared the system prompt. I'm not gonna write it, guys. If I write it, we're gonna spend a lot of time. We're gonna copy first. We're gonna pass here the system prompt. We're gonna read it together. Okay, and as you can see, I pass here this. Okay. Let me read it a little bit. You are a conversational context aware AI assistant with explicit memory tools. Your primary responsibility is to answer the current user message clearly and intelligently. The user is always the final authority in everything. You must follow the rules below. You can see pass here memory tools. I pass here write memory. This will allows you to write it. It allows you to write into the long-term memory. We have here search memory tool. It allows you to retrieve long-term vector memory entries used for past user preferences, goals, personal info, and etc. We have here delegate agent tool. This tool allows the agent to pass control to another agent. We have here search memory tool, use search memory tool. Okay. We have here delegate agent tool. It allows you to pass control to another agent. Okay, this is the goal of the tool. You can see pass here another section. Tool usage. This is another section. Pass here tool use search memory. How the memory should use the search memory tool. The memory agent should use the search memory tool in order to retrieve the data from the vector database. As you can see, I pass here, do not call it more than 2 times. It may take some seconds to get there. This is an external tool. If you don't get the right information or no data, continue. We have here another tool, raw memory tool. Do not call this tool more than 2 times. I pass the delegate agent tool. Call this tool only once if you want to delegate a message or task to another agent. This is the system prompts. Now let's head into the index.ts, and then we're gonna pass in a React agents. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna import here create agent to create a React agents. Okay, to create a React agents, we need to import the function. As you can see, create a production ready React reasoning plus acting agents that combines language model with tools. Now we're going to pass here a function memo agents, and as you can see, I pass an object, and it can be optional. We're gonna pass the model context limit, and user ID. And then we're going to pass here the create agents. We're gonna pass the model tools array, and here we're gonna pass the system prompt. We're gonna pass it middleware. Actually, we don't have any middleware to pass it, but I think we're gonna pass it a middleware that allows us to know which tool is being called by the agents. Okay, we have to know this. This agent has called this tool. Okay, we need to know that. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass here a folder. I can name it right here. Okay, we're going to, I'm not letting it like this right now. We're gonna work on it later. Now let's pass here a function stream agents. The stream agents, as you can see, it takes here the user input and the config. The config is a property that we're going to provide within the graph. When we're going to import a function within the graph, we are going to pass the config property there. Okay. Now I'm going to pass here the full content, and then we're going to start streaming. We get access to the tool message and the last a message. Okay. We get access to the data. Okay. You can see right here, okay, const update is equal to check that tools that message. We get access to tool message, and for the second one, we get access to the model message. Okay, now I'm gonna start streaming. I'm going to check here if we got something. I'm going to take the data. Okay, when the a message. Inside the A message, we have the final response, but also we have the thinking. Now, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to separate the final message with the thinking. That's what I'm doing here. Now, I'm going to pass here the thinking. This is the thinking. Okay, we're going to pass here the thinking. Okay, when it generates thinking, we're going to pass it into the full content. Okay, and for thinking, I'm going to wrap it into think tag. I'm going to show you later. Okay. Else I'm not pass the last a message here. Okay, as you can see, pass a config.writer. We use config.writer when we want to return custom stream data. If you head on LangChain and type config, pass LangChain config.writer streaming, and then pass LangChain.js. Okay, you're gonna see in LangChain config.writer, it allows you to stream custom stream data. Okay, it allows you to stream custom user-defined data. Okay, that is the usage of config.writer. It allows us to stream custom stream data. Now we're gonna return here the full content. Now let me wrap here the a thinking within think tag. I'm going to do this and pass here think tag. Okay, like this, and pass here think, and then I'm gonna copy that and pass here plus, and then right here plus. We're gonna wrap it like this. Okay, full content. Okay, I'm gonna take here the content. Okay, AI can't, yeah, and pass a thinking like this. A thinking is equal to this. Okay, let me take here this. I'm gonna do this. Okay, we do this. I'm going to, okay, let me do this. I'm gonna take that full content. Okay, we're going to take that instead, and that's what we're gonna pass right here. Let me pass here const a thinking is equal to this. I'm gonna get rid of this, and then we're gonna take here a thinking, we're gonna pass in here, and we're going to pass here full content plus equal a thinking. We're gonna append a thinking, okay, like this. Okay, let me do this like this. Pretty cool, guys. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to import the memory based system prompt. We're gonna import it, okay, like this, and then we're gonna pass in here. Okay, pretty cool. Okay, pretty cool. Now let's return to the stream agents. We're gonna use it. Okay, right here I don't return it. Let me check here. I'm going to return here an object. I'm gonna do this return. I'm gonna pass here stream agents like this. Okay, let me check here. As you can see, yeah, we don't have here an header. Now let's head into the graph folder, and then we're gonna pass it the graph. Okay, we're gonna use the graph in order to invoke the agents. I suppose you know what is LangGraph. If you don't know what is LangGraph, I got a LangGraph course on my channel, the link down in the description. Now we're going to head into the graph folder, and then we're gonna pass here the graph and pass index.ts, and we're gonna pass here a node here, nodes. Okay, you know, a graph, it is composed with a set of nodes. Now I'm going to pass here the first node. I will pass here memory node. Okay, that's the memory agent node. That is okay. Okay, like this. We have a memory agent node. Okay, we got here this. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to we're gonna head into the memory agent node, and then I'm gonna pass it in here, const, and pass the memory agents. Yeah, we're gonna export it. Export memory agent node, and then is equal to, we're gonna pass it the state, and we're going to pass it the config, and pass the type is gonna be any. Now let me head on LangGraph, and then I'm gonna show something. Let's head on LangGraph here. LangGraph. I'm gonna click here, and then as you can see right here, they explain how to create a graph. I wanna show something. Okay, I'm going to move here. Okay, right here we got a graph. LangGraph, quick start. I'm gonna click here. Let's scroll a little bit. Okay, let's scroll a little bit. I want to show something. You can see we have here the state. We need to type here the state. I'm going to import the graph node type, and so I can type here the state. Now I'm going to take here this, and then I'm going to pass it right here. Okay, like this. And now let's go back here, and then we're going to import here something. Okay, I'm going to copy this stuff, and then we're going to pass in here. Pass here this stuff. Now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to pass here this. We're going to invoke here now the memo agents. Okay, as you can see, we have here the memo agent. If I head into the index, if I head into memory agents index here, as you can see, we have here memo agent. We're going to invoke it in here. Okay, let's invoke it. As you can see, I extract first here the user ID. I'm going to send the user ID. I extract it in here. Then we get access to the last human message. Okay, in order to get access to the last human message, we pass state.message and then pass here get type, and then we're gonna get the last a message. Okay, I suppose you know how to do this stuff, guys. This is pretty simple. Okay, now let's pass here LM. Okay, we are going to use chat fireworks. Now let me move here and pass here LangChain.js chat fireworks. Okay, we're gonna tap this. We're gonna use chat fireworks as model provider, and chat fireworks is totally free. You're gonna run this command in order to get chat fireworks. Now, in order to use it, we're going to do this. Okay, we're gonna pass here new chat fireworks, and then we're gonna pass here this and the API key. Let me check into my data if I already passed here the API key. Let's create a button. You can see I have here only the API key. Okay, you need to pass here the API key, and you need to pass there the API key, and then you're gonna head on chatfireworks.com. Chat fireworks. You're gonna head on chat fireworks. Like this. Chat fireworks. Head on chat fireworks. Okay, this chat fireworks. Head on chat fireworks. And then you're gonna create an account. Okay, create an account. Or you can head on Chat Cerebras. Okay, I'm pass here. Let me first unpass here LangChain JS Chat Cerebras. I'm tap enter, and then in here they explain how to use Chat Cerebras. Let me scroll the bottom. As you can see, we have to run this command in order to get Chat Cerebras. And then you will gonna pass here new Chat Cerebras. Okay, this is how we do it. Okay, this is the model. If you want, you can use chat fireworks or chat Cerebras. I'm gonna use both. I've already created a class here. Let me copy the class. I name it LLM. Okay, I'm going to pass in here. Okay, we're gonna head into source folder. We're gonna pass here another folder LLM. Now we're going to pass here the LLM and pass LLM.ts. Okay, like this, we're gonna pass here this stuff. And if I head into fireworks, let me head into fireworks. I want to show you something. I'm gonna log in fireworks.ai. I'm gonna tap enter, and as you can see, they take me to my dashboard. Now here's what you're gonna do in order to get the model. Head into the models, and then you're gonna grab here a model. You're gonna pick here model. Okay, let me show you. You can see in here we have GLM2. Let me click here. In order to use GLM, you're gonna copy this. Click here in order to copy GLM, and then you're gonna pass in here. Okay, fireworks minimax, fireworks GLM. I'm gonna pass here this. I've already do that. Okay, you're gonna do the same thing. Now, in order to get the API key, you're gonna click here, and then you're gonna click here settings. When you click on settings, they're gonna take you in here. Click API key. At the left here, we have API key, and then you're gonna create an API key. Okay, do that, and then you're gonna get an API key for the model provider. Okay, now let's go back. I'm going to close here this. Let me move at the bottom here. I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna go back here, and as you can see in here, I use here the class LLM. The get instance, we're gonna use minimax. Now I invoke here the memo agents. I pass here the LLM and the user ID, and then I invoke here the stream agents, and I pass here this. I pass here the input and config. As you can see, if we practice over the stream agents, it takes the input and the config. Now we're going to return here no comment. I'm not returning here the A message, and we're going to move to the end node. Okay, like this. Now what I'm going to do next, we're gonna head into the index, and then we're gonna pass it the graph. Okay, the graph is pretty simple. We can head on LangChain, and then we're gonna copy here a boilerplate. Okay, you can see we have a boilerplate of a graph. Let me scroll at the bottom here. We can copy here. We can copy this. Let me move at the top here. I'm gonna move at the top here. You can see we have here the message states. We're gonna copy this. I'm gonna copy this, and then we're gonna pass in here. And I've already do that. It's pretty simple. You can head on LangChain, and you're gonna copy everything, guys. Okay, you don't have to lose time. Okay, now I'm gonna do the same thing. Let me copy the message state, And then I'm gonna pass in here. As you can see, we are going to pass here this. We're gonna import it from LangChain and pass here this. And I'm gonna get rid of this line here, LLM calls. I'm gonna get rid of this. We're going to pass here only this. Okay, we're gonna pass here this like this. Now let's import the memory agents. Okay, we're gonna import the memory agents, and we got in here. Okay, this is the memory agent that will pass to the graph. And if I head into the memory agent node, as you can see in here, we don't have complicated stuff, guys. Everything is so simple actually. If I head into the memory agents, you can see we don't have here the logic that we're gonna pull behind the memory agent. Okay, this is still a React agent. This still a streaming agent. Okay, this is a streaming agent, guys. We don't have a lot of stuff in here. Okay, when you're gonna pass it an input, it's gonna generate only the content. We haven't already put the logic behind a real memory agent. Okay, this is pretty simple. I want to test this first and see it works. When we're gonna pass it an input and we see the agent reacts, we are going to start working on the logic that we're gonna put behind the memory agent. Okay, now let's get rid of this typing error. We got this error right here because we have already defined the user ID within the graph. Now let's move here and we're going to pass here the user ID. Okay, let me import here first this, and then I'm gonna pass here user ID like this, user ID, and then I'll pass here z.string. Okay, we're gonna say z.string. This is gonna be a string. Okay, string like this, and then I'll pass here that default. So we're gonna pass the default value. Okay, it's gonna be a string, and default value is gonna be empty. Okay, like this. Now what we're gonna do, we're going to head into the product folder, and then we're gonna define the API controller for the chart. We're gonna send the method and the user ID. Now let's head into the product folder, and what we're gonna pull inside the product folder, I'm gonna pass here chart.product. As you can see, pass here chart.product. And let me head in. You can see we pass here the name of the package is equal to chart. We pass here the chart service. We have a function chart request. This is an interface. We're gonna pass the user ID and message, and we have here the content. It's gonna be a stream. We are going to return the content, the air thinking, done, and the error. If you got an error, we're gonna push in there. Okay, as you can see, the content is the generated AI message. We have here the AI thinking, and we have here done when we finish streaming. And we have here an error. If we got an error, we're gonna pass a feedback to the client so that we can cut the connection. Okay, pretty cool. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into the gRPC saver. Let's head in gRPC saver. Okay, right here. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass in another function. You can see right here we have get task. Okay, we used the function previously in order to get an array of task. Okay, we got an array of task right here. Now I'm going to load here another product folder. You can see we load here a single product file. Okay, task product. Let's load here another one. Now in order to load it, I'm going to comment this stuff here. I'm gonna comment everything here, and then I'm gonna pass here no stuff. Let me show you what we're gonna pass here. We're gonna pass here this. I do just copy paste. As you can see, I pass here product, and then I pass here load sync. I pass here path that join. I pass the product there, and then I pass here this and this. Okay, we load here two files. Now we're gonna get rid of this stuff here. Okay, you can see we simply pass an array, and then here we pass here low package definition. Previously I passed here this. Let me put it back. You can see previously I passed here this line. Okay, I pass here low package definition, and then I pass here const task is equal to product.task. Okay, in order to get access to the service name. Now I don't do that again. I pass here this gRPC object. I pass here task.product and the chart.product. Okay, like this. Okay, and now we're going to move here. We're gonna pass here task.product like this. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a function. You can see we have here a function that allows us to return an array of tasks. We're going to create a function that allows us to generate a stream data. Okay, you know, when the agent read response, we are going to return to the user. Okay, we're gonna pass in our function. We're gonna name it chat. This is the function, a sync function chat, and you can see the core here is a writable stream. Okay, this is the type. I type it with gRPC saver writable stream. Do this, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to invoke the graph. We're gonna invoke the graph. Okay, I pass here first the input user ID message. Okay, that's what we define within the chat.proto. Chat.proto, as you can see, we define here the user ID and message, and you can see the return type here is stream. Okay, now we're going to do the same thing here. We invoke the graph.stream, and then we pass the row and the content. After that, we pass here a config object. We pass the stream mode is equal to custom subgraph true. I pass a subgraph true so I can get access to a subgraph data. Okay, you know, we have a graph, and inside it, you know, we get a graph. Now inside a graph we have nodes. Okay, now inside the node we have another graph. Okay, now in order to get access to the subgraph data, we are going to pass a subgraph true. We're gonna pass a recursion limit for 400. Yeah, 400. I pass it 400 because sometimes the agent can make a lot of steps in order to work on a task. That's why I pass here this. If we hit the recursion limit, the agent's gonna stop. Okay, and then I can ask the agent to continue. We pass here the user ID to configure objects so that we can get access to the value within the graph. I pass in here. Now we are going to do this. We're gonna pass in thinking. We're gonna start streaming. Okay, in thinking false, and then we're gonna get access to the content. I'm gonna check if we get the content. If we don't have the content here, we're gonna get out of the loop. Then we're going to pass here content as split. I'm gonna get rid of think tag. You know, when the agent read response, it looks like this. We have here this sometimes. Okay, we have here this. Let me show you. We have think tag. Okay, if we got think tag here, let's say the agent read thinking. Let's say we have here thinking in the middle, and we have here the found response here. Okay, now I'm going to get rid of think tag. We're gonna get rid of think tag. As I said, if I move into the chat.proto, you can see we have here the content. Inside the content property is where we're gonna pass the last a message. And inside the thinking property is where we're gonna pass in the contents that we got within the think tag. Okay, that's why I pass here this condition. Okay, I pass here this condition in order to separate the last a message with thinking. Now we're gonna get into the for loop, and we are going to pass here thinking. Okay, I'm checking if we get the think tag. I'm gonna pass in thinking true. If we hit the end of think tag, we're gonna pass in thinking false. Then we are going to return custom stream data. And as you can see, I pass here the type and the contents. Okay, and here if in thinking true, we're gonna return here thinking, else we're gonna return here content. Okay, let me pull the case over the router. Okay, if we pass here core.router, core here is a parameter that we pass here. Okay, this is a streamable, and then we can see invoke here router, and router methods write some data to the stream. We're gonna write some data to the stream. Okay, this is the data that we're gonna write to the stream. We're gonna write the type and content, and then at the bottom here, I'm going to pass here this. We're going to pass here code the router. We're going to write to the type here down. When we finish streaming here, as you can see, we get rid of the for loop here. We're gonna write the type and the content. Okay, for the type we're gonna pass it down, and content empty, and we're gonna invoke here end. Okay, calling the routable.end method signals that no more data will be written to the routable. Okay, now what we're gonna do next, I'm going to take the chat function, and then I'm pass it to the gRPC server. You can see pass here server that Auth Service task.proto task service. I'm gonna copy this. We're gonna copy this, and then we're gonna pass in here server add service and pass here chat. Then pass here chat product, and then I'm gonna pass here chat service. If we head into the product, you can see we have here chat service. Okay, we're gonna take that, we're gonna pass it right here. Chat service, and we're gonna pass here chat like this. Okay, let me check here the name of the function. Chat like this. Okay, chat like this. That's what we need to pass in here. Okay, pretty good, guys. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to do this. I'm going to create a folder. You can see we have here gRPC folder. I'm gonna pass the folder, I'm gonna name it services. Okay, as you can see, this file is growing every time we pass the method. I'm going to take here the chat. I'm gonna take it and then I'm put it inside the service. I'm passing chat service like this, the TS. Yeah, we can pass the gRPC. Yeah, I'm gonna pass only chat service like this, and then we're gonna put in data. Let me go back here. I'm going to import here this stuff. I'm gonna import gRPC, and we're gonna import the graph. We're gonna take that, we're gonna pass into the chat service. Let's move right here. Okay, let me first export this function, and then we're gonna pass here this stuff. Okay, like this. As you can see, I import here the graph. Let me get rid of the ports here. I import here gRPC. Okay, like this. Now we're going to head into the gRPC server, and then we're going to pass, we're going to import here the chart. Okay, import here the chart from the chat service. And you can see we have here to this get task. I'm going to take that too. Okay, we're going to take that too. Let me take here that. And then we're going to create another service here, task service.ts. This one returns an array of task. Okay, let's pass it in here. We're gonna export here this. I'm gonna export here this, and we're going to take that. Okay, let me check here what we need to do here. We need to copy this stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna copy only this line, and then we're gonna pass it into the chat service. Yeah, the task service. Okay, like this. We get rid of the error. Now let's head into the gRPC server again, and we're gonna import here the line. Okay, pretty cool. As you can see, actually, the gRPC server is a little bit clean. Okay, as you can see, it's a little bit clean here. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into the API gateway, and then we're gonna consume the function here. Okay, we're gonna consume that chat function. Okay, now let's head into the gateway. As you can see, this is the gateway, and I'm gonna head into gRPC task clients. This is the client. Now what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to pass here this stuff. As you can see, we import here task.product. We're gonna import here another file. Let me take here this stuff. We're gonna import here two files, task.product and chat.product. We're gonna pass in here like this. As you can see, we import here task.product and chat.product as we did within the task service. And now I'm gonna pass here. We're gonna pass here chat.product, and then pass here chat like this. Okay, as you can see, this is the name that I pass here, chat. Let's go back here, and now I'm gonna take here this. You can see pass here task client. I'm gonna pass here now chat client like this. I'm gonna take chat. Okay, like this, chat client, and then we're going to move here. You can see get task gRPC. Okay, you can see we have here the function. We're gonna create here another function, chat, for chats. Now let me do this. I'm going to pass another folder. I'm gonna name it, yeah, we can name it even service, and then I'm gonna take here that function task client. Let me export it. Okay, this is the client. Okay, let me do this. I'm gonna export the function like this. Okay, as you can see, now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna take here this. Let me check here task client. Okay, let me see what I'm going to do in here. As you can see, I want to separate this. As you know, when we're gonna add methods within the gRPC task clients, it's gonna grow, okay? It's gonna grow, and now I want to separate. I want to separate stuff here. I want to make it clean. Now I'm thinking how to do this, okay? Let me check here the file a little bit. We have a gRPC task. Okay. Now let me do this. I'm going to take that function. Okay. And then I'm take the function, and then I'm gonna pass in here. Okay, let me pass in our file. gRPC, I'm pass here. Okay, let me check here again. Let me put it back. I think get task gRPC. Let me even pass here get task gRPC. Get task gRPC. gRPC. Okay, like this, the TS. We pass into the service folder. Okay, and then I'm going to do that. I'm gonna import here this. Okay, we import in here like this. We import that function. Now we're gonna import the next function. Let me go back here. I'm gonna go back into the gRPC task client. We are going to import. We're gonna look for this line here. I'm gonna copy it. Okay, we're gonna get rid of the file here, the line here, and then we're gonna pass it in here. Okay, like this. Okay, like this, guys. Like this. You can see we get rid of the error. Now I'm passing our file. We're gonna pass here another one. Yeah, I'm pass here post chat I'm pass gRPC .ts. Okay, like this. Okay, I'm pass here export function, async function, post chat gRPC. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back into the get task. I'm going to copy the line here, and then I'm pass it right here. We're going to pass it in here. Let's go back here, and we're going to copy the line to here, and we're going to pass in here. Okay, pretty cool. Now we're going to take the post chat gRPC. We're going to take that. We're going to head into the roots folder, task roots. And we're going to pass in here. Let me get rid of this line here. And then we're going to pass here router.pause, and then I'll pass here /charts. Charts like this. We're going to pass here the line. Let's import these two functions right here. Okay, like this. And we're going to import here this one. Now let's go back into the post chat gRPC. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to extract here the user ID and message. You're gonna get into Postman, and you're gonna send here this. You're gonna pass the XWW form URL encoded. You're gonna pass the user ID message like this. And don't forget to head into the headers. You're gonna pass the accept application/JSON, and content tab here application/JSON. Okay, do this. And so that you're gonna work when we're gonna test this. Now let's go back in here. Now I'm going to set here I'm gonna set here some header like the content tab, text, event stream, cache control, no cache, I pass a connection, keep you live. And here we're gonna use server send event. When we're gonna generate a chunk of data on the server, we want to send it immediately on the client. That's why we pass here text /event stream. Do this in order to make it work. Now I'm going to pass here. Now we're gonna pass here chat client chat. Okay, we got a function within the chat proto. As you can see, pass the chat. Okay, we have here the function chat. Now you can see past the chat client. We got the chat client within the gRPC task clients. If I scroll a little bit, you can see chat client is right here. Okay, chat client is right here. Okay. Now we do this. Okay, we do this. Let me go back into the post chat gRPC. You can see past the chat client chat. I pass here the function, the user ID and message. And then I'm going to listen to some events like the data. If we got data, if I head into let's head into the task service source. And then we're gonna head into gRPC. gRPC server. Let me scroll at the bottom here. You can see we have here this. Okay, we have your task chat service. You can see in here we return some data. As you can see, we pass here data to the stream. Now I'm going to check if we got data within the gateway. Let's go into the gateway. Okay, and here you can see I pass a gRPC stream that's on data. If we got that data, I'm going to console that data right here. Okay, I'm not console the data. Okay, I pass here the line because when we're gonna head into in here, we're gonna head into the logs here. I want to see what we got. Okay, I want to see what we got. That's why I pass here logs. That's why I pass here the line. I want to see the content. Now I'm going to check here. I'm gonna check the type. If the type here is equal to content, we're gonna return here message. Okay, we're gonna return here message. If the type is equal to thinking, we're gonna return thinking. Else, if the type is equal to done here, we're gonna return anything. Okay, we're gonna return anything in here. And then I'm going to check if we got an error. If we return an error, I'm going to return an error. Okay, like this, and then we're gonna close the connection here. Okay, like this. Okay, like this, guys, and we are ready. Now let's import here the chat client, and then we are going to try this. Okay, we're gonna try this. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to restart to service. We're gonna head into Docker, and we're going to restart the gateway. We're gonna click here, and then we're gonna click here, restart. Okay, first, let me close this. First here, I'm going to restart here. Yeah, we're gonna restart the task service. Click here, and then click here, restart. Okay, I'm gonna go back here. I'm gonna look for the gateway. I'm gonna restart it. I'm gonna click here, restart. Okay, and when the service is gonna be up, you're gonna head into Postman in order to try this. As you can see, the gateway is up. Let's go back here and check the task service. Okay, the task service is up too. Okay, now let's try this and see if we're gonna chat with the agent. Okay, let's try this. Now I'm gonna head into Postman and we're gonna try this. Okay, as you can see, I've already passed here user ID and my name is Ben. Let's click here, send. Let's see. Okay, as you can see, we got an error. Okay, we got an error, guys. Let me head into the gateway and we're gonna fix this. And in order to fix the error, let me head into first I'm gonna head into gRPC task clients. And I see why we got this error. You can see we pass here this line, task proto, and we pass here chat proto. And then right here, we create here the clients for the task. And again, we take the task proto we pass in here instead of taking the chat proto and pass it in here. Okay, like this. Okay, like this is good. Okay, like this. Okay, pretty cool. Yeah, and here I should pass it to chats. Yeah, let me head into chat proto, and then I'm not copying something. Chat service. We're gonna take that and we should pass it in here. Chat service like this right here. Okay, chat service. Okay, like this we get rid of the error. Okay, we get rid of the error. I'm not heading to the task service. I want to check something here too. I'm not heading to app gRPC server, chat service. We pass here chat service, and here we pass here task service. Okay, actually everything is good. Let's head into right here. We're gonna restart the gateway. I'm gonna click here restart, and then I'm gonna restart it. Okay, as you can see at the bottom, we restart here the gateway. Okay, let's wait a bit. As you can see, we restart the gateway. Let's wait a bit. Okay, as you can see, the gateway is up. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm gonna head into Postman and we're gonna try this. Let's click here, send again. Okay, we hit send. Okay, as you can see, actually works. Let's head into the gateway and see what we got within the console. Let me move at the bottom here. I want to check something within the console. Oh, there we go. We got here something. You can see, hi Ben. That's what we got inside the gateway. Hi Ben, it's nice to meet you. Or remember your name going forward. How can I help you? Okay, it works. Let's pass here another input. Do you know what is I'm pass here? Do you know my name? It's gonna forget, it doesn't have memory. Do you know my name? I'm gonna click send again here, and you're gonna see, you're gonna forget here. I'm gonna click send here, and then let's go back here. You're gonna see, you're gonna forget here because it doesn't have memory. You can see, let's move at the bottom. You can see at the bottom here, let me check, and then you just respond here, let me check. Let me see what we passed here previously. It doesn't remember, guys. It doesn't have the memory. It doesn't remember. Let me pass in that input. What is JavaScript? Oh, what is AI? What is AI? Okay, we're gonna pass you this, and then I'm gonna hit send here. Let's see what we're gonna have here. I'm gonna click send here. Let's see what we're gonna have here. Let me scroll the bottom here. Let me scroll the bottom. Yeah, you can see we have something here. What is AI? AI, artificial intelligence, refers to the simulation of human intelligence in machines that are programmed to think, okay? We got here the definition of artificial intelligence. This is the data generated by the AI, okay? You can see actually we can interact with the model, okay? Now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to add the child tree, because every time we're going to pass an input to the agents, we aren't going to save that input, and we aren't going to see the output of the agents. You know, every time I pass an input, let's say I craft an input, and then I send that input to the agents. The agents right here, it's going to generate an output. We're going to have here an output generated by the agents. We aren't going to save it, and we aren't going to save my inputs. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to take that information and I'm going to store it into the child tree collection, okay? As you can see, previously we passed here a model. As you can see, previously passed here a model, a child tree collection. Okay, let me present it to you. As you can see, this is the child tree, child tree interface, and then we pass it to the model here. Okay, you can see here's the column of our model. Let me scroll bottom. We have here the ID, the row, user ID, thread ID, contents, thinking, and human loop object right here. This is the column of our model, okay? Now we're going to take that data, we're gonna save it into the child tree. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into first. We're gonna head into the product. Let's head into the product. Let me check here something. Yeah, we're going to move into product folder, and then I'm gonna head into the chart here. Okay, you can see this is the chart product. You can see in here we sent the user ID message. I'm gonna pass here another input. I'm gonna pass here this string. We're gonna pass here thread ID. I forgot to pass it is equal to thread. Like this, we're gonna pass here thread ID. Like this. Okay, like this, we pass here the thread ID. Okay, now we're gonna head into the API gateway, and then I'm gonna head into roots here. You can see we have here post chart gRPC. I'm gonna extract here the thread ID. We need to send it thread ID like this. We have here the thread ID. We're gonna take it, we're gonna pass it to the chart here, thread ID. Okay, like this. Let me click here. Okay, we finish in here. Let me head into the task service. We're gonna head into app folder gRPC, and then chart service. Let me check here something. Chart service, you can see in here we pass here only the user ID in message. I'm gonna pass here the thread ID. Okay, like this. I'm gonna pass the thread ID, and we're gonna take it. We're gonna pass it to the graph. Okay, let me pass here the thread ID. I'm gonna pass it as an input to the graph. As you can see, we have here typing error because we don't pass here the thread ID. I'm gonna pass here this thread ID like this. Okay, like this, and then I pass here z.string, and then we're gonna pass here default value is gonna be an empty string. And we're gonna pass here default value is gonna be empty. Okay, like this. Now if you go back here, you can see we don't have here an error. Okay, We don't have here neither. Let's head into the graph. Now I'm gonna click here memory agents. Now I'm going to extract here. I'm gonna extract the thread ID from the graph. Okay, we got here the thread ID. Okay, we're gonna use it. Okay, we got here the thread ID. Now I'm going to head into the product folder. Okay, let's move at the bottom here. Product folder. Now I'm gonna pass in another folder. Now I'm gonna pass in another file. I'm gonna name it Chai3 product. Okay, you can see pass in another API contract for gRPC. I pass here the package Chai3. I pass here service Chai3 service. I pass here method get Chai3. We're gonna use the function in order to return an array of message. And then I pass here the input Chai3 request. For this one, I'm gonna comment here this. We aren't gonna send an input. We are going to pass. We're gonna invoke the function right here. Okay, the inputs, we are going to take it from here. Okay, we don't need to pass here this. Okay, we don't need to pass here this. Yeah, for the input, yeah, we need it. We need the input, guys. We need the input because we're gonna use the user ID and here the thread ID in order to retrieve the Chai3 of a particular thread. Okay, that's why it's better to pass here the user ID and thread ID. Okay, then pass here thread ID. Okay, like this, and we got here to the Chai3 response. Okay, I'm going to convert everywhere we got project ID. I'm not converted to thread ID like this. Okay, like this. We have here this, and we have here the message. This is the type of the message. We're gonna have here the ID, the row, user ID, thread ID, contents, thinking, and human loop object. Okay, we're gonna have here this. Okay, we got it. You got it, guys. Okay, as you can see, you understand literally everything. If you want to generate a product folder, a dot product folder real quickly of the Chai3, head into the task service, and then click here. As you can see, we have a model. Click here, Chai3 models, and then you're gonna grab this tab here. Let me scroll the tab here. You're gonna copy this tab here, and then you're gonna pass it to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT to generate a gRPC.product file for you, and it's gonna do it. Let me show you how I did it. Let me move here. Let me move right here. You can see I passed that input to ChatGPT. Okay, I'll pass here. Let me show you. Okay, I pass here this input Chai3 returns an array of message. Okay, this is the input that I pass here. Chai3 returns an array of message. Create me the Chai3.product. Okay, I pass here that input. I pass here this inner first, and then ChatGPT generate me a Chai3.product file. Okay, you can see we got the content at the bottom. Okay, I copy the contents right here, and then I pass it in here. We don't have to think about it. Okay, take this inner first, pass it to ChatGPT, and then ChatGPT is gonna generate a gRPC.product file for you. Okay, you don't have to lose time for this. Copy paste. Okay, pass to ChatGPT, and once ChatGPT generate the file for you, head into the product folder and then pass it in here. It's pretty easy, guys. Okay, now we're gonna continue. Now I'm going to head into the task service. Okay, now what we're gonna do inside the task service, I'm gonna pass in a class. And inside the class, I'm not putting a function that allows us to insert data within the Chai3 collection. Let me close this. I'm going to head into the task service. Now, right here, I'm gonna pass here a folder. Let's head into first the source folder. We're gonna pass here the service folder. Then inside the service folder, we're gonna pass here the Chai3 service. Okay, actually you can see I haven't already put in anything. Okay, pass here this. Now I'm going to pass here a function that allows us to insert within the Chai3 collection. Now I'm going to do this. I'm gonna move right here and pass here this. I'm pass here this interface. Insert into Chai3. We're gonna pass the user ID, thread ID, and message. Now we're gonna pass here Chai3 service. Okay, and I use here again the singleton design pattern, As you can see, I'm checking if we got the child's-ray instance. If we have it, we aren't gonna create a new instance of the child's-ray service. Instead, we're gonna return it. Now let's pass the function insert into child's-ray. We're gonna pass this parameter. Okay, now I'm passing child's-ray that creates, and then we're gonna insert within the mess array. We're gonna insert in the ID, thread ID, the row. It's gonna be the user. Okay, the row right here is gonna be the user ID, content, and the human loop. Okay, I'm gonna pass another function row to retrieve the data within the child's-ray. We're gonna use the thread ID. Okay, we're gonna use the thread ID. Okay, this is the function. Also should pass here another property, which is the user ID, and pass here user ID and pass here string like this. Okay, this is gonna be a props here, this is gonna be an object. Okay, like this. Then I'm going to pass here this user ID, and I'm passing here the thread ID is equal to props. Okay, like this. Now we're gonna take the user ID, we're gonna pass in here. Okay, like this, we're gonna return an array of message. Okay, we're gonna return an array of message. It's gonna look like this. Let me head into in here. I wanna show you the output. Okay, it will be like this. The array of message, it will be like this. Okay, we're gonna have here this, and we're gonna have here this. Okay, now let me go back here, and I wanna pass here something too. I'm passing it to the row. For the row here is gonna be, we're gonna pass here AI or human. Let me head into the child's-ray, and I wanna pass here something. As you can see, we have here the row, and I'm passing here. We're gonna pass here type, export type, user. I'm passing here message type. Message type is equal to AI or user. I'm gonna take that and pass in here, and I'm take the message type, gonna pass it right here. Okay, like this, guys. Okay, now we're gonna take the message type, we're gonna head into the child's-ray service, gonna type here the row like this, and I'm going to do this. I'm going to move right here, and then I'm pass here this row like this. I'm gonna pass here the row like this, and then I'm gonna pass here message type. Let's import it in here. Okay, like this, we import it. Let's scroll at the bottom here. Okay, let's scroll at the bottom. As you can see, we got here the row. Now I'm going to take the row, I'm gonna pass in here. Okay, I'm gonna remove here this. Okay, cool. Okay, like this, guys. Now what we're gonna do next, we're going to take the child's-ray service, and we're gonna head into the graph. I'm gonna head into the index. I'm going to head into right here. Let's head into the memory agents. You can see we have here the graph. We're gonna head into the graph, and we're gonna pass in here memory agent node. We're gonna head in, and right here I'm pass here this stuff. We're gonna pass here const child's-ray is equal to this child's-ray service that get instance. Okay, like this. We're gonna import the child's-ray right here. Okay, let me import it, and then what we're gonna do here, we are going to insert within. I'm gonna pass here this const is equal to, I'm pass here is equal to await. I'm passing child's-ray that insert into child's-ray, and right here we're gonna pass here an object. We're gonna pass here the user ID, thread ID. We're gonna pass here the row. Okay, for the row we're gonna pass here user, and I'm going to pass here the message. For the message, we're gonna pass here last. As you can see, you have here last human message. Pass here last human, and then I'm pass here last human content. Okay, like this, last human content, like this. Okay, you can see this the message, and as it can be is a string, we're gonna pass the last human. We're gonna pass the last human content. I'm gonna set it as string to remove a typing error. Okay, like this, and I'm gonna copy this property. Gonna pass in here. Okay, like this. And when the A finished generating the content, we're gonna take that and we're gonna pass in here. Now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to take these two functions, these two lines here, and then I'm going to run them in parallel. I'm gonna run these two functions in parallel. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pass here const await is equal to promise. I'm pass here is equal to promise.o. Promise.o. Okay, like this. Promise.o takes an array of promise. Okay, as you can see here, when we finish running the line here, we are going to run this. And as I want to run these two functions in parallel, I'm going to take that. I'm going to pass in here. And I'm going to take that and pass it in here like this. Okay, now I'm going to do this and pass here this and pass the results like this. Okay, we're going to comment here this stuff. And actually we have an error and pass a promise error like this. Okay, is equal to await like this. Okay, I'm going to run these two functions in parallel. We are going to insert within the child tree, but also we're going to invoke the agents. Okay, that's why I do this. Okay, it's better to do this. Okay, and then I'm going to take here results, and then I'm going to pass here the full content like this. Okay, like this. Pretty simple, pretty easy. Okay, we're going to get rid of this. We're going to pass here results, and take again results, that full content. Okay, like this. Now what I'm going to do, now we're gonna work on another function here. Okay, we finish right here. We finish inserting the data within the child tree. Okay, actually we are here. Actually we insert the data within the child tree. Now we need to retrieve the data from the child tree. When we're gonna retrieve data from the child tree, we're gonna have an array of charts. Okay, an array of message like this. We need to retrieve data. Now I'm going to do this. We are going to head into the gRPC server. Okay, let's head into, okay, I'm gonna close this. And then I'm going to head into app folder gRPC. We're gonna head into, you can see pass it task service. We pass here this. Okay, chat service. I'm going to copy everything here. Let me go into the task service. I'm gonna copy everything here, and then I'm passing our service. I'm gonna name it child tree service. Okay, that is. Okay, like this. Now let's do this. Let's pass it here. I'm going to get rid of this function, and then I'm going to pass here this get chat. Okay, get chat history, and I'm going to invoke here the function chat and pass the message. I'll return here an array of message. Let's go into the memory agent node. We're gonna take here this line here. Okay, child tree service. We're gonna take that, and then we're gonna pass it right here. Okay, and right here I'm gonna invoke here. A function child tree that, yeah, we're going to invoke here first this function. Let's invoke it, and inside the class here we got this get child tree. Okay, let's go back, and then we're gonna pass it in here. Okay, I'm pass here await like this, and we're going to pass here to property. Okay, let me do this. I'm going to head into the child tree, we're gonna head into the chat service, and right here you can see pass here this line. Okay, we pass here this line in order to get access to the input. I'm gonna take it, and then we're gonna go back into the child tree service. We're gonna pass it above. We are going to pass here only the user ID and thread ID. If we put our cursor over the get child tree, we're gonna pass it only to property, user ID and thread ID. Okay, like this. We're gonna get rid of the message. Okay, now let's take here this. We're gonna pass it right here. Okay, task, you're gonna return here an rev message. Okay, like this. We finish in here. Okay, we finish in here. Let me head into the gRPC server and see what we should pass here. We are going to import the product. I'm gonna pass here this. You can see this the name of the product. Let me move right here. Child product. I'm gonna click here rename, and then we're gonna copy the name. We're gonna pass it in here. Child product. We pass it in here. Let's scroll a little bit. We're going to pass here this. Let's go into the child product. We're gonna head into in here. We're gonna copy the name of the package. Okay, this is the name of the package. You're gonna take it. We're gonna pass it in here. We're going to copy that. We're gonna pass it right here. Okay, child product like this. We're gonna take the child product. We're gonna pass it right here. I'm gonna copy this, and then we're gonna pass here child product. Let's see here the name of the service. I'm gonna go back into the child product. We're going to grab here this. Let me grab here this, and then I'm gonna go back here. I want to see what we got in here. We're gonna take here the child service. We're gonna take the name. We're gonna pass in here, and the name of the function here. We're going to import it. Okay, let me import it. I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna pass in here like this. Get child tree. We're gonna take the name. You're gonna pass into the child tree service. Okay, like this. Let's import it in here. Okay, let's import it. Okay, like this. We finish in here. We finish. As you can see, we finish. Now we're going to head into the gateway. Okay, we're gonna head into the API gateway. Okay, now I'm going to head into the gateway. This gateway, as you can see, I head into the gateway. Now source folder, routes, API. Okay, we're gonna head into task. Okay, we're going to pass here another route here. It's gonna be get here, and then we're gonna pass the chat history. Okay, and then we're gonna pass the method later. Okay, let's head into the. I'm gonna head into the gRPC folder. You can see we pass here this function get task here. Okay, we pass here this, and we pass here this. Let me check here first. Okay, I'm going to copy this stuff. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna pass here get chat history gRPC.ts. Okay, we're gonna pass here this stuff, and right here I'm going to pass here I'm going to take here the name. I'm gonna click here rename. You're gonna take the name. You're gonna pass it in here like this. And you can see for the client, we haven't already defined it. We haven't already defined the client. I'm going to do this. I'm gonna go back into the task client, and then I'm gonna pass in our client. Okay, gRPC child3. Okay, child3 proto like this. We're gonna pass it child3. Okay, we're gonna head into the child3 proto. We're gonna take the name again here. I'm gonna copy it. We're gonna pass it right here. Okay, we're gonna copy the line. We're gonna pass it in here. We're gonna take that. We're gonna pass it right here. Child3 client. Okay, like this. Okay, like this. And what I'm going to do, I'm gonna take that and pass here cons. And pass here service name is equal to this. We're gonna pass here this, and then I'm take the name and pass in here, because in the future, if I want to modify here something, and pass here task service. We're gonna take that. We're gonna pass it in here. I'm gonna pass the task service host name. We're gonna take the name. We're gonna pass it right here. Okay, it's better to do that. Okay, it's better to do that. And we're gonna pass the child client, child product, and then we're gonna hit here function. If we get into the child product again, you can see we have here the function here. Let me copy this again. We're gonna go back here. And guys, I copy it because I don't want to do a mistake. You know, if you do a mistake, we are going to suck a little bit, okay? We're gonna take here the name of the service. That's what we're gonna pass in here. Okay, child service. Okay, and like this. Okay, like this. Okay, like this. We're gonna take the child client. Let's go back here, and then we're gonna pass in here. Okay, cool. I'm going to pass here. Yeah, I'm going to retrieve here two property. You know, we need the thread ID and the user ID, and some passive thread ID is equal to rec that query. Okay, rec that query. Okay, and I'm going to take that. We're gonna pass in here. Let me check what we pass into the chats here. Okay, yeah, we pass here this stuff. Now right here too, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna pass here the user ID, and we're gonna pass here the thread ID. Okay, like this. Now I'm going to do this. I'm going to take the function, and then we're gonna head into the root folder, task roots, and then that's what we're gonna pass in here. Okay, we're gonna import it, and we just finish. Okay, everything is okay in here. Let me check for something. Everything is okay. Okay, even inside the task service, everything is okay in here, and right here too, everything is okay. Okay, everything is okay in here, but inside the post chat gRPC, I didn't catch here express error. Let me do this and pass here try catch. Okay, like this, and then I'll pass here next function. I'm gonna pass the error to express in case we got it. Okay, like this, we finish. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna head into Docker, and then we're going to restart to service. Okay, let's restart here the gateway. And also I'm gonna restart here another service. Let me check here. As you can see, we have here the task service. I'm gonna restart it. I'm gonna click here restart. We restart it. Let me go back here. I'm gonna go back into the gateway. Click here gateway, and let me clear out the log first. Okay, I wanna clear out the log. Let me check here. Okay, let me clear out the log here. Okay, as we clear out the log, okay, pretty cool. Okay, let me click here again because I want to see what happened. Now you can see the gateway service is up, but also I think the task service is up. If I click here, you're gonna see the task service is up. And also make sure you pass the DB URL. Let me move into the task service. Make sure you pass the DB URL into that, okay? Make sure you pass this, and inside the bootstrap folder, pass here MongoDB, pass index.ts. Do this in order to avoid errors. Okay, you know we are going to insert within the, we're gonna insert data within the child tree collection. Okay, we are going to interact with the database. Now let me head into Postman, and we're gonna try this. Now I'm gonna click here send. Okay, you're gonna click here send. You can see I pass here hello. Let me click here send and see what we're gonna have here. Okay, you can see we have here this, it works. Now let me head into right here. Okay, actually we don't have here an error. Let me connect to MongoDB, and then I'm gonna check if we insert data within Mongo. Okay, I'm going to move right here. I'm gonna copy the line, and then I'm pass in here. Okay, in order to connect into Mongo, I'm gonna pass here show DBs. I'm gonna pass here use sales agents DB. Okay, now I'm going to pass here, if I pass here show, I'm pass here show collections. Let's see here, you can see we have child tree. Now I'm pass here DB, and pass here DB that child tree. history that pass here find. Oh, let me pass here this. Okay, we're going to pass here that, let me see the content that finds one, let me, and then I'm passing objects. Okay, yeah, we pass here an error, and pass here, right here, we should pass here an object like this. You can see we have your data. Okay, you can see pass the row, user, we pass here the user ID, thread ID, the row. Let me pass here finds, or let me do this. Okay, we're gonna pass here. Okay, we're gonna pass here finds, oh, like this. And then we're gonna tap enter. Okay, we got an error. Let me copy this. And I'm passing here because I don't remember the right command. We're gonna pass it in here. Let's see what we're gonna have here. Okay, I should pass here found. Okay, instead of found, oh, let's copy this. And then we're gonna pass in here. Okay, now as you can see, we have here two rows. We have here the user. As you can see, pass here the ID, row, user ID, thread ID, and content. Hello. Let me move at the bottom. You can see we have here AI. AI response, hello, welcome. I'm your AI assistant. I'm here to help you with whatever you need. Okay, you can see it actually works pretty well. This is the child tree. We finished working on the child tree. Alright guys, now that we finished working on the child tree collection, we're going to work on the memory agents. We're going to implement the logic behind a memory agents. As you can see, we're going to work on the working memory and long-term memory. So what is the working memory? The working memory is a memory that stores previous interaction between the AI and human. When we're going to pass an input to the agent, we're going to load the working memory. How it works? Let's say I pass the inputs to the agent. And then what we're going to do here, we are going to load the working memory. Let's say we have the working memory right here. Every time I pass an input to the agent, I'm going to load the working memory. I'm going to pass the working memory to the agents. Let's say for the first time, I said I passed the input, my name is Ben. Then the agent generate the output. You got here the output. And again, I pass to the agent. What is my name? As I'm going to load every time the working memory into the agent's going to know my name. Your name is Ben. Okay, that's what the agent's going to respond to me. Your name is Ben. Let's pass another input. I'm working on a RAG project. Now the agent's gonna take that input, it's gonna save it within the long-term memory. Okay, I pass you the input. I'm working on a RAG project. The agent's gonna take it and save it into a long-term memory. Okay, it's gonna save it right here at the bottom. This is the long-term memory. Memo. Okay, long-term memory, and we have a short-term memory at the top here. This is a short-term memory. Okay, now as I pass that input, the agent's gonna take it. It's gonna load. We're gonna load first the working memory. The agent's gonna think about it, and then it's gonna take that input. It's gonna save it within the working memory. Okay, it's gonna say something like this. Users Ben is working on a RAG project. If I pass another input, do you know what I'm working on right now? The agent's gonna fetch that information within the long-term memory. As you know, every time we're gonna pass an input, we are going to load the working memory and long-term memory. We're gonna load this. We're gonna load this data. We're gonna pass it to the LLM, and then the LLM can analyze it. Okay, let's say the working memory becomes pretty huge. Okay, let's say we are going to define the context window. Let's say we're gonna say the context window for each conversation is gonna be, let's say, 10K token. This is gonna be the thresholds. Okay, and then as we are chatting with the agents, the working memory grows, but also the long-term memory grows. Now, what I'm going to do here, guys, I'm going to compress the short-term memory and long-term memory. And then I'm going to take the data, I'm going to put it in within a vector database. Okay, we're going to take the data. Let's say the working memory or the long-term memory exceeds the threshold. As it exceeds the threshold, I'm going to take that information and then I'm going to pass it within a vector database. We're going to pass it right here, vector DB. Okay. And again, if I pass another input to the agent, do you know what I was working on previously? The agent is going to retrieve it within a vector database. We are going to pass a tool that allows it to retrieve data from a vector database. Okay, it's gonna fetch the data from the vector database and then it's gonna pass it to the user. Okay, it's gonna pass to the user. Okay, I give you a quick overview how it works. Okay, this is a quick overview, guys. If you wanna learn all of this in details, go check out this video or go check out the Manix AI video. I explain everything you need to know about memory agents. Okay, go check out this video. You're gonna get the basic. And then you're going to come back, you're going to understand literally everything, okay? Right now, I give you a quick overview, okay? This is a quick overview, okay? Now, let's get into the code, guys, and then we're going to start working on the working memory. Now, I'm going to head into the code. We are going to head into the task service. And as you know, we are going to store the working memory within MongoDB. We are going to need a collection. Let's head into the source folder, and what we're going to do in here, I'm going to create, we're going to head into the source folder and we're going to head into models and then we're going to pass here a collection, okay? Working memory, that is, okay? Let's pass in here, do that, I've already do that, okay? I just created a collection, working memory, that is. Now what I'm going to do here, I'm going to define an interface, working memory. Inside the working memory, we're going to pass in the ID, the time, the row, and the contents. I'm going to pass the working memory extends document. I'm not extends properties from MongoDB, like the underscore ID and methods. Okay, do that. And you can see we are going to have the working memory schema. We're going to have in the user ID, thread ID, date, and entries. The working memory is going to look like this. As you can see, we're going to have the user ID, thread ID, and date. And then let's say for this date that you can see right here, I'm going to push in entries within the entries array. I'm not pushing data. Let's say this is the current date. I pass an input to the agent. We are going to push it inside the entries array. Let's say we are going to push inside the entries array. We pass another message, we're going to push inside the entries array. Let's say we create a new thread. What I'm going to do, I'm going to do something like this. I'm going to create another row, okay? We're going to create another row. If we create a new thread or is another day, we're going to create we're going to create a new row within the collection. And then if we pass a message, we're going to insert it here. If we pass a message here, we're going to pass it in here. Okay. You know, this is another thread C. Okay. This is another thread. If we create a new thread, we're going to create a new row. And all the message of a given thread, we're going to push it and all the message of a given thread, we're going to push it inside the entries array. Okay. This is how we're going to structure this. And if you want to, let's say, the entries array, which is the working memory, this is the data that we're going to load within the agent. I'm going to format it into Markdown. Okay, we are going to load this data. Let's say this data, we have a lot of data, guys. Okay, we have a lot of data. Okay, this amount of data here grows. What I'm going to do, guys, I am going to do this. I'm not trim it. I may remove some message here. Okay, I may remove some message so that we can keep it short. Okay, you know, let's say you head into ChatGPT, you can see this thread is pretty huge. Okay, as you can see, we have a lot of message in here. Okay, maybe in the background they have a system that allows to trim message. Okay, we're gonna implement that. You know, in order to allow the agent to remember, let's say, the first message within the conversation. Let's say to remember this. You know, we have to implement a mechanism that allows to summarize this working memory and take these summaries and keep it somewhere, okay? So that if you pass an input, the agent's gonna retrieve it there where they keep it, okay? Yeah, you get the idea, guys. Now, that's what we're gonna build, guys. That's what we're gonna build. You get the idea. Now we need to put it, you get the idea. Now we need to put that in practice so that you can understand this pretty better. Now let's pass the working memory entry. We pass it the time, the row, and the content. Okay, this is the working memory entry. This is the schema of this array. ID, time, row, content. Okay, this is the structure. Time, row, content. The ID is gonna be generated by default. Let's pass the working memory schema. This is the schema. We're gonna have here the ID. The row, it's gonna look like this. Okay, this is the real structure. Okay, as you can see, we have user ID, thread ID, date, and we have here now this entries array. And now we're gonna export this working memory, okay, like this, and we just finished. Try to practice in order to understand this pretty better. Now what we're gonna do next is we got the model, we need a service. Now what we're gonna put inside a service, we're gonna put in a function that allows us to insert data within the working memory and to retrieve data within the working memory. Working memory, let's head in. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to pass here a class, working memory service, and we're going to use here singleton design pattern as we did for the user service. Now let's pass here the first function, get working memory. To retrieve the working memory, we're going to use the user ID, thread ID, and the current date. Now we're going to pass here the current date to get it. If I move right here in order to get the current date, you may do something like this. As you can see, I pass a new date, then I do this, and then we can hit the current date. Okay, that is the purpose of the line. And then we pass here working memory find one, and then we're gonna get here data. We're going to retrieve that. To convert the working memory to a markdown format, we are going to invoke the function right here. As you can see, I invoke the function, and then what I do here, I take that information, I convert it into a markdown. Okay, daily log. Okay, we convert it into markdown so that the AI can read it pretty well. We convert it to markdown. Okay, as we convert it to markdown, we're gonna return it. Now we have here now another function to append the data within the working memory. We're gonna use the user ID, thread, row, and content. And then we're going to pass the working memory, find one and update. And then we're going to insert in data, okay? Like this, okay? Pretty cool. Pretty cool. We just finished in here. Now what I'm going to do, as you can see, we don't have here try catch in order to catch DB headers. Let's pass here try catch. And pass here try, yeah, we're going to pass here try catch. Okay, try, yeah, I'm going to pass here try catch. Okay, like this. And then we're gonna pass here this. If we got an error, we're gonna pass here throw. I'm gonna pass here throw. I'm gonna throw an error, throw no error. Okay, we're gonna pass here failed to. I'm pass here failed to retrieve the working memory, and then we're gonna pass here error. That's okay. That's we're gonna pass here failed to retrieve the working memory. We're gonna move here and we're gonna pass it try catch. Okay, we're gonna pass it try catch again. Try catch, and then we're gonna put everything within try catch. Okay, like this. I'm gonna pass in here, and then I'm gonna copy the message and pass it inside the catch block. We're gonna pass it right here. We're gonna say failed to convert. We're gonna pass here failed to convert the working memory to markdown. Yeah, we're going to move now to append working memory. We're gonna take the function, we're gonna take everything in here, and then we're gonna wrap it into try catch. Try catch like this. Right here, you're gonna pass in here. We're gonna copy this line here, and then we're gonna pass in here. Okay, like this, and then we're gonna pass here. Yeah, failed to insert within the working memory. failed to insert within the working memory. Okay, like this. Pretty cool. Everything is pretty simple. Let me do this. Let me try to do this a little bit. Okay, yeah, actually we don't have an header. Yeah, we don't have an header. Okay, we got an header like this. We got an header. Let me set it as header in the first and see what we're gonna have here. Okay, we have an header. Yeah, we get rid of the header. Now let me try to do this. Okay, I'm gonna copy this stuff and then I'm pass it right here. Okay, you know, sometimes we may have an header, but we have to know the cause. Let me pass here this, and we're gonna pass here this, guys. Okay, pretty cool, guys. We finish in here. Now I'm gonna take the working memory service, and then what we're gonna do, we're gonna head into the graph and we're gonna invoke the working memory. Okay, let's head into, as you can see, we have here service, we got the graph here. Now let's head into the nodes, memory agent nodes, and what we're gonna do here, as you can see, we have here, we got the line here in order to insert within the child tree and to invoke the agents. I'm gonna pass here these two. I'm gonna pass here this service first. We're gonna pass here this const working memory. We're gonna pass it in here. And then we're going to do this. I'm passing working memory. We're going to import it in here. And then I'm passing the get instance. Yeah, we're going to pass the get instance. Okay, like this. Now we're going to pass here this. We're going to take the working memory. And then we're going to insert it. I'm passing working memory. And then we're going to pass here. Okay, append working memory. We're going to invoke the function. Let me pass it right here. I want to invoke first the LLM. Let me invoke first the LLM here, and then I'm going to write in. Let me see what we should pass here inside the working memory. Okay, as you can see, we're going to pass here some data, working memory, and as I invoke here the function, let me see, I need to pass here the user ID, thread ID, 0, and contents. Let's see. We're gonna start with the user ID. Okay, we're going to pass here the row. For the row right here is gonna be user. For the content, we are going to take that line here, and then we're gonna pass it right here. This is the content, and we're gonna pass here the thread ID. Okay, we pass here this, the user ID, the row, the content. Okay, like this. Let me check here what we need to pass here: user ID, thread ID, content, and I'm gonna pass here as a string to avoid a typing error. Okay, like this. Okay, like this. I think we get a typing error, and now I'm passing a little comma. We're gonna take again here the working memory. We're gonna take it, and then we're gonna pass it at the bottom. Okay, you know, when the agent finish response, now we're gonna take here the results. That's what we're gonna pass in here. Okay, we're gonna pass in here, and this time it's gonna be here AI. Okay, it's not gonna be human. In here too, I want to run these two functions in parallel. Okay, I may pass here const and pass here this, and then I'm passing this is equal to await. We're gonna pass here promise that we are going to run these two functions in parallel. Okay, I'm gonna take that and pass in here, and I'm take that here too and pass it in here. Okay, like this. We're gonna pass a semicolon. Like this, we're gonna run these two functions in parallel. We're going to insert within the working memory, and also we're gonna insert into the child tree. Okay, like this right here. We're gonna pass the full content. This is string. Let me see what we got in here. Okay, we have your results. Okay, we have here an error. I'm going to take that. Okay, yeah, you can see results must be right here. Streaming agents. We're gonna pass it right here. Okay, like this. Okay, like this. Results must be this for the agent, stream agents. And then here pass here char history, and yeah, like this. We're gonna pass this. The for the second value is the char history, and here pass the working memory. Okay, like this. Pretty cool, guys. We finished working on the working memory. Now we're gonna work on the long-term memory. Okay, we're gonna move right here. Long-term memory. Now we're gonna create a model. We're gonna create a DA. We're gonna create a collection for the long-term memory where we're gonna store the data. Now I'm going to head into the model folder. As you can see, we have here models. You can see we have here models folder. Let's head into the long-term memory model. Okay, I've already created it. You can do it, guys. Okay, now I'm gonna pass here this stuff. Okay, we're gonna pass here memory category. We have here facts, preferences, rule, skill, counters. We're gonna pass here memory endpoints, low, medium, high, critical. You're gonna understand this later. Okay, just follow. You're gonna understand it when we're gonna try this. You're gonna understand literally everything. Okay, now let's pass here long-term memory input. This is the input that we're gonna use. This is the scheme of the input. In order to insert data within long-term memory, we're gonna provide the user ID, category, content, endpoints, thread ID, and dates. Now we're gonna pass here retrieve long-term memory. In order to retrieve data from the long-term memory, let's say we want to retrieve data within long-term memory for a specific user, we're gonna use the user ID, category, endpoints, limit. Okay, this is gonna be the shape of the function. Now we're gonna pass here long-term memory extends documents. Now we define the shape of the table. We have the user ID, category, content, endpoint, source. Inside the source we have thread ID, date, created A and updated A. Now let's pass here long-term memory schema. We're gonna pass user ID, category. We're gonna pass the content, endpoints, source, and we're gonna export it. Okay, long-term memory. Okay, like this. We're gonna export it. We got it. Now what we're gonna do next? We're gonna work on the service. Now I'm going to head into the service here, and we're gonna head into long-term memory service. And what we're gonna do in here, we're gonna pass here the long-term memory service. And now we're gonna pass the insert long-term memory. We have your user ID, category, contents, endpoints, thread ID, dates. And I type it with the long-term memory type. And then I pass it try catch, concatenator, and then we invoke here create in order to insert a new row. We're gonna pass another function, get long-term memory, to retrieve data from the long-term memory for a specific user. We pass it try catch, concatenator, and then we pass it filter. We want to retrieve the memory based on the user ID. And then here we pass here the category. Okay, the category, the endpoints, and then we're gonna pass here this line in order to get data. Okay, pretty cool. Now let's create a tool that allows the agent to save data within the long-term memory. I'm going to head into the memory agents. Yeah, we're gonna head into memory agents. We're gonna head into tools, and we're gonna pass here this tool, run memory tool. I suppose you know what is a tool. A tool, it allows an agent to take an action. Now we're gonna pass here this stuff. Okay, we invoke here the long-term memory service. Then we pass here this input to that tool, category, content, endpoints, thread ID, and date. And then we pass in here. And then when the agent is gonna invoke it, we're gonna save the data. Okay, once save the data, we're gonna return this to the agent. Okay, and now I pass here the name and description. I pass here a little detailed description, storing points information by the user in long-term memory. Use this tool when you identify information about that should persist across future conversations. I pass here examples, and then we pass here the schema. We have here category, content, endpoints. We pass here the thread ID and date. Okay, and as you can see for the user ID here, we retrieve it from configurable. Okay, we're gonna retrieve it from configurable. Okay, this is how we retrieve it. You know, we pass here the user ID to LangGraph. Okay, in order to get access to it, we are going to head into the index here, and we are going to pass here. You can see we invoke here the LLM. We're gonna pass here another property, which is configurable. And inside the configurable property is where we're gonna pass the user ID. And then when the agent's gonna invoke the tool, we are going to get access to the user ID. You can see pass in here. Memo agents. Let me head into first the graph. Let me head into within the graph and see what we have here. I'm now heading to nodes. Memo agents. Let's see here. You can see memo agents. We pass the user ID right here. And if I head into the index here, you can see we pass the user ID right here. Okay, pretty cool. You get the idea. You understand how it works. Let's get into the memo agents. Memo agent function. And I'm going to pass the tool write memory to import the tool, and then I pass in here. Okay, pretty cool. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create here something. We pass the tool, no error. We're gonna pass here another class here. Okay, I'm gonna name it. Yeah, we're gonna pass here contest. And now inside the contest folder, we're gonna pass here a class contest assembler. Contest assembler. We're gonna use the class in order to assemble the contest for the LLM. Okay, let's copy that name, and then we're gonna export the class like this and pass in here contest assembler. Okay, assembler. Okay, like this. Okay. Now inside the contest assembler, I'm not invoking I'm not invoke here this. I'm not invoke here I'm not invoke here two class. Let me head into the tools. I'm gonna take here that, and then I'm going to pass it into the contest assembler. We're gonna pass in here, and also we're gonna pass here the working memory. Then pass the working memory. Let me comment here the line first. Let's do this. Yeah, we're gonna do something like this. Let me head into the working memory. I'm gonna copy something. As you can see, we have a service. We have a working memory. I'm gonna take here the name here. Okay, working. Yeah, let's head into right here into the nodes, and then we're gonna copy that. The line here, working memory. I'm gonna copy that from here, and then we're gonna head into the contest assembler class. Contest assembler, we're gonna head in and we're gonna pass in here. Okay, like this. Now what I'm going to do, let's pass here the constructor, and then I'm going to pass here this. I'm gonna pass here public, and then I'm gonna pass here this property. Yeah, working memory, and pass here the type. I don't know the type here. I can pass even. Let me see here. Let me import here this. Okay, the type we're gonna type it with working memory service. Okay, we're gonna pass in here. Okay, like this. Let me comment here the line and see if you're gonna get rid of typing error. Working memory service. We're gonna take that. That's what we're gonna pass in here. Okay, you can see we get rid of the error. Now we are going to do the same thing for the long-term memory. I'm take that and pass it public. I pass it this, and then we're gonna type it with long-term memory service. Now we need to initialize this. We're gonna pass you working memory. Okay, let me do this. I'm gonna do this. This working memory is equal to this. Okay, like this. Is equal to working memory, and we're gonna take it out to, we're gonna pass it here. Okay, we're gonna pass it this long term. Okay, we're gonna do this. Okay, long-term memory, we're gonna import it. Let's import a class right here, like this. Also, we're gonna pass you the user ID, thread ID, and model context limit. So what exactly is model context limit? The model context limit, you can think of the context window of a given thread. Let's say I head into ChatGPT and I click on the button here, and I click on the button, new chat. We're gonna create a new thread. This thread, we can represent it like this, okay? This is a new thread, guys. If I pass in a message, we're gonna put it in here, and then ChatGPT is gonna respond, okay, and so on. Okay, this is the thread, okay, and a thread we can think of, let's say, the working memory, okay. I'm passing you threads / working memory, okay. You know, we load the working memory every time we pass an input to the agent. I craft an input right here, I pass it to the agent. We're gonna take these threads, we're gonna load it into the LLM. Okay, we're gonna pass it to the LLM right here. Every time I pass an input, we're gonna load the thread and we're gonna pass it to the LLM. So what if the amount of message within the threads grows? Okay, you know, every time we pass a message, the age-generated content. As you can see here, I passed that input right here, and then the agent generated a response. Okay, you know, every time we're gonna chat with the agents, we are going to have a new message. Okay, we're gonna have a new message. Let's say this context, the amount of data grows to, let's say, to 20k token. The amount of data grows to 20k token. Now, what we're gonna do, we are going to define a limit. Let's say when we're gonna attain here 20k token, what I'm going to do, I'm going to summarize these threads. I'm not summarize it. As you can see, within the threads, we have a lot message, okay? I'm going to summarize it to 1K, and then I'm gonna take this 1K token, I'm gonna store the summary of it within a vector database. We have here vector database, okay? This is where I'm gonna store the summary. You know, every time we are chatting with ChatGPT, we're gonna end up with a lot of message within the threads. You know, every time we're gonna pass an input, we're gonna load the threads. And as we continue chatting with the agents, the amount of message gonna grows every time we pass an input. Now we're going to define a limit that we call the model context limit, okay? When we're gonna attain, we're gonna reach the limit, I'm gonna trigger a summarization layer, okay, in order to summarize the threads, and then we're gonna take this summary, we're gonna keep it into a vector database, okay? We're gonna summarize the threads, and then we're gonna, let's say we're gonna stay with 1K of message within the threads, okay? This is a better technique, guys. It's a better technique. You know, every time we pass a message, the window grows. Now, this if we don't summarize this context window, you know, we're gonna end up consuming a lot of token, and sometimes the agent can start hallucinating. Now you're gonna understand that in practice if you don't understand it right now. Okay, as you practice along the way, you're gonna understand it. Now let's continue. We are going to initialize this property, the user ID, thread ID, model context limit. Okay, we're gonna initialize them right here at the bottom here. This the user is equal to this the thread ID is equal to this model context limit is equal to model context limits, like this. And then we're gonna pass a function assemble context. Now what I'm going to do here, I'm going to load the working memory and I'm gonna load the long-term memory. As you can see, we got here two functions that we run into parallel. We have here convert working memory to markdown. You know, I'm retrieving JSON from the database. You know, we got a function get working memory. This function returns JSON. Now I'm not gonna pass JSON to the LLM. I'm going to pass markdown, okay, so that the LLM can understand it pretty better. I'm not passing markdown, okay, so that the LLM can understand it pretty better. And you can say I pass another function, long-term memory service. I pass here another function too that allows us to retrieve the long-term memory. I pass the user ID and limit. Okay, we're gonna retrieve 50 rows, 50 top rows. Okay, we're gonna retrieve that and we're gonna pass it to the LLM. And also in the future, we're gonna discuss how to summarize the long-term memory. We're gonna discuss about this later. Okay, We invoke here the function get long-term memory as markdown to convert JSON to markdown. You know, it's not better to pass JSON to the LLM, okay? Then here I take the long-term memory and working memory, I pass it to the agents. As you can see, we got here the long-term memory and short-term memory that are passed to the agents alongside with the user inputs. Now we're gonna pass here token counter. I'm going to take this and then I'm passing to the token counter in order to count the number of tokens so that we can decide if we can compress the working memory. Okay, I'm going to count the number of tokens that we got within the working memory and long-term memory. I'm not count these amounts. Okay, let me, as you can see, I pass here number of tokens, I pass it this. Then I'm going to return here the LLM counters. As you can see, this is the LLM counters. We're going to return it and we're going to return the number of tokens like this. Now let's head into the memo agents. Okay, this is the memo agents. And as you can see in here, we have here the stream agent function. We use the function in order to invoke the agents. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to import here the counters assembler. And as you can see, I pass it the user ID, thread ID, and matter counters limits. Now we're going to head into the stream agent function and we're going to invoke the assemble counters function. We're going to pass it the user input. And as you can see, we return here the LLM counters. So we're going to take it. It's going to be the LLM input here. You can see I pass it in here. Okay, pretty cool. And also let me define here an init first. I'm passing int first. Yeah, we're going to pass the export type memo. I'm passing memo. Yeah, we're going to pass the memo agent input like this. And then we're going to pass, we're going to pass the memo agent input is equal to the model, the type of the model. I'm passing any model counters limit here. And then we're going to pass here, this one is a number. Let me pass the number. We got the user ID is a string and we got the thread ID. This one too is a string like this. We're going to take here the memo agent. We're going to tap here this. Okay, like this. Okay, we tap here this stuff here. Okay, we get rid of the error. Okay, we get rid of the error. Okay, like this. Now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to head into, I'm not heading to Docker. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to restart here service. You can see we have here the task service. Okay, click here restart. Click restart and so that we can apply changes. Click here and then it's gonna work. I've already do it in the background. Click here restart. Now let's move here. Let's head into Postman and we're gonna try this. Okay, I'm pass here hello, and then I pass here my name is iJambo. This is my name. I'm passing to the agents. Let's see what we're gonna have here. I'm gonna click here send. Okay, let me head into right here. Yeah, you can see we got something. Profile layer, long-term memory. Let me move. Hello, my name is iJambo. This is the new input that I pass in here. Let me copy this stuff and then I'm pass it into my Sublime text so that you can see what we got within the log. You know, when we run here the function, assemble counters, we have here this stuff. Now, this is the inputs that we pass to the agents. As you can see, we have here long-term memory, we have here profile layer, and then we pass here this. Let me check here long-term memory. Okay, we got here this stuff. Long-term memory, we have here, I was previously in New York, use a lot of programming TypeScript. And then you can see we have here the working memory. The working memory starts here from here. We have here daily log. We don't have here anything inside the working memory. We didn't have anything because this is a new day. Let me try to pass here another inputs. I'm passing another inputs. I'm working on a microservice architecture app, and then I'm tap inner. Let's see what we're gonna have here. Okay, now I'm gonna copy this stuff again. Now I'm going to copy these inputs again here, and we're gonna see what we're gonna have within the context. Okay, I'm passing here. Now you can see this is what we retrieve here. Okay, as you can see, working memory. We have here, hello, my name is Ajembo. That is the input that I passed previously. And then the agent has responded this. Hello, Ajembo, welcome, nice to meet you. I'm your assistant ready to help you with coding, debugging, or anything else you need. Okay, you can see this is what we got within the working memory. Let's say I pass here, what is my name? Let me pass here, what is my name? Pass here, what is my name? It's gonna get it because I've already passed it a working memory. You know, every time we're gonna pass an input to the agent, we're gonna load the working memory. And again, you're gonna see, okay, if I copy the working memory, let me head into MongoDB so that you can see what we got within the working memory. I'm gonna move here, and I'm gonna move at the bottom here. I got a command that I'm gonna run within my command prompt in order to get into MongoDB. I'm gonna move here. Let me show you the command that you're gonna run. Run here docker exec, and then -it mongoose -u admin -p password 123 authenticated database. We're gonna pass you this, and then I'm tapping it. I'm gonna head into right here. I'm passing show dbs. I'm passing use sales agent db, and then I'm passing show collections. Okay, now I'm gonna pass db that working memories that found. Let me tap enter. Yeah, as you can see, that's what we got within the working memory. Okay, as you can see, we have a lot of message. Okay, this is the current date here. Let me check on my calendar. Yeah, this is the current date. Okay, you know, when I was testing the system in the background, I've passed here this message. That's why I've passed here this message. That's why you can see this. This is a new date that I'm recording, and then you can see this is the new date that I'm recording. I'm showing you I'm showing you that the working memory is working. Okay, this is a new day. Now you can see here, I've passed here, hello, my name is Ajembo. Then the A is respond here, raw AI, hello, Ajembo. And then I've passed here this input. I'm working on a microservice architecture app. And then the agent has respond with this content here. Okay, as you can see, we have here this content. That's what the AI respond. And then I pass here, what is my name? The agent has respond here, your name is Ajembo. Then I'm gonna move here. I'm gonna pass here these inputs. Save what I'm working on. Save what I'm working on save what I'm working on in my pass here in my long-term memory. And then if I click here send and I move here, let me pass here this. Let me show you something. Let me show you something right here. You can see it already saved here my preferences, category preference, content, user love programming, TypeScript. And then you already saved here facts. User was previously in New York. You already saved here the context. User is working on a microservices architecture application. And then we have another context. User is working on a microservices architecture application using TypeScript. Let me ask the agents. I switch to Rust. Let me pass you this. Actually, I have integrated Rust in my stack. Okay, so I can pass you so that I can improve my microservice app. I'm gonna click here send. Let's see what we're gonna have within the long-term memory. Okay, let's move here. I'm gonna run here this, and then you can see you right into the long-term memory. User is working on a microservice architecture application using TypeScript and Rust. Rust is integrated into the stack for performance critical components. You can see the agent has inserted that new information within my long-term memory. Okay, if I ask the agent what is the new integrated programming language, it's gonna retrieve it. Okay, it's gonna be here Rust. Let me ask the agents. Let me pass you, what is the new integrated programming language? What is the new integrated programming language? If I tap here enter, I'm gonna get here Rust. Let's first here look for the working memory. I'm pass here DB. I'm pass here show collections, and then as you can see, we have here the working memory. Working memories, and pass a db that we're gonna pass a working memories that found like this, and then I'm tap enter. As you can see, this is my input. What is the new integrated programming language? And then here the agent has respond here. You can see raw, okay, raw user and contents, and we have here this. Based on your contents, the new integrated programming language in your stack is Rust. As you can see, the agents get it. Okay, it is a memory, guys. It is a memory. Now we're gonna improve this. Okay, actually, we start working a little bit. Now we need to improve it. Oh, now we're gonna improve this system, this memory system. What we're gonna do next, we're gonna add a vector store to this memory system. And as I said before, we're gonna use pgvector. You can head on LangChain. And then head into the integration menu, and then you're gonna scroll at the bottom here. You're gonna scroll at the bottom, you're gonna see vector store. Click vector store, and then you're gonna pick here pgvector. You're gonna see this. Okay, pgvector store integration. Scroll at the bottom and scroll at the bottom here. You can see in here they explain how to use it with Docker. I've already passed you this line. Previously, I explained you how to do it. Okay, as you can see, pass you pgvector, we pass you the image name, container, restart always, environment, I pass you the DB. You can see Postgres DB API. I pass you Postgres user, my user, I pass you the password, change me, and I pass you the network. Do this and define here the volume. Once you finish, you're gonna scroll again a little bit. You're gonna see this, okay? You're gonna see this section here. We're gonna copy the code. As you can see, we need to pass here an embedding model. Right here, they use OpenAI embedding model. In our case, we're gonna use Cohere. We're gonna use an embedding model provided by Cohere. And then what you're gonna do next, you're gonna copy this config object. You're gonna copy everything here, and you're gonna copy the line. Now, in order to add document within the pgvector, we're going to define. We're gonna define first a document, and then we're going to pass it into an array like this. And then you're gonna invoke here add document function in order to embed this document within pgvector and nothing else. Now, what we're gonna do, we're gonna copy the code. We don't have to think, guys. Copy the code, don't write it. And then what I'm going to do next, we're gonna head into the source folder. Okay, source folder. And here, let me head into the app folder here. Let me pass here config. And pass here config, and then we're gonna pass here this and pass here pgvector, like this, that is. Now we're gonna head in, and then we're gonna paste here this code. Okay, we're gonna pass here this stuff. And guys, I wanna show you something that you need to do first Don't forget to run here this command. Don't forget to run here this command. Run this command in order to get page filter. I've already do it. Do it, guys. Now you're gonna do this. You're gonna pass here this. Okay, you're gonna pass here this. And as you can see in here, I'm getting here to an error. You can see PG, you can see could not find a declaration file for module PG. Now they ask us to run here this command in order to get it. Now I'm gonna move right here. Let me open here another window, and then we are going to run it. Let me zoom a little bit. We're gonna head into the Auth Service. Okay, and then we're gonna run here this command. Let me show you what you're gonna run. As you can see, I run here this. I'm gonna install the task PG. Do it, and then you're gonna do this. Okay, you're gonna do it. Let me get rid of this embedding mode right here. I'm not gonna use it. We're gonna use Cohere. Head on Cohere. Okay, head on Cohere and create an account. When you're gonna create an account, you're gonna get an API key. If I click here, continue with Google, they're gonna take me to my dashboard, and then I'm gonna grab my API key. Okay, let me pass here my email. Okay, I'm passing my email, and then I'm gonna log in. Okay, I'm gonna log in with Google because I don't remember my password. I'm gonna click continue, and let's go back here first and see what we need to do in here. As you can see, in order to initialize PG vector, we're gonna pass here PG vector store.initialize. Okay, that's what we need to pass here. And we're gonna pass here the embedding. Now let me pass here function. I'm pass here sync function init PG vector. And then we're gonna pass here this. I'm not returning here PG, I'm not returning here vector store like this. We're gonna do this, and then we're gonna pass here an embedding model. Let's say right here, we're gonna pass here an embeddings, and pass tab is any here, and we're gonna pass here config. As you can see, this is an object. I'm say this is record. The type is record. We have here string, and the value is any, like this. Okay, like this, guys. Okay, pretty cool. Okay, this is the function that we're gonna use in order to initialize. In order to initialize PG vector. Okay. Now let me do this. I'm gonna take the function. I'm gonna take the function, and then I'm pass it. I'm gonna take that object, and then we're gonna pass it right here, like this, and we're gonna pass here only a single parameter. Now let's export here this. Okay, like this. Okay, pretty cool, guys. Okay, as you can see, this is pretty cool. Now what we're gonna do, we're going to create here pipeline. We're gonna head into the memory folder. As you can see, we have here memory. I'm not heading. Let me close this. We're gonna head into memory agents, pipelines. We're gonna pass here an embedding pipeline. Embedding. I'm passing embedding pipeline.ts, and we're gonna pass here retrieving pipeline. Pipeline.ts. Okay, now let's head into the embedding pipeline, and we're gonna pass it something. I've already passed the code. We don't have to write it. We got the codes. We got a code on the documentation. I copy there. Okay, let me pass here this stuff. Okay, this is gonna be the embedding pipeline. Okay, as you can see, we have here this stuff doc embedding. As you can see, we're gonna pass here in a rev document, and we're gonna pass here the user ID. Okay, that's what we're gonna pass in here. Now you can see we pass here Cohere embedding. You can head on Cohere. You can see. Now let me log in first here, and then I'm gonna grab here my key. I'm gonna continue here. Okay, we're gonna continue to Cohere, and then they're gonna take me to my dashboard. Now I'm gonna head into API keys. And then I'm taking an API key for an embedding model. I'm gonna take it, and then I'm passing into datenv. Let me first copy Cohere, and then we're gonna head into datenv. As you can see, we have a datenv. We're gonna pass here Cohere is equal to this API key that we're gonna copy here. You can see. Let me pass in another API key. trial keys. Let me create here another key. If I click here, create and pass the test key. And then, yeah, we're going to pass the test key. And then we're going to click here, generate trial key. We're going to get it. We're going to copy here the key and pass it in here like this, nothing else. Close this. And then we got here the embedding model. Now, I'm going to scroll the bottom here. You can see we have the function load raw docs. We're going to use the function in order to load an array of documents. We got here another function, create parent doc. In here, we're going to use a technique called parent document retriever. If you don't know what is parent document retriever, I invite you to go check it out this video. Okay, go check it out this video, ChatPDF clone. ChatPDF clone, guys, go check it out this video. You're going to learn about multi-vector retriever. I suppose you know what is multi-vector retriever. I suppose you know it. Go check it out this video in order to get the basic. And also you're going to get the code about multi-vector retriever. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create these functions. You can see we have here load raw docs to load an array of documents. As you can see on the documentation of LangChain, you can see we have to load an array of documents. Okay. In our case, the array of documents is going to be the working memory and long-term memory. Okay, we're going to fetch that information and then we're going to create an array of documents. And then we're going to pass the array of documents to the function right here, load raw docs. Now let's create a function, load raw docs. As you can see, I pass here an array of documents. It means we are going to do this. I'm now retrieve first this data. I'm going to retrieve this data that we got in here, and then I'm going to pass it into an array that looks like this, an array of documents. An array of documents, it is the page contents and metadata, okay? We're going to pass it this data. And then once we pass it this data, what I'm going to do, now we're going to pass it create parent doc function to create parent doc. As you can see, we pass it raw docs and user ID. And then I'm going to take these raw docs, I'm going to split it. I'm using here recursive character splitter. If you don't know what is recursive character splitter, I invite you to go check it out this video. I explain literally everything you need to know about it. Let me move here. Go check it out this video, I think. Go check out the video RAG full course. RAG full course. Go check out this video, or go check out this video in order to learn about it. I think if you watch Notebook LM, you're gonna learn everything you need to know about RAG. Okay, RAG in practice. If you want, you can go check out this video. Now I'm going to continue. I pass the recursive character splitter in order to split an array of documents into multiple chunks. And then I pass an ID as metadata for the parent doc. And then inside the child docs here, we are going to plug in the ID of a and then inside the child docs, we're going to plug in the ID of a parent doc. Okay, this is the logic of parent document retriever. Now I'm going to take here the parent doc. I'm going to split it into small chunks again. And then I'm going to plug the ID of the parent doc as metadata within the child docs. This is the idea here, okay? I plug the ID of a parent doc within a child docs so that I can reference to it. You know, when we're going to retrieve data, we're going to retrieve first child docs. And as a child docs, it has a reference to its parent document. We're going to use the ID in order to retrieve a parent doc. And then we're going to take parent doc. That's what we're going to return to the user. Okay, this is the parent document retriever technique. Okay, that's what we have in here. Now we're going to work on the retriever. Now we're gonna do the same thing. We aren't gonna add here a lot of stuff. It's pretty much the same thing. Now we're gonna pass the init pg vector, query vector db. We pass the embedding model we use equal here. And then here, I'm going to pass the init pg vector. We're gonna pass the vector store, that's similarity search. We pass the query, and then we're gonna retrieve here top 6 child docs. And then I'm gonna retrieve here the parent ID within the metadata, and then I'm going to use that ID in order to retrieve parent doc. Now you can see pass first the compression layer, and then I pass the contextual compression retriever. Okay, if you don't know what is contextual compression retrieval, I invite you to go check out this video in order to learn what is contextual compression retrieval in details. Go watch this video and then you're gonna be ready. You're gonna understand what is contextual compression retrieval. I explain literally everything you need to know about it. Okay, let's continue. Now you can see I take here the compressor, which is the LLM. I take the LLM I pass in here, and then we're gonna get rid of noise. It works like this. Let's get a quick overview real quickly. Let's say I retrieve an array of documents, and then this array of documents contains some noise. Let's say we have noise data. Let's say these blue lines here are noise, irrelevant data within the retrieved data. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to take the documents, I'm gonna pass it to a compression layer. Let's say this is a compression layer. The compression layer is basically the LLM. I'm going to take the document that we retrieve from the vector database. Let's say we retrieve here free doc. We're gonna take here the document. We're gonna pass in here. Let's say we got here free doc. Yeah, let's say we got 2 doc here. We retrieve 2 doc. We're gonna take that. We're gonna pass these 2 doc to the LLM. Right here we got the LLM. And then what the LLM is gonna do here, the LLM is gonna remove here irrelevant data. It's gonna remove here these blue lines. Okay, it's gonna get rid of this irrelevant data, and then it's gonna take the data, it's gonna pass it to the user. Okay, it's gonna take the data, it's gonna pass it to the user. That's how a contextual compression retrieval works. Okay, it allows to remove noise from the retrieve data. Okay, nothing else. If you want to learn about it in details, go check out the ChatPDF video. You're gonna learn about it. Now I'm gonna return here the retrieve docs like this, and we just finish. Now in order to get the class here, contextual compression retriever, you need LangChain classic. You need this package. Let me head on Google and then I'm tap here LangChain. Yeah, let me pass the LangChain classic. Let's see what we're gonna have here. I'll pass here npm. Okay, click here LangChain classic. Okay, this is the package that contains the contextual compression retriever. This is the package that contains it. Okay, contextual compression retriever. If you install the package, you're gonna get it. Or if you want, you can create your own contextual compression retriever. You can create your own contextual compression retriever. Okay, if you understand this theory right here, you can create your own contextual compression retriever. Okay, do it if you want. Now you need this package, LangChain classic. Install that package in order to get it. And if you want to learn about it, come here, scroll a little bit, and read stuff here. Learn how it works. Okay, learn how it works. Now let's continue. We already create here a pipeline that allows us to embed data within pgvector, and we got another pipeline that allows us to retrieve data. Now let me head into, I'm gonna move into pgvector right here, and then I'm passing something. You can see we have here this configuration right here, and we have here this line in order to initialize pgvector. Okay, now let's say I want to embed data. As I want to embed data, I'm gonna invoke the function. If I want to embed data again or retrieving data, I'm gonna invoke the function every time I'm gonna initialize the database. Now what I'm going to do this. I'm going to copy the line. We're gonna pass here this line, okay? Cached vector store. And then I'm going to take the vector store, I'm gonna store into the cache vector store. We're going to pass here this line here in order to cache it. I'm going to check first here if we got here this. Okay, as you can see, I'm gonna check if this file here isn't null. If isn't null, we're gonna return here cache vector store. Else we are going to return here the vector store. And at the bottom here, I'm going to do this. Cached vector store is equal to vector store. Yeah, vector store, and then we're gonna return here the cached vector store. Let me check. Yeah, we're gonna return here this cached vector store like this. Okay, as you can see here, we pass here data. Okay, we cache it. Okay, We are going to check here if we got data within the cached vector store. We aren't gonna initialize again here the database. Okay, it's better to do that. Okay, in terms of performance, if you don't do that, every time we're gonna invoke the query, every time we're gonna invoke the function query vector db, we're gonna initialize the database every time. Now, in order to avoid that, it's better to cache it. Okay, if I move right here, let me click here in its page vector. As I move here, you can see we cache it. I pass it the line to check if we got data. If we got it, we're gonna return it. We aren't gonna do it again. Okay, we store that within a variable. Okay, pretty cool. Now what I'm going to do next, I'm gonna go back into the memory agent, and I'm gonna move here into the prompt. I'm gonna pass here another prompt. I'm name it compression prompt. Okay, we're gonna pass in here. We're gonna pass you the same prompt, and also I'm going to head into the tool. I'm gonna pass here. Yeah, I'm not heading to pipelines. I'm pass here another pipeline. I'm naming it compression pipeline. Now inside the compression pipeline, what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to import the LLM class. Okay, we're going to import the LLM class, and then we're gonna pass the LLM system prompt that allows it to compress data. Okay, now let me go back here first, and I'm gonna explain you how the system prompts work. Okay, you can see the system prompt that I pass here. You are a memory compression agent. Your task is to compress a fully daily child log into a clean, zero summary. Rules: remove all intent reasoning traces such as think blocks, ignore system prompts, tool calls, and assistant planning text, extract only meaningful conversation content, remove timestamps and formatting noise, do not rewrite the conversation as dialogue, do not add new information, preserve stable user facts, keep summary concise. Output formats, and then I pass here date, status, overview. Okay, and then I'm gonna pass here key facts extracted. Okay, conversation summary. Do not include anything outside of these formats. Okay, let me pass here. Let me increase here the summary. Let me pass here. I can pass here 500 words, 5 to 6,000. Let me pass here to 1K. It's better. 6 to 1K. Okay, to 1K. Okay, like the let me pass here 1,000 like this. It's pretty better. Okay, they're gonna pass here. Let me pass here 1K. 6,000 is pretty little, guys. I'm passing 1K to let me think a little bit to 2K. It's better to pass here this. Okay, if we compress a lot, we're gonna lose data, guys. Okay, it's not better to compress a lot. If we compress a lot, we risk to lose data. Okay, 1K to 2K words. Okay, it's better. Okay, that's what we're gonna save into the vector DB. Now let me go back here. I'm going to pass here now the LLM, and I use the minimax. Then I pass it this system prompt. We pass in here, and we pass it the content. Then we're gonna return the content. We're gonna return the summary. Okay, that's cool. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into the context assembler. Okay, this is the context assembler. Now what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to invoke now the function right here. If the number of tokens is greater than these small context limits, it means we exceed the thresholds. Okay, we exceed the thresholds. It means the working memory it means we have inside the working memory, we have 20K tokens of data. Okay, let's see our limit. Our limit is 15K tokens. We have 15K tokens of data within the working memory. Now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to take that information. I'm gonna pass it to the LLM. We got here the LLM, and then the LLM, it's gonna compress it to 1K. We're gonna have here 1K to 2K token to 2K token. And then we're going to take the data. We're going to keep it within PG vector. We have here PG vector. We're going to take the data. We're going to pass it into PG vector. Okay, this is the structure. And also, I'm going to empty. I'm gonna empty that. I'm not empty the today working memory. I'm going to empty it. Okay. You know, if I head into right here, head into MongoDB. Let me run this function. Let me do this. If I pass the working memory found, you can see I run here this. Let me show you something. Let me move at the top here. You can see this is the working memory. You can see we have here the current date, thread ID, user ID. And within the working memory, based on the date, we have here entries. If the entries hit the threshold, so we're going to take it, we're going to summarize it. And then I'm going to take the summary, I'm going to pass it to the vector store. That's what I've said. After that, I'm going to empty the entries. You know, this is an array. I'm going to empty the array. Okay, I'm going to empty it. You can see inside the working memory, we have data. What I'm going to do, I'm going to empty that file now. I'm not empty the array. Okay. Next time we're going to load the working memory, it's going to be empty. We aren't going to have anything. If the user needs the data, the AI is going to use a search tool in order to retrieve the data from the PG vector. Okay. Now let's head into the working memory service. And then I'm going to pass a function, clear working memory. I'm going to pass in here. I pass you the user ID, thread ID, current date. Then I'm passing find one in update. And then I'm passing user ID, thread ID. And then I'm set here entries. It's going to be empty. Now let's head into the context assembler. We're going to pass here the compress short-term memory. As you can see, I pass here the LLM context. And then I pass here doc embedding. You can see I pass here the compressed data. We pass it right here in order to embed it. And then we're going to invoke here to the function clear working memory. I'm going to empty the file. Okay, we're going to empty the file. Okay, if later we need the data, the AI is going to use a search tool. Let's pass here a search tool that allows to retrieve data within a vector store. I'm pass here search memory tool. This is the tool that the agent is going to use in order to retrieve data from a vector database. Now I'm going to pass here search memory. I pass here the tool name and description. Retrieve relevant long-term memory. Entries based on the user query. This tool searches a vector database of previously stored summaries and returns high-level contextual information about the user, such as preferences, goals, past interactions, and employee background knowledge. Use this tool when the query depends on the past conversation, long-term context. You need to recall user-specific information, preferences, habits, or goals. The current input is ambiguous and maybe benefit from historical context. Personalization or continuity is required. Okay, this is the tool that the agent is going to use in order to retrieve data from vector database. Now I'm going to pass here the user ID, relevant long-term memory, and then I'm passing vector data. Query vector DB. We invoke here the function. Okay, we invoke here the function in order to retrieve data from the PG vector. As you can see, we got here PG vector. We're going to retrieve data. We are going to pass it to an extraction layer. Okay, let me pass here. Yeah, extraction. Yeah, let me pass the custom. Yeah, let me pass you this. Let me pass you a little comment so that you can understand this pretty well. Okay, this is an extraction layer. Okay, when we retrieve data from the vector database, I'm going to format it as string. And then I'm going to take this data. We're going to pass it to an extraction layer. An extraction layer allows to remove noise from the data. Okay, let me pass. Yeah, this is an extraction. Yeah, this is an extraction layer. Extraction layer. Okay, extraction layer. You know, let's say the agent invoke the tool, query vector DB. The query vector DB is going to return a lot of documents. It may return here even 5 documents. And then within these 5 documents, we have a irrelevant data based on the user input. Let's say I love programming in Java. And then within the data, we have irrelevant data. Okay, we have noise. Now, if we don't take the data and pass it to the extraction layer, we are going to poison the context. Yeah, right here we're going to have poison, context poisoning. Yeah, poisoning like this. We're going to poison the context. Okay, it means we're going to add irrelevant data within the context. And then the LLM is going to take a wrong step. You know, if we pass here, we pass the data to the extraction layer. We are going to get rid of this noise. We're going to remove that. And then the LLM is going to get a fresh data. And then the LLM can take a good step. Okay. If you don't have here this extraction layer, we are going to poison here the context. Okay. And then the memory agent is going to say, yeah, I got this. That's what the set2 returns to me. Now let me use it. Now it's better to have here this extraction layer. As you can see, I pass a filtered data. Now I'm going to create a function, custom LLM extractor. We're going to extract only relevant data. Now let's head into right here. Let's head into pipelines. And then I'm passing custom LLM extractor. Okay, the goal of the function is to extract relevant information based on the user inputs. If you don't understand this, how it works, go check it out this course, guys. Go check it out this course right here. RAG full course. Check out this video. Okay, check out this video, guy. You're gonna understand about this stuff. Okay, the basic first about RAG. Now let's go back here. Now we pass here the LLM, the agents. And then we pass here agent that invoke. We invoke the agents. We pass here the user input and retrieve documents. And then we're going to return the output to the tool. Okay, we're going to return the output. Now let me pass here the system prompt. I'm going to copy the system prompt. It's pretty huge. I'm going to head into prompt folder and then I'll pass here LLM extractor prompts. .cs. Okay, like this. You can name it whatever you want. Okay, now this is the system prompt. You are high precision relevant filter for retrieve augmented generation system. Your job is to extract only the most relevant and no redundant parts of the retrieved data to answer the user question. Let's say the vector database return redundant data. Okay, redundant data, it means we have repetition. Okay, we have the same information within more than 2 docs. So the LM is gonna extract only relevant data. Okay, it's gonna get rid of all redundant parts within the retrieved data. Okay, now I pass you this. As you can see, I said here, your job is to extract only the most relevant and no redundant parts of the retrieved data to answer the user's question. You are given 2 different sources. We're going to pass it vector store and we're going to pass it daily log archive. For that, we're going to use BM25 retrieve. I'm going to get into that later. Okay, this is the system prompt. You're going to read it. Okay, we have a lot of things here, guys. You're going to read it in order to understand it. Now I'm going to take here this and then I'm pass it right here. Okay, and then this is the system prompt right here, guys. Like this. Let's close this and let's import here the function. Okay, I'm gonna import the function. Let's take the search memory tool and then we're gonna pass it to the agents. We're gonna move here memo agents and then we're gonna pass it in here. Okay, like this. Okay, we import the tool, we pass it to the agents. You can see we have here another function, format document string. Okay, I got a little function right here. I don't have to write it, guys. Okay, we're gonna lose time. As you can see, this is pretty simple. We pass in array like this, and then we format it to string. Okay, this on array of documents. Now I pass in here. Okay, now let's import here the document class. Let's head into the context assembly. I'm gonna move at the top. I see here we import here document. We're gonna take the line, we're gonna pass it right here. Okay, like this, and then you're gonna get rid of the here. Okay, format document as string. Okay, like this. Okay, like this. Now what we're gonna do next, we're gonna work on another collection. Okay, previously we work on the working memory collection. That's what we work on previously. Okay, working memory collection. Now what we're gonna work on is another collection. We're gonna name it. I'm gonna pass here the name working memory archive. This is another collection that we're gonna work on. So what is the memory? What is the working memory archive? Let me give you an explanation about it. As I said previously, when the working memory hits the thresholds, we take the content, we pass it to the LLM. We are going to summarize it to 1 to 2K tokens, and then we're going to take these summaries. We're going to store that information within the vector database, and then we are going to empty. We're going to empty, as said, we're going to empty here. We're going to empty the working memory, okay? This is the logic that we got within the context assembler. As you can see, in here, we have here this information right here. We are going to take here the LLM context. Then what I'm going to do, I'm gonna pass it to the compressed short-term memory function. We're gonna get a summary. We're gonna take the compressed data, we're gonna pass it into a vector database, and then we're gonna clear the working memory. Okay, I'm going to initialize it. You can see pass here function that allows us to update the entry. Okay, we're going to set empty as array. Now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to take here the data. Let's say, when we compress data, we may lose some meaningful information. We may have 15K tokens of data, but if we pass it to the LLM, sometimes the LLM doesn't care about meaningful information, doesn't know about it. Try to make a summary about the data. Now, what I'm going to do with the raw data, okay, with the raw data. Now, what I'm going to do with the raw data, I'm going to take this information that was within the working memory. I'm gonna keep it within the working memory archive. It means I'm gonna take, when I'm gonna clear here, it works like this. When I'm going to empty the working memory, I'm going to take to the raw data. I'm going to keep it within the working memory archive. I'm gonna store the data right here. Okay, I'm not gonna let the data goes like this. We may use data in order to find something within it. Now, to find the data, to search within the working memory archive, we're gonna use BM25 retriever. Okay, right here we have BM25 retriever. BM25 retriever is an algorithm that we're gonna use for keyword-based search. Okay, we got here the search tool. If I into the search tool, search memory tool, you can see here we use vector database. Okay, in order to retrieve data. I'm gonna pass here another tool. We're gonna name it BM25 retriever in order to perform keyword-based search within the archive. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. I think you get the idea. Okay, I'm not gonna throw the data, guys. I'm going to take the data, I'm gonna store it within the working memory archive. Now we're going to create the BM25 retriever. Now let's head into the pipeline folder, and then I'm gonna pass here another pipeline. Right here you can see you got pipeline. It's gonna pass here BM25 retriever pipeline. Okay, pipeline, that's it. Okay, now let's head on Google, and then you're gonna type this LangChain.js BM25 retriever. Scroll a little bit, and then you're gonna see we got this. They explain how to use it. Pretty simple. We have to create an array of document, and then we're gonna take the array of documents. We're gonna pass it to the BM25 retriever that from documents. Okay, we're gonna pass this array, And then we're gonna pass here retriever.invoke, we're gonna pass here the query, and then we're gonna get here the results. That's how we use it, okay? That's how we use it, pretty simple. Okay, now let me pass in here. I've already created a function for it. We don't have to lose time, guys. Let's work real quickly. We got a lot of stuff to do. Now, let me pass you this function. Okay, I did the same thing. As you can see, we're gonna pass the function a string, which is a document, and a query. And then I'm gonna take that document, I'm gonna pass it to a text splitter. We're gonna split it, and then we're gonna pass it in here like this. Okay, we're gonna pass in here, and then we're gonna invoke here we're gonna pass here, and then we're gonna pass here retriever.invoke in order to make a search. Now let's invoke here format document string. Okay, we're gonna invoke here the function, we're gonna import here the function like this. We got the BM25 retriever. Now let's create the model, the collection. Okay, working memory archive. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna head into the models folder, and then I'm gonna duplicate something here. You can see we got models, working memory model, and pass here another model, working memory archive model, like this. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna simply head into the working memory. We're gonna copy everything in here, and we're gonna put it into the working memory archive like this. Okay, copy first. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm gonna modify here the name, working memory, and pass here archive like this. Okay, working memory archive entry. I'm gonna take that and pass it in here like this. Okay, like this. Okay, we got here IU working memory archive interface. Okay, like this. We're gonna modify here name, working memory archive schema, and then we're gonna pass here this. Okay, like this. Let's scroll again. Working memory archive entry schema. We're gonna pass here this, and we're gonna pass here this, and working archive memory, and pass here this name too, and we're gonna get over the error. Okay, let me see. In here we got an error. Cannot find working memory. working memory archive. working memory archive like this. Okay, like this. I'm gonna scroll the bottom here. We're gonna pass here working memory archive schema. Working memory archive. Okay, let me check here the name here at the top. Working memory archive. I'm passing archive entry schema. We're gonna take here the name, and we're gonna pass it here. Okay, like this. Let's move at the bottom here. working. Okay, let me move at the top here. I wanna copy the type. Working memory archive. I'm gonna take here this, and then I'll pass it at the bottom here. Working memory archive. We're gonna pass here this name like this, working memory archive. Okay, there we go. Just finishing here. We just finished. Now what we're gonna do, we are going to create a service for the working memory. Now we're gonna head into the service folder. You can see we have here the working memory service. I'm gonna pass here another file. I'm gonna name it working memory archive service. Working memory archive service.ts. We're gonna head into the working memory. This is the working memory. We're gonna copy everything in here. We're gonna pass it into the working memory archive like this. Let's move at the top here, and we're gonna modify here stuff. I'm gonna get rid of this. We're gonna modify here first the name of the class, working memory archive. Pass here archive like this. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna pass here replace all like this. Okay, working memory archive. We're gonna pass here archive for this function. For the parameter, it's gonna stay the same thing. Working memory archive. We're gonna import here this. Okay, working memory archive. We're gonna import here this. Okay, like this. Let's scroll it a little bit. Failed to retrieve the working memory archive. Okay, we're gonna pass here. Convert the working memory archive to Markdown. I'm gonna pass here archive. Yeah, like this. Okay, pretty cool. Let's scroll. Failed to convert the working memory archive to Markdown. Archive here. Append working memory archive. I'm passing archive like this. Let's scroll again here. Let's scroll again here. Okay, it's working memory archive. I'm passing archive. Okay, like this. And then failed to insert within the working memory archive. Okay, we're gonna pass here this. Yeah, we got here clear working memory. Yeah, we aren't gonna clear here the archive. I'm gonna get rid of this function. We don't need that function right here. Okay, pretty cool, like this, guys. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna take the working memory service, the working memory archive service. We're gonna take it and we're gonna head into the context assembler. Okay, let's move at the top here. Okay, public, and then I'm gonna pass here working memory archive service, and then I'm tap it with this function. Okay, we're gonna tap it with a class here. We're gonna take here this, and then we're gonna pass it in here. This is equal to this. Let me import the class right here. Okay, I'm gonna take that, and then we're gonna pass in here, and then I'm gonna pass here get instance like this. Okay, pretty cool. Now I'm going to move at the bottom here. We're gonna move. You can see we have here the LLM context. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to insert. I'm gonna pass here to insert. We're gonna pass here this working memory archive service. Archive. Let me pass here only archive. Let me move at the top here, and then I'm passing this name here. Okay, and then I'm gonna pass here that, and then I'm gonna pass here append working memory archive. Okay, we're gonna invoke here, we're gonna invoke the function. Okay, and as you can see, the function takes here, let me check, it takes words here as parameter. Let me check here about parameter. We can hit it. Yeah, let me check here. Okay, let's check here about parameter. Yeah, as you can see, it takes here this data here. Now I'm gonna do the same thing and pass here the user ID. Okay, we're gonna pass here this. I'll pass here this that user ID. We're gonna pass here the thread ID. Let me see at the top. We got here the thread ID. We're gonna pass it in here. This that thread ID, and so we're gonna pass it the row. For the row here, okay, for the row I'm pass user, and for the content here is gonna be the LLM context. We're gonna take that and we're gonna pass in here like this. Okay, like this. We're going to store the data within the working memory. Now we're going to take the line here. Okay, we're gonna take the line. We're gonna take here the line here. Okay, this is the working memory. And then we're gonna head into the set tool, and we're going to pass here this function. Let me pass here working. I'm passing const working memory archive. We're gonna pass a const working memory is equal to working memory service. Okay, working memory service that's get instance. Okay, like this. Now I'm going to pass here another line. I'm gonna invoke a function that allows us to get data. If I head into the working memory archive service, you can see we have here this function. Let me see, convert working memory archive to Markdown. I'm going to I'm not invoking the function in order to retrieve data within database. Let me pass here to working working memory archive. Okay, like this. I forgot to do this. Okay, forgot to do this. Now we are going to go back within the search tool. Okay, let me go back within the search tool, and then I'm going to invoke that function right here. I'm not scroll the bottom. I'm not add a space here, and then I'm pass here BM25 retriever, and then I'm gonna pass here working memory data. I'm pass here cons working. I'm passing working memory archive data. Okay, working memory archive data is equal to await, and we're gonna pass the working memory that we're going to get. I'm pass the get. I'm gonna invoke here get working memory archive, convert working memory archive to markdown. We're gonna invoke the function, and then we're gonna take here this data. We're gonna pass it here. You can see we have a BM25 retriever. We're gonna import it. We're gonna pass here the data. Okay, we're gonna pass it the data. Let me see. We're gonna pass it the data, and we're gonna pass here the query. Now, as you can see, if we put our cursor over the convert working memory archive to markdown, it takes here the user ID and thread ID. Okay, if we don't pass the date, they're gonna use the current dates. Okay, we are gonna pass date. Now let's pass here the user ID. I pass here the user ID and thread ID. Okay, let's pass here the thread ID. I'm gonna copy this line here, and then I'm gonna pass here thread ID, and then I'm gonna pass here configurable thread ID. Now let's go back into the index here, memory agents. We're gonna head into the index. Okay, this is the index, and we're gonna pass here this. We are going to scroll a little bit. We are going to, as you can see, for the memo agent function pass the thread ID, I'm going to pass it right here into the configurable and pass the thread ID. Okay, like this, we're gonna pass it the thread ID, so we're gonna get access to it. Okay, like this. Now let's go back into the search memory tool. You can see pass in here. Okay, and when we're gonna retrieve the data, working memory archive data, we're going to pass the data to the BM25 retriever, and then once we pass the data to the BM25 retriever, we're gonna create a document, and then we're gonna pass that document to the recursive character splitter in order to split it into a chunk size of 1,200, and then we're going to invoke. We're gonna make a search within the BM25 retriever. Okay, this is the logic. Now I'm going to do this. Okay, I'm going to return now this. You can see we get the data. We pass here retrieve data retrieved from the data retrieved from daily log archive. We're gonna pass it to the relevant long-term memory. We're gonna append it to the variable, and then I'm going to take the variable. We're gonna pass it to the custom LLM extractor in order to remove irrelevant data, and then we're gonna return here the long-term memory. Okay, you can see pass a filtered data. We pass here relevant long-term memory layer. Okay, and then we're going to return that. Pretty cool, like this. Okay, actually we finished with the set tool. The set tool is ready to use, guys. Okay, it's functional. Okay, let me head into the context assembly. I want to check here something. Okay, everything is okay in here. Before we try this, I want to try this, guys. Okay, and explain you how it works. Okay, I want to try this. Okay, like this. And also I'm going to head into the PG vector. Let me head into PG vector. I want to take here something. You can see pass here the user, the password, and the database. Okay, we pass here this information. I think it's better to pass here environment variable for this line here. Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm gonna pass here. Yeah, we're gonna pass it PG, pass it PG vector. Yeah, I'm gonna pass it PG vector. Okay, let me do this. Let me do this real quickly. I'm gonna cap this. We're going to head into ChatGPT, and then I'm gonna ask here Gemini creates me environment variable for this. I'm gonna pass here this stuff, and then they're gonna create environment variable. We got here DB tab, DB host, DB ports, DB user. We're gonna copy this stuff. We're gonna head into right here. Okay, we're gonna move here. Okay, we are going to move into the data, and then I'm gonna pass in here. Okay, DB tab. Let me ask I'm gonna pass something. Add PG vector to the env. Let me tap here this. Okay, I'm pass here something like this. Okay, let me continue. I don't want to lose time. I'm gonna pass here DB tab, DB host, DB port. We're gonna pass here this information, but I think it's better to pass here PG and pass here underscore vector DB type. I'm gonna copy this line. We're gonna pass it right here like this. Pass here, pass here, right here, and then right here. Okay, like this. PG vector DB type, PG vector DB host, like this. That's what I want, and I'm going to copy this. Let me move it up here. I'm going to copy this. Okay, we're gonna copy this stuff, and we're going to pass it within the PG vector like this. I'm gonna comment here the line, and then I'm passing this. Let's get into the env. We're gonna copy the PG vector. We're gonna pass in here. Process.env. I'm gonna pass here PG vector DB type, PG vector DB ports, PG vector DB user, and right here PG vector DB password, PG vector DB name, like this. Okay, pretty cool. We just finished. Guys. We just finished like this. Okay, and here I should pass here. Okay, we're gonna leave it like this. The table name. I'm pass here this. I'm gonna copy this, and then I pass here PG vector table name. Table name. We are going to pass here this. Okay, like this. If you have here this, I'm gonna pass it right here. Is equal to. We're gonna go back here, and then we're gonna copy it. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm pass it here. Okay, there we go. We just finished in here, guys. We just finished. Now let's head into Docker Compose, the YAML, and check here something. Okay, we have here the task service. I want to check something right here. If we load the environment variable, okay, notification service, task service. As you can see in here, we load here this. We load the data. Okay, that's good. Okay, that's good, guys. That's good. Okay, pretty cool. We just finished. Guys. Now what I'm going to do next, we're gonna head into the command prompt, and we're gonna run this in order to try this. Now I'm gonna move here and pass here Docker peers to see running container. You can see we have here these running containers. I pass here Docker compose down. We're gonna pass here task service. Okay, I wanna shut down this service. Okay, we shut it down, and then we're gonna run it again. Now we're gonna run here. Now you're gonna run Docker compose app -d task service. Okay, you're gonna rerun here the service, and it's gonna run. Okay, do that, and then you're gonna head into Docker desktop. You're gonna check that if everything is okay, it's gonna work. Now let me head into Postman. I'm gonna pass here hi. Okay, I'm passing hi, and then I'm click here send. Okay, you can see it works. Now let me head into MongoDB. I want to check here something. I want to run here this find. You can see I pass here hi. Okay, you can see this is the today date. You can see previously I passed here hello, and then I passed here hi, and we got here the AI. Hey, ready to dive into your microservices project. What are we working on today? And then I'm pass here this input. I'm gonna pass here this. I'm gonna pass here give me a plane. Okay, this is the input I want to pass to the agent. Give me a plane. Okay, and then I want to tap here send. Okay, let's move here. Let me see here what we got in here. If I tap enter, you can see that's a bit broad. I'd love to help. And you can see the agent suggests here plan. Okay, project plan, learning plan, specific feature, something else. Now I'm going to head into ChatGPT, and then I'm gonna ask ChatGPT to generate us some input that we're gonna use in order to test our agents, our memory agents. I'll move here and pass here this input. Let me show you. Generate me, let me say 5 inputs that we're gonna use in order to test our agents, our memory agents. We're gonna pass here that input. Now let's see what we're gonna have here. Okay, I don't see what the agent is passing here. Let me move it right here, and then I'm copy this. Okay, we're gonna move it right here. Let me choose here this preference. Let me scroll the bottom. I prefer this. Let me click here. And we're gonna, yeah, this is the input generated by ChatGPT. Let me scroll the bottom. Here's the input that we pass. Generate me 5 input that we're gonna use in order to test our memory agents. Now you can see here are 5 realistic user input that should exercise different aspects of your memory agents. Some should be stored as long-term memory, while others should remain only in working memory. Okay, now we're gonna test our agents. Now from now on, always generate my backend projects using Node.js. From now on, you can see this the input. You can see input, user preference should be stored. Okay, from now on, always generate my backend projects using Node.js, Express, TypeScript, and MongoDB. Don't use Prisma. Don't use Prisma unless I specifically ask for it. Okay. From now on, always generate my backend projects using Node.js. Let's move here. I'm currently building an AI SaaS platform where users, and then let me first copy this first input. I want to see it work. Okay, let me pass here this, and then I'm tap enter. Okay, let's see what we're gonna have here. Let's move right here. If we run here the working memory, you can see we got here this. We got here the user inputs. From now on, always generate my backend project using Node.js, Express, TypeScript, and MongoDB. And then the agent response. Got it. All remember that for your future backend projects. Okay, you can see past this stuff. Now let's head into the long-term memory, and we're gonna check if the agent has stored this information. I'm gonna pass here db that's long-term memories. We're gonna pass the long-term memories that's found. Then we're gonna tap enter. Okay, as you can see, the agent didn't save it. As you can see, we have only this. I should see it right here. User is working on a microservices architecture. It didn't save it. If I pass here, save it. Let's tap enter. Let's see what we're gonna have here. I wanna see it within the long-term memory. The agent will remember about it. Let me tap it again, enter. Okay, you can see it added default backend tech stack, Node.js, Express, TypeScript. Okay, and it pass here category preference, importance high. Let's move here and take another input. Okay, expected long-term memory. Personal facts. I'm currently building an AI SaaS platform where users can create and deploy autonomous AI agent for customer support. I'm gonna copy this. We're gonna pass it to the agent. I wanna see that information within the long-term memory. I'm gonna pass here this. Let's move here, and then I'm gonna run this. Okay, as you can see, we got in here, we have that information within the long-term memory. User is building an SaaS platform for creating and deploying autonomous AI agents. If I pass here that input, do you know what I'm actually working on? I'm pass here working on. If I tap enter, let me see what we're gonna have here. I'm going to move within the working memory. Let me move here within the working memory. This is the working memory. You can see I pass here, do you know what I'm actually working on? And then the agents here think a little bit. And then key details I have about your projects. Architecture, microservices with TypeScript. We got here backend stack. Node.js, Express. Core features. We have here this stuff. Let me pass here. What is my name? Okay. Let me check if you're gonna. Let me pass here. What is my name? Okay. You can see we have here this. Yeah, you can see we have here this. The agent pass here. Key details of about you. Architecture, microservice with TypeScript plus Rust. Backend stack, Node.js Express. Core features, agent builder, multi-tenant isolation. We got here this. Let me pass here. What is my name? Previously I passed to the memory agents my name. Let me see if it's gonna remember body. What is my name? Let me click here, send. We're gonna head into again within the working memory. I'm tap enter. This is the input. What is my name? I don't have your name stored. You haven't told me what to call you yet. Okay, it doesn't know my name. It means it didn't save it within the long-term memory. Let me head into the long-term memory. I want to check if we got my name within the long-term memory. You can see I run here this command. Long-term memories. You can see preferences. We got here facts. We got here the context users working on. It didn't save my name. It haven't already saved my name. As you can see within the long-term memory, we don't have my name. That's why the agent doesn't remember it. Let me pass here. My name is Ben. I'm passing only Ben. If I pass only Ben, the agent's gonna save it. Let's see what the agents, if I pass here only Ben, let's see what the agent's gonna do here. I'm gonna go back here. I'm going to run here again the long-term memories. Okay, it didn't save it. We don't have anything. Let me head into the working memories. Nice to meet you, Ben. Okay, we have here my name. Okay, I want you to remember that. I'm pass here. I want you to remember that. If I tap enter, let me move here. Now I want to run here. I want you to remember that. Let me move here now and check here the long-term memories again. Okay, let me move at the top here. We get a fact, preferences. It didn't save my name within the long-term memory. Let me pass here, save my name. Let me see what we're gonna have here. I want to run here the long-term memory. Yeah, you can see we get here fact, user's name is Ben. Okay, save it. And I'm going to, if you want the agent to save every information that you're gonna give it, you have to inform it. You have to tell the agent when I'm gonna give you a specific input, like what I'm working on, my name, about my trip. Always save this information. The agent's gonna start doing it. Okay, you have to inform the agent about what you wanna do. Okay, If you want the agent to do this, to remember this kind of information, just inform the agent and it's gonna do it, okay? Actually, you can see the agent is able to write into the long-term memory, and when we pass it an input, it can retrieve data within the long-term memory. Okay, that's what we can do right now. Now, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to copy the last input. Let me copy this input. Whenever you generate TypeScript code for me, always use async await instead of parameter then, and prefer singleton service over static utility functions. It's going to take that and it's going to pass it within the long-term memory. Let me pass in here and see what we're going to have here within the long-term memory. If I tap enter, I think it's going to save it. Yeah, long-term memory. If I tap enter, yeah, you can see it saved that information. Preferences, whenever generating TypeScript code, always use async await instead of parameter then. Instead of parameter then chains, prefer singleton service over static utility functions. You save it. It works. Actually, the memory agent is working pretty well. Now, what we're gonna do, I'm going to test this feature right here. I'm going to test if we are going to run into a compression layer if let's say if we reach this amount of token here. You can see the thresholds to run into a compression layer is 15k token. Let me head into the memo agent. We're gonna head into the memo. I'm gonna head into the memo agent index, and then we're gonna head into memo agent. Now let me click here. Let me move at the top. You can see this is the threshold that we need to reach in order to run into a compression layer. Now you can see if I head into the context assembler, you can see at the bottom here, I'm checking here if the number of tokens is greater than this model context limit. We are going to run into a compression layer. We are going to compress the short-term memory. Actually, if I move here, let me tap here this. If I run here these commands, let me run here. Okay, as you can see, I run here these commands. Let me move at the top here. Let me move at the top. I don't see it. Let me close this. And then I'm not do this. I'm not getting to MongoDB. And then we're gonna use sales agents DB. And then I'm pass here DB that's working memories that found. Okay, yeah, I pass here bad name. Let me show collections. Okay, you can see working memories. Yeah, working memories. I'm take that, and then I'm pass it in here. I'm gonna pass it DB dots, and then I'm gonna pass it found. I'm tap enter. You can see this is the data that we got within the working memory. Let me scroll a little bit at the top here. Let me scroll again a little bit. Okay, you can see. Let me scroll again here. Okay, this is the current date, okay? And this is the entries of the current dates. Now, I'm going to console here something. I'm going to console here this line. I want to see the number of tokens. Okay, I want to see the number of tokens. And then I'm going to check if you're gonna reach here the number. We're going to make that we reach this number. Okay, we are going to I'm gonna ask the agent to generate a blog post so that we can reach 15k tokens. And when we're gonna reach 15k token, we are going to run into a compression layer. Okay, we are going to compress the data, and then you're gonna see we are going to put the data within the working memory archive. As you can see, if I take here the working memory archive, and I pass here finds like this, and I tap enter, you can see actually within the working memory archive we don't have anything. And within the vector database, we don't have anything. Now, let's run into a compression layer. Okay, I'm going to trigger, I'm gonna trigger that. Okay, now I'm gonna ask the agent first this. Okay, first, I'm gonna ask the agent, write a blog post for me about AI agents. Write a blog post for me about AI agents. I'm gonna tap enter. And then let me head into the working memory and pass cdb that. I'm going to copy the working memories and pass it here that found. And then you can see we have here blog post. This is a blog post. It's pretty huge, guys. Now let's see. We're gonna move here. I'm going to move right here. Let me move right here. I'm going to head into the memo agent and I'm going to comment here the line. I'm gonna comment here the line. And we are going to run this command in order to restart the SaaS service. First, let's run here this Docker compose down. I'm gonna shut it. Then we're gonna pass here Docker compose up. Okay, we're gonna run it again. Okay, we run it again. Now let's move into Docker desktop. You can see we run it. If I click here task service, you can see we run it. We're gonna wait a bit. And when the task service is gonna be up, we're gonna continue chatting with the agent. And when we're gonna send an input to the agent, you're gonna see we're going to console this line. We're gonna console this line right here. Okay, we're gonna console the line and then we're gonna check the number of token. As you can see, the task service is up again. Now let's head into Postman and I'm pass here. I'm back. Hi, I'm back. Okay, I'm back. I'm pass here and then I'm pass here. What is my name again? I'm passing my name again. This is the input I'm gonna pass to the agent. I'm tap enter. Let me check here. I'm gonna head into right here. And then we are going to run this command. This is the input that I pass here. Hi, I'm back. What is my name again? And then based on our conversation earlier, your name is Ben. You get it? You get it? Succeed? Now let me move here. I'm now heading to Docker desktop. And you can see number of tokens. Okay, actually we have here 2K. This is 2K. I don't know if you see that pretty well, guys. Let me copy here the line and then I'll pass it right here. Then pass it in here. Actually, we got 2K. This is 2K. Okay, in order to reach 15K token, we need to pass a lot of message. Okay, we need to pass a lot of message, guys. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to set here the threshold to 3K. In order to test this, I'm going to check if we are going to insert the data within the working memory collection. You can see we have here the working memory collection. Yeah, you can see we have here the working memory archive. Okay, actually we don't have data here. I'm going to check if we're gonna insert the data within the working memory archive. Okay, that's why I pass here this. And also I'm going to pass a middleware to the agent to know which tool has been called by the agent. Now let me move right here. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to head into the memo agent again. Let's head into the memo agent. I'm gonna pass here 3K like this. As you can see, I pass here 3K. I want to reach the thresholds. And also I'm gonna pass a middleware to the agent. You can see we haven't already passed a middleware. I'm gonna pass a middleware to know which tool has been called by this agent. Okay, it's better to know that for debugging purpose. I'm going to move right here. I'm gonna head into the source folder. Right here, we're gonna head into the app folder. Then pass here middleware. And then I've already passed the middleware. Let's copy it in here, this little middleware. Okay, I have already passed the middleware at the top here, tool-man ring middleware. Okay, we're gonna copy this middleware in order to know which tool has been called by the agent. Okay, let's pass here to monitoring middleware. Okay, like this, TTS. Okay, let's pass in here. Like this, I'm gonna comment here the line. Okay, we're gonna take that. We're going to pass it right here. Okay, like this. Let's import the two monitoring middleware. Okay, we're gonna import the middleware like this. Now let me head into the context assembler. I'm going to pass here something. Okay, here's the context assembler here. And I'm going to pass here, I'm gonna console something, console.log, and pass here, we run compression. And then I'm going to pass here this. Okay, when we're gonna run into a compression layer, we are going to console, we run compression, okay? In order to test this, we're going to embed this information. Okay, and then we're gonna clear the working memory. Then we're gonna append this data to the working memory archive. Okay, pretty cool, guys. Pretty cool. Now we're going to restart the task service. Let's move here, and then I'm gonna run here this command. Docker compose down task service. Then we're gonna run here this command, docker compose app-d, and then we're gonna pass it task service. We're gonna run it again. If I head into Docker desktop, you can see if I move at the top here, task service. Okay, we started again. Let's wait a bit, and then we're gonna try this. As you can see, the task service is up. Now let's head into Postman and try this. And now let me pass here another input. I'm passing simply hi, and I'm tap enter. Let's see what we're gonna have here. Yeah, you can see we console here this. Yeah, we console here this stuff. Run compression. Okay, as you can see, pass here run compression. Okay, and then right here we run into a compression. You can see loading raw docs, and then we have here, we create a doc here. Okay, we create a doc, and then creating child chunks, storing in Postgres PG vector, error connection refused here, guys. Okay, we give connection error. We're gonna pass here the right ports, and also we're gonna pass here a valid host. Okay, the host name is PG vector name. Okay, pass here this name. As you can see, if we move at the top here, the name of the host is PG vector. Let me scroll at the bottom here. We got PG vector, which is the name of the container. Pass it in here, which is the host. If you don't do this, it's not gonna work. Okay, pass here the name of the host, which is PG vector DB. And let me copy it in here too. I'm gonna pass it within PG vector and pass here the name of the host, which is the PG vector. Now let's head into Postman and try this. Okay, I'm gonna pass here write me a blog post and pass here write me a short blog post about prompt engineering, and pass here prompt engineering, and then I'm gonna click here send. Let's move right here. Okay, as you can see, we run into a compression layer. Now we run into a compression layer. You can see run compression. We load raw docs, creating parent chunks. We take that information and then we keep it inside a vector database. Now let me head into MongoDB. I wanna check here something. I wanna run here this command. DB working memories that found. Okay, this is the working memory. And let me run here too another command here. We're gonna run here. Yeah, let me pass here first this command and pass here this. I want to run here this command. And as you can see, we got here this stuff here. You can see here's what I found in your long-term memory about prompt engineering. Okay, this is the input I pass here. Find me something about prompt engineering within the long-term memory. The agent has called a set tool, and then he found this. Here's what I found in your long-term memory about prompt engineering. Prompt engineering is the practice of crafting inputs. That's what the agent retrieve within the working memory. Let me pass here. Let me let me do this and pass it show collections. Then I pass here DB. We're gonna pass here working memory archives. I'm gonna check if we already put data into the working memory archive and pass here find. And then tap enter. Yeah, you can see we got the data here. We got data here. If I scroll the bottom here, we got all the data in here. Okay, we have here quick tips for AI agent, quick tips for your AI agent platform. We got the data right here. Okay, we got all this data here. You can see we have here long-term memory profile. We got here this data. Okay, every time we're gonna exceed the thresholds, we're gonna initialize the working memory. Okay, this is the, I can say this is the structure. Okay, this is how it works. Okay, every time we hit the thresholds, every time we're gonna hit these 50k tokens, we are going to initialize the working memory. Okay, we're gonna initialize the working memory. Okay, this is the logic. Actually, you can see I pass here 3k token. When we're gonna hit 3k token, we're going to initialize the working memory. And guys, I think you get the idea. You get the idea how it works. Okay, now in order to understand this pretty better, at your own, you need to practice. Really, you need to practice in order to understand how it works. Okay. All right, guys. Now we're gonna improve the memory agents a little bit. We're gonna improve it in terms of performance. Okay, we're gonna improve it in terms of performance. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna add agenda for running background jobs. If I head into the context assembler, as you can see, we have here this function, doc embedding. We invoke the doc embedding pipeline when we run into a compression layer. We invoke the function. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to run the function in background. And also I'm going to invoke the function when the agents invoke the write memory tool. You know, the agents invoke the function if you want to write the data, within the long-term memory table. If I pass I love programming in TypeScript, the agent's gonna invoke the tool. User loves programming in TypeScript. If let's say I pass this input to the agents, previously I was in New York. The agent's gonna say user was previously in New York. Okay, we are going to, when it pass the data here, we're gonna pass the data to within a vector database. Okay, we're gonna store the data within two places. Okay, it's better to do that because when we load here the memory, we have here limits. As you can see, if I click here, let me click on the function, get long-term memory as marked on. You can see we pass here limits. 50 rows. We load 50 rows. Let's say a pass here limit is 3. We are going to load these. We're gonna load here only 3 rows. We're gonna load this. We're gonna load this. We're gonna load this, and we're gonna ignore the other. Okay. You can see user's name is at the bottom here. If we load here only 3 documents, and I ask the agent what is my name, the agent is not gonna know what is my name. The agent's not gonna know my name. So what if we store the data within two places? We store the data within MongoDB and VectorDB. Okay, when the agent's gonna invoke the write memory tool, I'm gonna store the data within MongoDB and VectorDB. If we don't load the data from MongoDB, the agent can try to use the search memory tool in order to find data within the vector store. Okay. That's what we're gonna do, guys. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Now what I'm going to do, I'm passing 50. Okay, 50. We're gonna put it back, and now we're going to install agenda. Let's move here and install agenda for that. We're gonna run the doc embedding pipeline in the background. Now I'm going to install agenda. In order to install MongoDB agenda, you're gonna run here this command. Run this in order to get it. Now I'm gonna copy this stuff. And then we're gonna pass it into the Bootstrap folder. Bootstrap folder here. And pass here agenda. And pass agenda. Now we're gonna pass here a file. We're gonna name it agenda.ts. Okay, like this. And then we're gonna pass here the name of the collection. We're gonna pass here collection. We're gonna pass here jobs. Okay, like this, and we're gonna export here agenda. Then pass here export agenda like this. Now we're going to pass here the DB URL. To get the DB URL, we're gonna head into data. I'm gonna take it right here, I'm gonna copy it, and then we're gonna pass here this process data. We're gonna pass here DB URL, and then I'm pass here as string like this. Okay, pretty cool. Now let's head into the index, and we're gonna pass here await agenda that starts like this. We're gonna connect to MongoDB. Okay, agenda that starts. Let's import here agenda. Okay, let me import here agenda like this. Okay, and we're gonna pass here a folder. We're gonna name it jobs. Let's pass here doc embedding job, doc embedding job like this. That's it. Okay, now in order to define a job, let's move here. We are going to pass here this. I'm gonna copy the line, and then we're gonna head into right here. We're gonna pass here doc embedding job. Okay, like this. We're gonna import here agenda. Okay, let me import here agenda. Okay, like this, and we're gonna pass here job any. I'm gonna pass here the user ID and content when we're gonna invoke that job. Let me move into the context assembler. I'm going to take here this line here. Let's scroll. We're gonna take here this function. We're gonna pass it into the doc embedding job. Let's pass it in here like this. We're gonna pass here the user ID, and we're gonna pass here the content like this. Okay, and we just finish here. Okay, as you can see, we have already imported here the function. Let's import it. Okay, let's import the function like this, and then I'll pass here await. Okay, pretty cool. Now let's import here the document class. Because we got a typing error, let's go back here. I'm copy it at the top here, document. I'm gonna take it in here, and then we're gonna pass it right here. Okay, pretty cool, guys. Okay, pretty cool. Actually, we don't have an error. Let me do this. Okay, actually, we don't have here an error. Okay, everything is working pretty well in here. Let me close here this. Let me get in again, and then check here something. You can see actually we don't have here an error. Yeah, I'm going to, as you can see, maybe we have here an error. Okay, let me get off this class here. Okay, I'm gonna put it back. Okay, let me scroll at the bottom here a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this comma here. That's why we got this error. Okay, and then I'm passing this. Okay, let me check here. Okay, pass here the content. And yeah, we need to pass here an object. I'm passing an object, one object, so that we're gonna get rid of the error. Okay, like this, guys. We just define here job. Now, in order to invoke the job, we're gonna pass agenda that's now. Let me look here now, and then we're gonna pass here this. I'm gonna copy the line here, and then we're gonna head into the rat memory tool. We're gonna pass here the line here. This we're gonna import here agenda, and then we're gonna pass it now. Agenda that's now, we're gonna pass it the name of the job. Let's import here agenda first. Now let me pass here the name of the job. I'm gonna move here. We're gonna copy here this. We're gonna go back into the RAM memory tool, and then we're gonna pass it right here. Okay, and we're gonna pass here the user ID, and we're gonna pass here the content. Here's the content. We're gonna copy it. We're gonna pass it in here like this. We're gonna take the line tool. I'm going to pass it into the context assembler. And then let's scroll at the bottom here. We are going to comment here this, and we're gonna pass here agenda. Now I'm gonna remove here this. I'm gonna pass here compressed data. Let me take you that, and we're gonna pass here this that user ID. We finish in here. Now let me go back into the Bootstrap folder. I wanna pass you something. I wanna head into the index.ts, and we're gonna import here this job, doc embedding job. I'm gonna import it within the index. Okay, import here and pass the side effect imports. I'm going to head into the agenda folder. I'm gonna head into jobs folder, and then I'm gonna pass here doc embedding like this. Do that so that you're gonna work. Okay, do this. Now here's what we're gonna do next. We're gonna install Redis. Head on npm. Head on npm and install Redis. We're gonna use Redis for caching the long-term memory. Okay, we're gonna use Redis for caching the memory. You know, every time we pass an input to the agents, we write the data within the long-term memory. And the long-term memory, it doesn't change every time. Okay, it doesn't change every time. It changes if the agents invoke the right memory tool. If you invoke the right memory tool, the long-term memory change. Now I'm gonna cache it because it doesn't change a lot. Okay, now I'm going to do this. Let me move here. I'm going to head into the Bootstrap folder. We're gonna pass here Redis, and I'm pass here Redis clients. Redis clients. Head on npm install Redis. I've already passed here little code in order to connect to Redis. Okay, I've already passed here this little code. Run npm install Redis, and then you're gonna get it. Let's head into that and then we're gonna pass here. We're gonna pass here the URL. Let me head into that. Okay, let's pass here Redis is equal to this URL that we're gonna pass here. Okay, if we don't have here this, let me copy this, and then I'm pass it into data. Okay, like this. Make sure you got Redis, you got an image of Redis. Docker compose. Let me look here. You can see pass here Redis, and this is the port. Let me make sure the port is right here. Okay, this is the right ports. Let's head into the Redis clients, and what I'm going to do in here, I'm gonna export Redis, and then we're going to head into the Bootstrap. Okay, we're gonna head into right here, and then we're gonna start here Redis. We're going to connect to Redis. Let me do this. Let me import here Redis like this. Okay, pretty cool, guys. Let me run here to function in parallel and pass here this await promise that all, so that we can run all these functions in parallel. Let me pass here this. I'm gonna take this and pass in here, and we're gonna take this one. Okay, so that we can improve in terms of performance. Okay, you know, if we pass here await, we're gonna await for DB connection. Then we're going to run agenda. After we connect to our DB, we're gonna run here Redis. But we've promised that we are going to run these three functions in parallel. Okay, that's why it's better to use promise that like this. Now let's head into the long-term memory, and what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to use Redis. As you can see, we have here this function get long-term memory is markdown. We use that function in order to retrieve the long-term memory. Now, as the long-term memory doesn't change a lot like the working memory, I'm gonna cache it. Okay, it changed when the agent invoke this tool, RAT memory. It changed when the agent invoke the tool. Now, let me go back here, and then I'm pass here the key. I'm pass here Redis get. I'm gonna retrieve the key, and then I'm gonna check here if the key exists. We're gonna return here cached data. Else, if we don't have data from the memory, I'm going to retrieve the data from MongoDB. We're gonna run this query, and then we're going to convert the data into Markdown, and then we're gonna take the data, we're gonna pass into Redis. Okay, and as you can see past here, the key in Markdown, and I define here the time, 1 hour. Okay, that's good, 1 hour. Now, what I'm going to do next, I'm going to head into the RAM memory. If the agent invoke the RAM memory tool, I'm going to delete the cache. Okay, we're gonna delete the cache. Now let me go back here. I'm gonna copy the line. I'm gonna copy the line here, and then I'm gonna pass it in here. Okay, if we write into the memory, we're going to delete the key. And then I'll pass here a wait set here. I'm gonna pass here the key. And for the key, this is the key here. Let me copy it right here, and then I'm passing in here. We're gonna pass here the key. Okay, like this, and then we're gonna import here Redis. Let's import in here. Actually, we got an error. Okay, I'm gonna import here Redis. Actually, we got an error. Let me head into the long-term memory and check here something. I'm gonna move edit tab. You can see I've imported Redis here. Let me pass it in here too. We're gonna pass here Redis like this. Then I'm gonna pass here del. Okay, pretty cool, like this. And then I'm gonna pass the key. Now, as I want to run these two functions in parallel, I'm pass here const. I'm gonna pass here memory and pass here memory. Okay, we're gonna pass here memory, and then we're gonna pass here underscore. For the underscore is gonna be the data of it's gonna be the data of this line here, of this second line. Pass here promise that and then we're gonna pass here this line here. Okay, we're gonna pass here the line, and the line we're gonna take that, and then we're gonna pass it right here. Okay, like this. Now let me get rid of these two lines here. Okay, pretty cool. Okay, we get rid of the error, and as you can see at the bottom here, we pass here agenda. Okay, we pass the agenda. Now let's get rid of this line here. Agenda. Now we're going to run a background job. Okay, pretty cool. Let me do this, and we should pass here a wait in order to remove this error. Okay, cool. We just finished in here. Now let's head into command prompt, and we're gonna run here this command: docker compose app-d. We're gonna start up all containers. Okay, and then let's head into the browser in order to try this. As you can see, we run Auth Service. Okay, as you can see, we run Auth Service. Now, what we're gonna do, we're gonna head into Postman and we're gonna try this. Okay, we're gonna try this. Now, I'm gonna pass here a little message. Let's pass here hello and see what we're gonna have here. Okay, if I pass here hello, the agent's gonna react immediately. Okay, the agent react. Let me head into MongoDB. I wanna check something here. I wanna open here another tab. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to scroll bottom here. I got these commands. I'm gonna copy it in order to connect to MongoDB. We're gonna take it, we're gonna pass it in here. As you can see, we connect to Mongo. Now I'm passing show DBs, and then I'm passing use sales agent DB. Okay, like this. Now what I'm going to do, I'm pass here DB that's we're gonna pass it. Yeah, I'm gonna pass here short-term memories that found like this, and then I'm tap enter. Yeah, this is not the right name. Pass here show. Yeah, we're gonna pass here show collections, and then we're gonna pick here the name of the DB. Yeah, I'm pass here working memories. Yeah, this is the right name that I should pass. Yeah, I'm gonna pass here this. Okay, now we're gonna pass the DB that working memory that found, and then I'm tap enter, and as you can see here, pass hello, and then the agent respond, hey Ben, how's it going? Ready to dive into some code today? Okay, you can see actually works. And if we pass another input to the agents, we are going to retrieve the long-term memory from the cache. Okay, we're gonna retrieve it from the cache. Now let me check here. I'm gonna head into the long-term memory service. Let me check here. As you can see, pass here Redis. When I'm gonna pass another input, we're gonna retrieve now the long-term memory from the cache. And if the agents invoke the RabbitMQ tool, rat memory tool, as you can see in here, I'm going to clear the cache. Okay, I'm going to invalidate the cache if the agent invoked the tool. Now let's pass here another input to the agents. I'm thinking about the architecture. I'm thinking about the architecture, and then I'm tap enter here. Let's see what we're gonna have here. If I head into the working memory and tap enter, you can see this is the input that I've passed here. I'm thinking about the architecture. Okay, and then the agent react like this. Now let me see here the logs. As you can see, guys, we retrieve data from Redis. As you can see, we have here Redis it's long-term memory. Okay, we retrieve data from the long-term memory. If again I pass an input to the agent, we're gonna retrieve data from the long-term memory. But if the agent write into the long-term memory, we're gonna invalidate the cache. And again, when I'm past the input, we are going to store the new data within Redis and so on. Okay, that's how it works. Okay, you get the idea, guys. You get the idea how it works. Okay, pretty cool. Now we're gonna work on other stuff, guys. We're going to learn how to create a sub-agents. Okay, SubAgent Creation. This is another point. And as you know, guys, actually we already create a memory agent. The memory agent is the orchestrator. It's gonna be the manager agents. And as I said previously, in order to create a sales agent or a lead qualification agent, we are going to have something like this. The A system is gonna be composed like this. We're gonna have here the memory. Yeah, we have here the memory agents, and we're gonna have the worker agents. Okay, that's what I said previously. The worker agents is a B2B website conversational agent. It can be a sales agent, lead qualification agent, customer support agent, or a marketer agent. Okay, we are going to give the user the ability to create this type of agents. The user cannot create a core agent, but it can create a sales agent, lead qualification agents. The goal is to create a B2B website conversational agents. That only, nothing else. Okay, that only, nothing else. Now here's how it's gonna work. Now we're going when the user is gonna pass an input to our system, we are going to forward that input to the orchestrator, which is the memory agent, and then we're going to take that input, we're going to pass it to a worker agent, which is a B2B website conversation agent created by the user. We're going to pass that input in here, and then this agent is going to work, and when it's going to finish, we're going to give the feedback to the user. And that's how it works. Now, to create a sub-agent, the user is going to provide the name of the agent. You can say, let's say, the name of my agent is a Jarvis agent or Alex agent. It's going to provide the persona and the goal. So what is the persona? The persona of the agents is the tone of the agents. Let's say you want your agent to behave in a professional way or enthusiastic way or empathetic way. Okay, this is the persona of the agent. And we got also the goal. The goal is what the agent is supposed to do. Let's say qualify inbound enterprise leads or troubleshoot pricing queries. Okay, this is the goal of the agent. Okay, now to create an agent, the user is going to provide the name, persona, and the goal. Now let's get into the code in order to understand how it works. Now we're going to create a table. We're going to need a table, guys. We're going to need a table. Now we're going to head into models. Now inside the models, we're going to pass here a model. So the name of the model, I'm going to name it agents. Okay, let's pass it in here. Agent model. Now inside the agent model, we're going to pass here the schema. Now we're going to define an interface. As you can see, we have the name, goal, persona, user ID. And then we are going to pass here the agent schema. We have the column, name, goal, persona, user ID. Okay, and then we're going to export the agent model, okay, like this. What we need to do next is to create a service for the agent model. Now we're going to head into the service folder. And what we're going to do here is to create a service. And as I said previously, inside the service, passing some functions that allows us to interact with our database. Now let's pass here another service. I'm going to name it agent service. Okay, we're going to pass here some function that allows us to create an agent. We're going to use again singleton design pattern. Now let's pass here create agents. Okay, we're going to pass it name, the goal, persona, and the user ID. And then we're going to return a created agents. Update agents. Okay, let's say the user want to update the agents. It's going to provide the name, goal, and persona. Now, here's the code. Agent.found one and update. Okay, this is the code I'm going to use in order to update an agent. Now, let's pass in our function getAgent.id. In order to retrieve a specific agent, we're going to use the function. Pretty simple. Now, let's pass in our function getAgent in order to retrieve a list of agents. And we use here pagination. Okay, we use the pagination and search. Okay, here's the function. As you can see, pass here this function in order to retrieve agents, and we pass here skip. We are going to skip a row, and we are going to define a limit. If you know how it works with SQL, you understand it immediately. And then we're gonna pass here this in order to count rows within the agent table. Okay, like this. And then we are going to return the data. Okay, pretty cool. We just finished. And I forgot to pass here something, guys. You can see we don't pass here try catch. If we got an error here, we aren't gonna throw it. Let me do this. Let me pass here really quickly. Try catch. It's better to pass here try catch because if we got an error, we're going to catch it. Okay, like this. I'm gonna pass here this stuff. And then I'll pass here throw no error. And then I'll pass here failed to create an agent. Okay, that's good. And we're gonna pass here if we got a DB error, and pass here this, and pass here that message like this. Cool. I'm gonna take here this stuff, try catch. I'm gonna take it and pass it in here. I'm gonna take here the line we're gonna put into try. I'm gonna take that and pass it right here like this. And then we're gonna say here failed to update an agent. Failed to update an agent. Update an agent. Okay. Actually, we got here tapping error. Tap here is error, and edit tab here. I think we get tapping error is error. Okay, like this. Let's continue. Right here, we're gonna pass here try catch. Okay, like this. Okay, and pass here try catch. Okay, and pass here try catch. Let's copy the line at the bottom. And then we're gonna pass here this, and let me copy this again and pass it in here. Okay, let's finish right here. I'm gonna take that. We're gonna pass it in here. Okay, pretty cool. And right here, what I'm gonna say here, failed to retrieve an agent. And at the bottom here, I'm gonna copy everything here. I'm gonna copy everything here, and then I'm gonna put it into try. Okay, like this. And then I pass the code, and then I say failed to retrieve a list of agents. Okay, like this. Pretty cool. We just finished. Now what I'm going to do next, we are going to head into, let me do this. Let me see here. Let me check here something. Okay, everything is good here. Now we're gonna head into the Bootstrap folder, and then we're gonna head into gRPC. Now inside the gRPC, I'm gonna invoke here the function. Okay, let me copy something. Okay, I wanna copy something. Okay, I wanna copy something. Let me head into the chat. I'm not heading into the chat service. And what I'm going to do in here, let me copy something. I'm not heading to the chat history. I'm gonna copy this stuff, and then I'm passing another service. Let's pass it in here. We're gonna name it agent service .ts. And then what we're gonna do here, we're gonna use here the agent service like this. Let's import it, and then I pass here create agent. Now to create an agent, we're gonna provide the user ID, name, and pass the persona and the goal. Agents service. And then I'll copy it. We're gonna take it. We're gonna pass it in here. Now to create an agent, we're gonna copy this stuff and then we're gonna pass it right here, like this. Okay, like this. Actually, I'm getting here an error. Let me head into the agent service. You can see pass here, public static. I should pass here static. That's why I'm getting here an error. As you can see, we get rid of the error. Then agent service is equal to this, and then we're gonna take the response. We're gonna pass it right here. Let me pass the agent and I'll pass the response like this. Let's pass in another function. Here's another function, update agent. And then we're going to pass the try catch. We're going to pass the agent ID is ready, name, persona, and go. If we get into the agent service, you can see the update agent function takes the ID is ready. It takes the data. And the data we have name, go, and persona. We invoke the function right here. Let's invoke it. Okay, agent service dot update. Okay, like this, pretty cool. Let's pass here, let's return here this message, agents updated successfully, and pass here the agents. Okay, now let's pass here another function, get agent, to retrieve a single agent. We're gonna invoke the get agent function. We already define it here, and then we invoke it in here. Cool. Let's pass here the last function, get agents, to retrieve a list of agents. We're gonna pass here user ID page limit search. Like this, and then we're going to pass it. And then we're going to return here the data, okay, list of agents. Pretty cool. We finish. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into the API contracts. Let's head into this folder. Let's see here, as you can see, we have the proto. Now inside the proto, we're going to pass here an API contract for the agents. I'm going to pass here agent proto. And then let's pass here this. Okay, agent service, we have here creates agents, create agents request, update agent request, get agent request, get agent request. Okay, you can see define here some service. Now I'm gonna pass this type agents. You have the ID, name, go, persona, user ID. We have here the pagination. We have here create agent request. We're gonna send the name, go, persona, user ID, create agent response. Okay, when we create an agent, we're going to return a message in an agent. We're going to pass update agent request, update agent response, get agent request, and pass the response, get agent request, and we're going to pass the get agent response. Okay, pretty cool, like this. We just finished. Okay, we pass here all types. Okay, pretty cool. We just finished in here. Now, what we're going to do next, I'm going to go back into the gRPC folder. gRPC folder, you can see we got here these functions. Now I'm going to use these functions within the gRPC server. Now let's head in, and what I'm going to do here, I'm going to take the line and pass here agents.proto. Okay, pass here this name. Let me scroll it at the bottom here. Let me see agent.proto. Do that in order to load the file. And then we're going to pass here the we're gonna pass the name of the package, agent proto. And if we head into agent.proto, as you can see, the name of the package is agent. Take here the name, that's who you're gonna pass here. gRPC object.agents, agent proto, like this. We're going to take here this, and then I pass here this line. Let me comment here agents and agents, like this. Now I'm passing the line. Server that has service, we're gonna pass here agents proto, like this. This is the proto, agent proto. We're gonna take it, we're gonna pass in here, and then let's head into the agent proto. We're gonna copy something. I'm gonna copy these function, and then we're gonna pass here. We're gonna pass it in here. Okay, we're gonna take here agent proto that create agents. We're gonna take that, we're gonna pass in here like this. Okay, create agents, and then we're gonna pass here create agents. We're gonna import the function right here. Okay, let me comment here that section in order to remove errors. Okay, like this. Actually, we don't have here an error. I'm going to copy the section again. and we're gonna pass here another function, update agents. I'm taking some pass here. Then I'll pass here update agent. Yeah, I'm pass here update agent like this. Let's copy again. We're gonna pass here get agents right here. I'm passing get agents, and here we're gonna pass here. Let me head into the agent service. Okay, let me move at the bottom here, get agents like this. I'm taking that function. We're gonna pass in here, and right here we're gonna pass here get agents like this. Okay, like this. Let me go back here. Let me move at the bottom here. You can see get agents like this. We're gonna take that. We're gonna pass in here. Let's import update agents. We're gonna import the function. Let's import update agents. Let's import get agents. We're gonna import get agents. We're gonna import get agents with an S. Okay, in order to retrieve of agents. Okay, like this. And we just finished. Now let me get rid of this stuff here and this stuff. Okay, pretty cool. We just finished inside the gRPC server. Now what we're gonna do next, we're gonna head into the gateway, and then we're gonna define routes for these functions. Now let me head into the API gateway source folder, routes. You can see we have here of task routes. Now let me pass you some endpoints. Let me copy this, and then I pass here agents, and then I'm gonna type here end agents like this. Now to create an agent, we're gonna use here pulse and pass the agent with an S. Yeah, right now I'm not gonna verify for the token. Let me remove here the function. To update an agent, we're gonna pass here puts. Okay, like this, and then we're gonna pass here /agents ID like this. Now let me pass here router that get to retrieve a list of agents. To retrieve a single agent, we're gonna pass here agents. Yeah, agents ID. Now to get a list of agents, we're gonna pass here router /agents like this, and then we're gonna get a list of agents. Okay, pretty cool. You can see actually everything is so simple. Now let me head into we're gonna head into the service here. Let me head into first the gRPC task clients. Let's pass here the agent proto. I'm gonna pass agent proto. I'm gonna pass here this agent proto is equal to gRPC object.agents. Then we're gonna pass here agent clients agent proto.agent service. We're gonna pass here the host name gRPC.credentials.creating secure. We're gonna pass here this. Now let's head into the service folder. Now inside the service folder, I'm gonna pass here agent gRPC. We're gonna pass here this. Now we're gonna pass here agent client. We're gonna import it. Then we're gonna pass here create agent gRPC. And as you can see, we pass here the body. Okay, you can see pass here the body. Let's pass here another function, update agent gRPC. We're gonna pass here update agent. We're gonna pass here the ID and body. Okay, like this. Let's pass in our function get agents. Res next. Then we're gonna pass agent clients get agents. Agent ID user ID. Let's pass here this. We're gonna pass here get agent gRPCs. We're gonna pass here user ID page limit search, and then we're gonna return a list of agents like this. Pretty cool. We just finished in here, guys. Now what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna take here the function, and then I'm pass it into the routes. Yeah, let's hit in task routes to create an agent. We're gonna pass here this to update an agent, update agent gRPC, and pass here this one to get an agent, get agent RPC, get agent gRPC, and get agent gRPC. Okay, and pass here with an S. I think with an S. Let me go back here. I want to check something. To get a list of agents, we're gonna pass here get agents like this. We're gonna pass here get agents with an S gRPC. That's what we need to pass here. Okay, like this. Now we're gonna import here the function. Pretty cool. We just finished, guys. We just finished. Everything is ready to test. Okay, ready to test. Now let's head into Docker and we're gonna restart here to service. We're gonna restart the task service. Click here and then you're gonna click here restart. We make changes. Let me go back here. I'm gonna look for another service here, which is the gateway. This is the gateway. You're gonna click here restart because we just added something inside the gateway. Restart it. Okay, we restart it. Now let's wait a bit and then it's gonna work. As you can see, the task service isn't running. We got an error inside the task service. You can see I'm getting here an error. Let me move right here. You can see error bootstrapping the task service. Cannot read properties of undefined. And I've already spotted the error. Now let's head into the gRPC server within the task service, gRPC server. And what we're gonna do here, I'm going to get rid of this. As you can see, we pass the server that adds service. Agent proto creates agents. We should pass here this name, agent service. Okay, agent service, like this. That's what we should do in here. Now, in order to make it short, I'm gonna pass here this new version. Server add service. Then I pass agent proto agent service. That service, and then you're gonna pass here these methods instead of doing this. Okay, now let's go back into Docker and then we're gonna restart here this service. Let me click here again, restart. And then when it's gonna run, we're gonna try this. We're gonna try to create an agent. Now let me move here. Let me first authenticate here. I'm gonna authenticate, I'm gonna click here. Okay, we're gonna authenticate. Let's see what we're gonna have here. As you can see, we authenticate here and we got here data. Now let me copy the user ID. We copy the user ID. Then I'm going to move into the page here. Let me move right here. I'm going to pass here. Yeah, let me move it. Let me move right here. And then let me pass here another page. We're gonna pass here xww from euro encoded. We're gonna pass here the agent's ID. We're gonna pass here, let's say, let me see here. In order to create an agent, we need to pass here the name. We're gonna pass here the go, and we're gonna pass here the persona. Okay, like this, and the user ID. For the user ID, I'm passing here. Now let me head into authorization. I'm gonna head into headers and pass here. Let's pass here accept. And pass the application /JSON, and we're gonna pass here content type, and we're gonna pass the application /JSON. Application /JSON. Let's go back into the body, and let me go back here. I wanna copy this. We're going to pass here pause as the HP verb. We're gonna pass here this, pass here agents like this. Now for the name of the agents, we're gonna name it Jarvis, and I'm gonna name it sales agents like this. We're gonna pass it the go. Let me head into Escalidra. I wanna copy the go. I've passed here something. Okay, let me pass here qualify. Yeah, I'm pass here qualify inbound enterprise leads. I'm gonna take here that and I'm pass it to the agents. Okay, pretty cool. I'm gonna click here send. Let's see what we're gonna have here. Oh, there we go. As you can see, agent created successfully. We have here the ID of the agents, name, Jarvis sales agents. We got here the go, personal user ID, and that's cool, guys. Pretty cool. We just created an agent. Now let me try to retrieve a single agent. Now to retrieve a single agent, we're gonna need here this ID. I'm gonna copy it. We're gonna modify here the HP verb. We're gonna pass here get and pass here this, and then I'm gonna type here enter. I'm gonna pass a question mark. I'm gonna pass the user ID like this. We're gonna pass the user ID, and then we're gonna tap enter. Let's see. As you can see, we have here an agent. You can see we get the ID, the name of the agent, the persona, the user ID, okay, the owner of the agents, okay, UX actually. If you want to get a list of agents, we're going to pass here /agents. Let me try it again here and pass here agents. Let me get rid of the user ID here. Let's see. As you can see, pass here API v1 /agents. Now let me see here the endpoint that we're gonna pass there. Let me head into roots. Okay, we're gonna pass here agents. In order to get a list of agents, we're gonna pass here /agents. Let me pass it again. API v1 /agents. Failed to retrieve a list of agents. Yeah, we got here neither. Okay, we failed to retrieve a list of agents. Okay, let's see how we're gonna fix this. Let me head into the get agent gRPC. Yeah, you can see we need to pass here the user ID. That's why we don't retrieve a list of agents. Now, in order to get a list of agents, pass the user ID. Let me first do this and pass here this in order to retrieve a list of agents. As you can see, we retrieve a list of agents. You can see this is an array. This is an array right here. And then as you can see, the bottom, we have here the pagination. Okay, we retrieve a list of agents. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to bootstrap. I'm not create a worker agent. Okay, as I said previously, when we create an agent, okay, the user provide the name, the persona, the goal of his agent. We're gonna take that information, we're gonna pass it into the agent collection. And now, in order to create a worker agent, we are going to retrieve the data from the database, and then we're going to pass it to a create React agent function in order to create that agent. Now, let's head into the source folder of the task service. And what I'm going to do here, guys, I'm going to pass here a folder. We're going to name it worker agents. Now, inside the worker agents, what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to pass a prompt. Now, let's pass here the system prompt that I want to pass to the work agents. Generate a B2B web agent prompt. We're going to pass it the category, user ID. We're going to pass it the persona, the goal, the name, company context. Okay, and then you can see this is the system prompt. It is composed of 4 pillars of a system prompts. You can see we have the persona, the goal, modes of expression. We got the constraints or boundaries. Okay, this is how our system prompt is composed. Now you can see a binary and row. Your name is, we're going to pass the config.name. You are a professional B2B website conversation agent specializing. You can see the system prompt, identity and row. Your name is config.name. We're going to pass the name. You are a professional B2B website conversational agent specializing in, we're going to pass the category, core business context. You represent a company with the following profile. I'm going to pass your company context, mandatory objectives and goal. Your singular objective during this chat session is to achieve the following goal. We pass you these goals. Always guide the conversation gently towards achieving this goal without being overly aggressive. We pass here modes of expressions. Adopt, we pass the persona, tone of voice throughout the interaction. Keep sentences concise, conversational, and optimized for website chat widget interface. Never use slang, off-color humor, or emoji that detracts from a professional B2B image. We pass here boundaries and app scope. Critical, you are a website assistant, not a general purpose programming, coding, or computing assistant. If a user asks you to write a code, Python or JS, execute math formulas, write poetry. If a user asks you to write a code, Python or JS, execute math formulas, write poetry, or performing actions unrelated to the category for this company, you must politely refuse. Valid refusal response. Valid refusal response. I am designed specifically to assist with, we're gonna pass the category for our service. I cannot help with external technical tasks like coding. Okay, we pass here the boundaries and scope. Okay, this is the system prompt that we're gonna return to the worker agents. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm gonna pass here another file. We're gonna name it worker agents. Now, inside the worker agents, I'm gonna retrieve. I'm not invoke that function. Let me show you the function that I'm not invoking. Let's move at the bottom. We're gonna pass the function. Now here I invoke the getAgent by ID. We're gonna pass it the user ID and the agent ID. Okay, in order to retrieve the data of a single agent. Let's say I head into Postman and I pass here. I take here that ID of the agent, I copy that, and then I pass here /ID question mark user ID, and then we're gonna tap enter. We're gonna retrieve a single agent. We are going to retrieve the data, and we're gonna pass it to that agent. You can see we invoke here getAgent by ID. When we're gonna invoke the function, we're gonna get something like this. Okay, and then we're gonna pass it to the system prompt. Okay, you can see now we pass it build prompt, generate B2B web agent prompt. We're gonna pass it the category, user ID, persona, go, name, company, contest. Now we're going to build the agents, create agents. We're gonna pass you the LLM, system prompt, tools. We're gonna talk about tool later that we're gonna pass to these worker agents. Now I'm gonna start streaming. You can see pass the use instruction, and then we're going to pass the full content, and we're gonna start streaming here. Okay, like this. We already talked about, I've already explained you about this code. Okay, in here I'm returning custom stream data. Okay, I've already explained you these codes. I think in 5 tutorials on our channel, I've already explained you about this code. Okay, we're gonna return here the contents. Okay, like this. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to use now this line here, agent data. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass the data to the function, the RabbitMQ web agent prompt. We're gonna pass it the user ID, agent data, that's user ID, like this. We're gonna pass you the persona. Let me take here this line. I'm gonna copy it. We're gonna pass it right here, and then I pass you persona, like this. We're gonna pass you the go. Okay, here's the go, and we're gonna pass here the name. Here's the name, like this. And you can see actually we don't have the category and we don't have the company contest. If I head into Postman and around the function, we're gonna retrieve a single agent. We miss these two columns within the agent collection. Now we need to add a category and company contest to the agents collection. Okay, we're gonna add them. Now let me first pass here these two columns and pass here agent data, category, and then we're gonna add this, and we're gonna pass here this. I'm gonna copy here this, and then I'm passing here like this. Okay, we got an error. Actually, we got typing errors. Let me check here for this. Okay, let me set it as a string. I'm gonna say this is a string to remove an error, and this is a string. Okay, for this we don't have it. You can see property category does not exist on type A agents. Now what we're gonna do in order to fix that error, we're gonna head into the agents model, and then we're gonna add these two property. Now let's head in. I'm gonna head into the agent service. Let's click here agents. Let's move at the top. We need to pass here this and pass the company contest, and we're gonna pass the category. It's gonna be a string like this. Okay, like this. Let's scroll a little bit. I'm gonna copy this. We're gonna pass here this one is gonna be the company contest. Okay, like this. I'm gonna copy the name, and then I'm gonna pass in here. Okay, like this. We're gonna copy that again. We're gonna pass it in here. This one is gonna be the category. Okay, pretty cool. Let's scroll to the bottom. Everything is okay in here. Now let's head into the agent service. Yeah, I'm gonna head into agent service. Okay, I'm not heading, and we are going to pass here the company context. This one is gonna be a string, and we're gonna pass here the category. This one too is gonna be a string, like this. We're going to update to another function. We're gonna pass the property to the update function. Okay, let me see here. Okay, found one in update. We pass the data, and this data can be name go. I'm going to copy this and pass here. It can be category, and we can pass it to the company context, like this. Okay, we already fix an error within the agent service. Okay, we already get into the agent model and agent service, and we already update the create, and we already update the create and update function. Now let's head into the .proto, and we are going to update the agent.proto. Let's move here. Proto, we're gonna head into agent.proto. You can see we have here create agent request. Okay, we're gonna pass. I'm gonna pass it to this. Pass here I'm gonna pass here company context, like this, and we're gonna pass here the category. This one is gonna be 5, and this 6. I'm gonna copy this. We're gonna pass it create agent request. We're gonna pass it to the agents. Okay, we're gonna update the agents. This one, we're gonna do this. This one is gonna be here. Let me pass here 6. We're gonna have here 7. We're gonna have here 8, and then we're gonna have here 9, like this. Okay, we got here create agent. We already pass here create agent response. We already update here this line. If I click on agents, you can see we pass here this. Let's move at the top here. Update agent request. We're gonna pass here this line. This one is gonna be 6 and 7. Okay, like this. Let's move at the top again. I'm gonna look for update agent response. For the update agent response, we pass here only the agents. We can have something like this. Okay, update agent request. Okay, I've already finished here. Get agent request. We're gonna pass you the agent ID is ready. And here we have get agent response. As you can see, pass you the agent. We already update here. Let's move at the top again. We got here get agent request. Get agent response. Let me click here. Okay, we got this. Okay, pretty cool. We finish within the agent.proto. We finish updating the file. It's ready. No mistake here. Now I'm going to head into the gRPC folder, and then we're gonna update it. Let's head into gRPC folder. Company. Now let's head into gRPC folder. We're gonna head into app, bootstrap, gRPC saver. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm gonna look for create agent function. And as you can see, actually we got an error. I'm gonna pass here company context, and we're gonna pass here the category. Let's copy this, and we're gonna pass it in here, like this. Okay, pass here company, pass the company context and category. Update agents. Okay, and pass here these two, company and category. Okay, like this. And we just finished in here, guys. We just finished. Now let me head into the task. Yeah, we're gonna head into the gateway. I'm gonna check something for the agent service here. gRPC, agent RPC. Let me check here to create an agent. We pass here. Create agent, we pass to the body. Update agents, we pass to the body. Okay, no error, no issue here. Okay, we finish in here, guys. we finish. Now let me go back into the worker agents and actually get the category, and it's going to be undefined and pass here as a string. And for the company, I'm pass here as a string to get rid of the error. Okay, let me click here and see where we got this. Okay, everything is okay in here. Let me go back. You can see the type of user ID is a string. That's why we got this error. Now let me copy the type of the user ID is types.object ID. I'm gonna take that, we're gonna head into in here, and then we're gonna pass it in here. And then we're gonna import here the types. I'm gonna import here this from Mongos. Okay, pretty cool. Let me check here. This user ID can be undefined. Let me pass here to this. Okay, I'm pass here. It's gonna be undefined like this. I think you're gonna get rid of the typing error. Yeah, you can see we get rid of the typing error. Okay, actually we don't have the typing error. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass the agent's ID here. Okay, you can see the get agent here takes the user ID and it takes here the ID. Okay, let me check here. We are going to retrieve here the agent's ID. Yeah, agent's ID. Let me check here the type. Okay, as you can see, the user ID, the types is of these types.object ID. We imported from Mongos. Now let me go back here and we are going to take that. Let me take here the type here, and then I'm gonna type here this. This is the user ID. I type it. Okay, we type it, and we're gonna import the types from Mongos like this. Now we pass here this, and we pass here the agent ID. Okay, the agent ID is a string. We're gonna retrieve it here, agent ID, like this. We fix here an error, and we pass here the user input. We're gonna take it, we're gonna pass it right here. Okay, pretty cool, guys. We just finished in here. Pretty cool. We finish in here, guys. Okay, we finish in here. But as you can see, we don't pass here tools. We're gonna pass to that agent tools later. Okay. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to import the worker agent. I'm gonna pass it into a graph. That's what we're gonna do. Now let's head into the graph here, and we're gonna pass here the worker agents. This is the graph. Let's head into the nodes. Actually, we got only a single node, which is the memory agent node. Now I'm passing a node, which is the worker agent node. Okay, like this. Now we're gonna pass here worker agent node. We're gonna extract the user ID, thread ID, and then we're gonna extract the last A message. You know, the memory agent is the orchestrator. We are going to retrieve the last A message from the memory agent. We're gonna pass it to the worker agents. Okay, you know, the memory agent is the orchestrator. Now I'm going to pass here clean message. We're gonna have the thing tag from the memory agents. We're gonna get rid of them. Then we're gonna pass here working memory service, the get instance. Okay, like this, the get instance. And then we're going to pass here the input. This is the input that we're gonna get from the memory agents. Message from manager agents on behalf of the user. I'm gonna pass here the user message, and the worker agent context is gonna pass a little bit of a context to the worker agents. Now let's pass the worker agents. I'm gonna pass the user input, the agent ID, config, user ID. Then I'm going to take the message, okay, the last A message from the worker agents. I'm gonna store that info within, we're gonna pass that information within the working memory. Okay, we're gonna pass it there. And after that, we're going to move to the end node. As you can see, we update the mess array. and then we move to the end node. Okay, pretty cool. Now you can see right here we got two typing errors. We got remove thing tag. This function, actually this function doesn't exist, but also we got the agent ID. The agent ID doesn't exist. Now, in order to get the agent ID, I'm going to pass to the graph the agent ID. I'm gonna pass it in here so that we can extract it and pass the agent ID. We're gonna pass in here like this, agent ID. It means the user is gonna provide the agent ID to the graph. Now let's go back here. If I click, I'm gonna pass the agent ID. We are going to get access to it. We extract it from the state. As you can see, the error disappear. Now let me take the function wake agent node. I'm gonna head into the index. We're gonna pass it right here. Okay, we're going to pass here add age here, and then I'll pass here from the memory agents to the wake agents. This one here, I think it's gonna be a conditional age here. Add conditional age, and then I'm gonna add a conditional age from the memory agents. I'm going to pass here condition and pass here the state and do this. I'm going to check if the next node, if state that next node is equal to waker agents nodes. Yeah, let's pass the waker agents. We are going to, I'm gonna return here the waker agents. Okay, we're gonna pass here waker agent node like this. Let's pass here this, and here I'm pass here. We're gonna pass the add age. Okay, let's copy this function here, and then I'm passing here. Let's do this. We're gonna pass here waker agent node here. Let me pass here simply waker agents like this. Waker agent like this. The waker agents is the end node. Let's pass it to the graph. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm pass here waker agents. And so you can see the bottom, we got an error here. This is a typing error. In order to get rid of it, we are going to pass here the end node. Okay, we're gonna pass here the end node. If the next node isn't equal to the worker agent, we're going to return here the end node. Okay, pretty cool. Okay, now what I'm going to do next, I'm going to take the agent ID and then I'm pass the graph. Okay, let's go back first within the memory agents. And right here, this is the memory agents. Okay, let me check here something. Let me go back into the worker agents. And right here, I want to do something. You can see we have here this function. Okay, we have here this function, remove thing tag. Let me first pass it into the URLs. Let me pass here this function, remove thing tag. Okay, that is. We're gonna pass you this little function. This is the function. I'm gonna check if we got thing tag, we're gonna get rid of them. You know, sometimes the age generate thing tag. If generate thing tag, we're gonna get rid of thing tag alongside with this keyword. Transfer work agents, we're gonna get rid of this keyword too. Now let's go back here and we're gonna import here the remove thing tag function. Okay, like this. Okay, let me head into, I'm gonna head into the app folder, Bootstrap folder, gRPC. I'm gonna head into service folder. You can see we have here chat service. Let's head in. I'm gonna pass here the agent ID, and then I'm pass the graph. Okay, we're gonna pass here the agent's ID like this. Okay, like this. Okay, pretty cool. As we pass here the agent ID. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna head into the proto folder. Let's head into the proto folder right here, and then I'm gonna head into char the proto, and we're going to look for char requests. And for the char requests, you can see we don't have here the agent ID. I'm gonna add it. I'm gonna pass the string is equal to 4 like this. Okay, let's check if we got an error within the gateway. I'm gonna check something. Let me head into the gateway. We're gonna head into source folder, roots. You can see we got here, yeah, I'm gonna head into task. task routes, you can see chats. Let me click here. I want to check something. Okay, we need to pass it to the agent ID. And pass the agent ID like this, and we're gonna pass here agent's ID. Okay, we pass the agent ID to the graph. Okay, if I head into the task service, okay, let me move here. We're gonna scroll at the bottom here. Let me head into the graph index. You can see let me head into the graph index.ts. You can see we passed the agent ID here, and then inside the worker agent nodes, we retrieve it in here, agent ID. Okay, like this, pretty cool. Now I'm going to pass to the worker agents to the graph. You can see pass state that worker agent. Now I'm gonna pass the worker agent context to the graph. You can see on this line we pass states that worker agent context. I'm gonna take that. We're gonna head into the graph here. We're gonna pass it in here. Okay, I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass in here. Okay, pretty cool. Like this. Okay, like this. Now what I'm going to do next, I'm going to head into the memory agents. Let's head into the memory agents. You can see we have here this function here, stream agents. Let me click here. I'm gonna click here. They're gonna take us in here. Okay, you can see we have here memo agents. Now let me click here. Okay, you can see actually the memo agents, it is here two tools, write memory tool and save memory tool. I'm gonna pass it another tool that allows to pass control to another agents. We're gonna pass it a delegate tool. Now let's head into the tools folder. We're gonna pass another tool, delegate. Now here's another tool. Okay, delegate agent. This is the name of the tool. The goal of the tool is to pass control to another agent. Now we're gonna check if the agent name is equal to worker. We're going to return this. Return transfer worker agents plus the context. Okay, this is what we're gonna return to the agent. Okay, let me get rid of this stuff here. And passive fields to delegate task to the worker agents. And as you can see inside the description here, I pass the available agents. We have only the worker agents is a B2B conversational agents. Conversational agents like this. Okay, now let's take that tool and then we're gonna pass it to the agent. Delegate agent tool. I'm gonna take that tool and then we're gonna head into, let's move here and we're gonna pass the tool. Okay, like this, delegate agent tool. Actually, you don't import it. Let me go back here, delegate agent tool. Let's head into the memo agents. I'm gonna check here something. Okay, we got here typing error, we need to import it. Okay, like this. We don't have here typing error again. Okay, now let's head into the graph again. I'm gonna head into nodes, memory agent node. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to check here. You can see we have here the results. I'm gonna move at the bottom here. I'm going to check. I'm gonna pass here function cons. We're gonna pass here next node, and let me pass here next node. We're gonna pass again next node. We're gonna create this function. We're gonna pass it the full content. Okay, in order to pass the full content, I can just copy this line and I'll pass in here. Now let's head into the. We're gonna head into the URIs folder and then we're gonna pass in the function get next nodes. The goal of the function is to return the next nodes. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to move at the bottom here. We're gonna pass here get next node.ts. Okay, now we're gonna pass here the function. Pass here export function. We're gonna pass here next node. We're gonna pass here the full content. Now inside the getNextNode function, I'm pass here this little condition. If full content includes, we're gonna pass here this. Let's head into delegate. I'm gonna check if it includes transfer worker agents. If it include this, okay, if it include these keywords, we're going to pass control to the worker agents. Now let's head into the getNextNode. I'm check for the keyword. We're gonna pass here worker agent. Okay, this is the name of the node, should end of true. Now let me copy this. We're gonna pass it right here. Let's import the function. And now here I'm going to pass here this. Okay, we're gonna check if should end of is equal to true. I'm going to return here. I'm not return here the A response. As you can see, we return here the A response. We pass here the full content. Let me take here this. Okay, we pass here the full content. We pass here the next node. And also we need to pass here the worker agent counters. You can see we have here this property. I'm take that and pass it right here. Let me go back here. I'm not heading to the index. We're gonna go back into the memory agent node, and then we're gonna pass here this line. Let me check here. We're going to pass here this worker agents, and we need to pass here the worker agent counters. Okay, I'm going to pass here the counters. We're gonna pass here the counters. As you can see, this is the memory agent node here. I'm going to head into the counters assembler. As you can see, we got the memory agent folder. Let's head in counters assembler. Now, what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to take here this. Okay, I'm gonna take the memory layer and then I'm pass it to the worker agents. Okay, this is the memory layer. Now, let me scroll at the bottom here. You can see we pass LLM counters. Okay, we return it in here. Now, let me head into we're gonna head into the index here. You can see inside the index, I'm gonna move here. You can see LLM counters, we pass in here. Okay, and then we pass it to the agent here. Now, let me close this so that you can see. I'm going to take the LLM counters and then I'm pass it full counters. Okay, I'm going to take the LLM counters and then I'm gonna pass it right here. I'm gonna pass it here in order to get access to it within the graph. Now, let me go back into the graph and then I'm gonna extract it. Let's go back into the graph. I'm close this. I'm gonna head into the graph, memory agents. Now, I'm going to extract here the LLM counters. Okay. In order to get access to the LLM counters, I'm going to take here the results and then I'm pass it right here. I'm pass here LLM counters. Okay, like this. LLM counters. Okay, this is the counters. Now we're going to take the working memory, and then what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass it to the worker agents. Now let me first head into the graph, and I'm gonna define here this worker agent counters. Let's head into worker agents, and I'm gonna get access to the property worker agent counters. Now here's what I'm pass here. I'm gonna pass here tag. I'm gonna do this and pass here ongoing user input. I'm gonna take that, and then I'm pass here this ongoing user input. I'm going to take here this, and then I'm pass it within the tag, and I'm going to take now this here. I'm going to pass it within another tag. I'm gonna name it chat history. Pass it chat history data. Now we're gonna take that. We're gonna pass it in here. When the LLM is gonna see this, it's gonna see, oh yeah, this is the chat history, and this is the ongoing inputs. Okay, I'm gonna take that and pass here this stuff. Okay, from manager agents on behalf of the user. Okay, we're gonna pass you the user inputs. Okay, pretty cool. Actually, I'm getting here later. I'm going to take that and then I'll pass it here. Okay, like this, we get rid of the error. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna take that here and pass it right here. Okay, pretty cool, like this. Make sure you do this. You can see ongoing user inputs. And I pass it chat through. When the LLM is gonna see this, it's gonna say this is the ongoing user input and this is the chat history. Okay, and pass here this. Okay, this is gonna be the input they're gonna pass to the the worker agent. Okay, pretty cool. The worker agent needs a context. Okay, need to know what is going on. Now that's cool. Also, what I'm going to do next, I'm going to define boundaries and mode of expression for the memory agents. Actually, if I pass this kind of input to the memory agents, generate me a test function or build me a small React app, the memory agent is going to do it, okay, because we haven't already defined boundaries for it. Now, we are going to head into the system prompt. I'm now heading to memory agent prompt, memory agent prompt. We're going to modify here the system prompt. I'm going to pass it something. Let me move at the top here. I want to see something. Let me scroll at the bottom here. I'm going to pass here this system boundaries. Okay, system boundaries. And then I pass here mode of expression. I should pass here boundaries. Boundaries. Okay, system boundaries. Boundaries and context. Platform scope boundary. This platform only deploys and orchestrates B2B website conversation agents, sales, lead qualification, customer support, marketing, code and generation, computing, exclusion. You are an administrative orchestrator, not a general purpose programming, engineering, math, or creative writing assistant. Okay, you can surpass here these boundaries. Mode of expression, tone and professionalism. Maintain a non-federative, objective, corporate, and helpful B2B administrative tone. Evoke casual slang, excessive enthusiasm, or overly personal commentary. I pass here clarity and brevity. Keep your response highly concise, crisp, and direct. Use short sentences under 15 words wherever possible. Optimize formatting for clear readability. Okay, this is the mode of expression that I pass to the memory agents. Okay, now I'm pass here. I'm gonna move at the top of this same prompt here, conversational context aware assistant with explicit memory tools. Collaborating. I'm pass here collaborating with a B2B agents. Okay, collaborating with a B2B conversational agents like this. I'm not just passing this stuff, and we're gonna see if it's gonna work. If it doesn't work, we're gonna modify it. Okay, that's how we test an agent. If you pass a system prompt for the first time, you prompt the agent, it doesn't work pretty well as you experts. Next time, try to tweak the system prompt. Okay, now let's get into Postman to try this. I'm now heading to Postman, and here's the input I'm gonna pass to the agents. We're gonna pass here this, how to make a medicine. Okay, this is the input that I'm gonna pass to the agents. Now let me click here, send. Okay, let's click send. Let me head into the database here. I wanna see here the output. And in order to see the output, here's what I'm gonna do here. I'm gonna use sales agent DB. And then we're gonna pass here show collections, and then we're gonna pick here the working memory. Let me pick here the working memory, and pass here DB that working memory that found. Then I'm tap enter. You can see how to make medicine. This is the input that I passed to the agents. Okay, here's the current date here. Okay, how to make medicine. Now the agent says this is outside of my scope. I'm optimized for B2B sales, support, and marketing agent workflows. I cannot provide medical advice. Let me pass here this input. Let's say build me a small React app. Let me try to pass here this. Let me pass here build me a small React app. Let me pass here, for example, I'm passing example to-do list. Now I'm tap enter. Let's see what we're gonna have here from the agents. I'm gonna move here, then I'm tap enter. You can see here's the input. Build me a small React app. The agent reacts. I am optimized exclusively to manage B2B sales, support, and marketing agent workflows. I cannot assist with external technical tasks like programming or coding. What I can help with design conversational AI agent for customer support. Okay, the agent is not supposed to do that. Okay, I'm gonna tweak the system prompt in the future. I'm not tweak it. Okay, actually we're still testing the system, how you react. You know, an AI agent is unpredictable. Okay, sometimes it may say this, sometimes this, sometimes this. Okay, and you can say your AI agent is pretty better. Okay, because it's unpredictable. Okay. Now, in order to improve your AI agents, it's better to test it on a huge amount of data. Okay, test it on a huge amount of data, see how the agent reacts. Now, guys, I think that's pretty much it for this chapter, guys. I hope you enjoy. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next chapter. In the next chapter, we're gonna continue building, continue improving this agent, and tweaking the system prompts so that we can get a better result. I see you there, guys. Alright guys, now I'm going to add a knowledge-based system instead of app. So what is a knowledge-based system? A knowledge-based system is basically a place where you can upload data. Let's say you want to create a B2B conversational agent. The goal of that agent is to assist the customer with FAQ questions, product informations, and prices. Let's say I pass this kind of question to the agent. What is the price of this product? Now, the agent is going to try to respond to this kind of question, but if it doesn't have the knowledge base, it's going to fail to respond to this question. To allow the agent to respond to this kind of question, we are going to pass it a tool that allows to retrieve data within a knowledge-based system. That's what we're going to do. Let's say the agent is interacting with a customer on a website. The agent, instead of the customer go through the website looking for a specific question, the customer can craft the question and pass it to the agent, and then the agent can go ahead and look into the knowledge base and then respond to the customer. Okay, that is the benefit of a knowledge-based system. Now we're gonna create it. So we're gonna add a knowledge-based system within our app. Now let's get into the code and learn how to build a knowledge-based system. To build a knowledge-based system, we're gonna need two pipeline. We're gonna need an embedding pipeline, and we're gonna need a retrieving pipeline. I've already created here an embedding pipeline. What I'm going to do here, I'm gonna simply copy this pipeline, and then I'm going to modify here. I'm gonna modify here something. Okay, I'm gonna tweak something. I'm gonna copy here this embedding pipeline that we got within the memory agents, and then I'm gonna head into the source folder. I'm pass here knowledge base, okay, like this. Now we're gonna pass here folder. We're gonna name it pipelines. Now we're gonna pass here the embedding pipeline and pass here knowledge base. Okay, you're gonna pass in knowledge. I'm passing knowledge base. I'm passing knowledge base embedding pipeline like this. That is, we're gonna pass this, and I'm gonna name it knowledge base embedding pipeline. Let's move at the bottom here and pass here. Pass here knowledge base embedding. I can pass this. Knowledge base and pass the key B. Okay, we're gonna know that key B is knowledge base, represent knowledge base. Key B and pass here embedding pipeline. You can modify the name if you got the right name, guys. You can modify this name, key B embedding pipeline. Let me get rid of this function here. Okay, I'm not gonna get rid of this function. Let me pass here, where you can see pass here metadata doc type. We're gonna pass here knowledge base. This is gonna be the doc type. I'm gonna take that, and then we're gonna pass here child knowledge base. We're gonna use the metadata in order to retrieve data. And here doc type child knowledge base. Let me scroll the bottom, and then we're gonna embed it. I'm now heading to the retrieving pipeline that we passed to the memory agents. I'm gonna move here retrieving pipeline. I'm gonna copy everything in here, and then we're gonna head into the knowledge base. And pass here key B retrieving pipeline. That is. Okay, cool. We're gonna pass here key B retrieving I'm pass here key retrieving pipeline. Key, yeah. Okay, I'm pass here key retrieving pipeline. Okay, I'm passing key retrieving pipeline. I'm gonna pass it this name. Okay, like this. And I'm passing function. Okay, pretty cool. Async, export async function key retrieving pipeline. Key represents a null base. Now we're gonna pass here, we are going to retrieve data based on metadata. As you can see, pass here doc type. I pass here child. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass here this. Okay, and then pass it doc type parent. Let me go back here. I want to copy something. You can see pass here parent here, pass here. I'm gonna pass here parent and pass here parent doc. Now pass here knowledge base, parent doc knowledge base. Let me see for child documents. And pass here parent doc knowledge base, and for child we pass here child doc knowledge base. Let me copy this line here. I'm gonna pass it into the key retrieving pipeline. Doc type here, parent doc knowledge base, and for child doc here, we're gonna take here this. We're gonna take here this child doc knowledge base. This is the doc type, is the metadata. We're gonna use the metadata in order to retrieve data into a knowledge base. Okay, I'm gonna take that and pass it doc type. It's gonna be child doc knowledge base. Okay, nothing else. This is our knowledge base system. In order to, let's say, when the customer is going to upload a PDF, we need to extract the data from a PDF. We're going to need a document loader. We're going to pass here loader. Yeah, I'm going to pass here simply document loader. Document loader. Like this. Now, let's pass here the PDF. Yeah, I'm passing here. Yeah, we're going to pass here document loader. .ts. Okay, like this. I've already passed the loader. I'm gonna take that. Now I'm passing here. This is a PDF loader. In order to extract data from a PDF, we're gonna use the PDF loader. You can head on LangChain, tap this. LangChain.js PDF loader. Tap this, scroll a little bit. They explain how to use it. In order to make it work, we're gonna install this PDF, copy this line. Okay, I'm gonna copy that. Let me go ahead. And I'm not heading to the task service, see the task service. Let me pass the line. I've already installed LangChain community. Yeah, I'm passing this. I'm tap enter. And then I'm going to install PDF parse. Run here that command, and then I'm going to get it. And once you install this command, you're going to import a line. And then you're going to pass you the path. And then you're going to pass you loader the load. And then you're going to get a rev documents. Now, let's go back into document loader. And what I'm going to do here is to get rid of this line here. I'm going to get rid of this text splitter here because we got a text splitter within the embedding pipeline. You can see we have here recursive character text splitter. We got it in here. We don't need here text splitter. I'm going to remove here the function. Okay, I'm going to get rid of this line here. Let me scroll a little bit. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to simply return here documents. I'm going to get rid of this. We're going to return a document, and then we're going to pass it to the key embedding pipeline, and then we're going to and then we're gonna split the document into multiple chunks. Let's say this is a PDF. Let me explain you how it works. If you don't understand it, let's say the user upload a PDF. Okay, here's a PDF. Let me move right here. Here's a PDF. The PDF looks like this. Okay, we're gonna take it. We're gonna pass it to our app. This is our system right here. What we're gonna do here is to extract text. We're gonna extract text. Extract text. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a document, and then we're gonna extract text here. Right here, we're gonna use the document loader. To extract the text, we need a document loader. We need the class. And when we're going to extract the text here, I'm going to return something like this. I'm going to return an array of documents. It's going to be like this. Document is equal to we're gonna pass here new is equal to new document, and then here we got the page content. Okay, we're gonna have a lot of data that we extract from the PDF. We're going to take the array. That's what we're gonna pass to the key B. That's what we're gonna pass to the key B embedding pipeline. We're gonna pass here an array of documents, and then we're gonna embed it within page vector. Okay, let me get rid of this and this stuff here. Okay, pretty cool. We just finished it here. Now, what I'm gonna do next here, I'm pass here tool. Let's pass here tool. I can name it. I'm pass it tools, and then I'm gonna pass here key and pass here knowledge search knowledge base tool. Search pass it search knowledge base tool like this. I'm tap enter. I'm going to copy that tool here. I'm copy that tool here, and then I'm pass it here. Everybody in here knows how to create a tool. This is the structure of a tool. As you can see, we're gonna pass it the query, search knowledge base, pass it description, search the organization's knowledge base to retrieve factual information needed to answer user questions. Use this tool whenever the answer depends on a company specific or business specific information that is not part of your knowledge. The knowledge base may contain frequently asked questions, product documentation, feature descriptions, product specification, pricing plans, subscriptions, company policies, enterprise documentation. Okay, this is the data we're going to pass to the knowledge base. Okay, now I'm going to pass here something. I'm going to copy something. I'm going to import here this stuff, and then I'm pass it at the top here. Okay, like we import here the tool, Zod, and I'm going to, I'm not getting rid of these functions here. Now let me go back here. I want to copy something else here. I'm going to copy this stuff, and then I'm pass it right here. I'm pass it here like this. Okay, we need here the user ID, and then we're gonna pass here db. Yeah, I'm passing vector db data. I'm take the variable and pass it right here. Okay, vector. Yeah, I'm pass here. I'm gonna get rid of this line, and I'm going to take here the data. I'm taking vector db data. I'm gonna pass it to this function here. Format document string. I've already defined the function. We're gonna import it in here. We import it. Okay, we're gonna format a document string. Okay, let me check here. Okay, retrieve documents. Let me click here. Yeah, I'm gonna pass here this function to avoid error pipeline key retrieving pipeline. I'm taking that and I'm pass it here right here. That's what I have to pass here. We're gonna import that like this. We get rid of the error. I'm not getting rid of this line here. Okay, you can see past the user ID and query vector data, and then I'm passing retrieve doc. I'm gonna format it as string, and then we're gonna take the data, we're gonna return it and pass it in here. Or I can pass here this. Okay, I'm passing knowledge base data. I'm passing knowledge base data like this. We can convert this to a tag so that the AI can recognize it, that this is knowledge base data. I'm take that, I'm copy that, and then I'm pass it in here. And then I'm gonna close here the tag. Okay, I'm going to return the line like this. We're gonna get rid of this line at the bottom. Okay, we finished working on the search tool. Now we're gonna take the search knowledge base tool and we're gonna pass it to the work agents. I'm gonna move here. I'm gonna head into the work agents. Here's the work agents. I'm passing you this tool. Okay, I'm passing you search knowledge base tool. Let me move here. I'm gonna copy here the tool, and then we're gonna pass it right here like this. Okay, pretty cool. Let me import it. Okay, cool. Now what I'm going to do next, I'm gonna create a proto. You know, we are going to use here, we're gonna use gRPC. Now I'm gonna head into the proto folder, and then I pass here upload that proto. Okay, you know, on the front end, we're gonna create an init first that allows the user to upload an image. We have to pass through the API gateway to reach the task service. Okay, we are going to take the file, and then we are going to pass it to the gateway, and then from the gateway we're gonna pass it to the task service, and then we're gonna store the file within a vector database. Okay, this is the process that we're gonna use. Now you can see here, I pass you the upload service, I pass you the input. We're gonna send the user ID, file name, memtab file, and when we're gonna upload the file, we are going to return success. It's gonna be true. As you can see, this is a boolean. We're gonna return a message, and we're gonna return the file path. Now let me head into the app folder. I'm gonna head into gRPC. Now inside the gRPC folder, you can see we got here some service. I'm pass here upload service. Now in here, I'm pass here this function in order to upload a file. We're gonna extract here the user ID, file name, memtab file. And then I'm gonna take the file, and then I'm gonna upload it into the uploads folder. I'm gonna move the file into the upload folder, and then I'm going to pick here the file path. Okay, I'm gonna invoke now the document loader. I'm pass here the document loader. Let me copy the loader. As you can see, the loader takes here the file path. I'm take the loader here, and then I'm pass it in here. I'm pass here a wait, and then I'm pass here. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna pass it to the loader, and I'm pass here const document content. I'm pass here document I'm gonna pass here document content. Okay, like this is equal to this. I'm going to invoke now this pipeline. If I head into pipelines, you can see Kibi knowledge base embedding pipeline. I'm gonna take the pipeline, and then I'm gonna pass it in here. I'm gonna pass it in here. Okay, we're gonna pass the pipeline. Let me import here this function right here. Okay, like this, and then pass here an object. We need to pass an array. The load document returns an array. If I pull my cursor here, you can see we have here document content. This is an array. I'm gonna take it, and then we're gonna pass it right here. Let me import that function, and then we're gonna pass here a wait. I'm going to pass here, let me see, we're gonna pass here all docs. I'm gonna pass here this is an array of documents, and we're going to pass here the user ID. This is the user ID, like this. Okay, we need to pass here the file name. Let me pass here unique name, and take that. We're gonna pass in here, and we need to pass here the uploader. Okay, this is the uploader I'm gonna pass here. Okay, like this, and we just finish. Okay, we just finish. Pretty cool, guys. We just finish, and then we're going to return this file uploaded successfully. Okay, pretty cool. Now what I'm going to do next, I'm gonna head into the gRPC server, and we need to pass here this. We're gonna pass here the upload. We're gonna pass here upload.proto. Make sure you pass the right name. If I head into proto, you can see pass here upload. I'm gonna copy the name, upload.proto, like this. Then you're gonna pass here the agent proto, and pass here upload proto, like this. We're gonna pass here upload, like this. I'm take here upload, and then we're gonna pass it right here, and I'm going to copy this. I'm copy the line, and then I'm pass here upload, like this. I'm gonna pass in here. Now I'm take that upload. I'm take upload proto. I'm gonna pass in here. Let's head into the upload the proto. I'm gonna take here the name of the service, upload service. We're gonna take it, and we're gonna pass it in here, and I'm gonna get rid of this stuff here. Let's pass here the name of the function. Let me check into the upload the proto. Upload proto, we need to pass here upload file. We're gonna take that. That's all we're gonna pass in here. Upload service, we're gonna take the function, and then I'm passing into the gRPC server right here. We're just finishing here. Now we're gonna head into the API gateway, let's head into the API gateway. And what I'm going to do, we're gonna head into first the task folder. You can see we got here roots. Let me move here. Okay, this is the gateway. As you can see, this is the gateway. Head into the gateway. As you can see, we got here roots and we got a task. I'm pass here another file. I'm gonna name it Malta config. Okay, install Malta. We're gonna use Malta in order to upload the file and pass here this configuration. You're gonna pass it Malta, and then you're gonna pass it Malta.memory storage. You know, we are going to pass the file from the gateway to the task service. That's why I pass it memory storage, because we're gonna store the file within the memory. Okay, we're gonna keep it as buffer, and then we're gonna pass it to in our service. Okay, pass it this. And then we are going to head into the Bootstrap folder gRPC, and I'm gonna pass a file. I'm gonna name it upload gRPC. Now let's pass here the function upload file gRPC, and then we're gonna pass here the file. We're gonna take the file, and then we're gonna pass it to another service. Upload. We pass here the upload client. We pass here the user ID, file name, mamtap file, and then we're gonna return here the response. Now let's head into the gRPC task client, and we're gonna pass here the upload file. We're gonna scroll a little bit. We're gonna pass here upload proto.gRPC object.upload, and I'm pass here the upload client like this. And now let's head into the roots task again, task roots. Let's pass here Malta config, and we're gonna pass here the roots. Okay, rather that post /uploads, and I'm passing Malta config that's single. We're gonna pass the name of the file, and then we're gonna invoke here the function upload file gRPC. Okay, like this, and we just finish. Okay, we just finished, guys. Now we need to try this. Now let's head into Postman and try this. And guys, make sure you run this command docker compose down to start the task service, and then run this docker compose app. You're gonna pass here task service. Yeah, you're gonna pass here -d task service in order to run it again. Okay, like this. Once you finish, now let's head into Postman and try this. Now let me try to upload here file. I'm gonna upload here file. Select here a file and pick it here. Let me show you the content inside the file. We got FAQ questions. Let me show you the content inside the file. We got FAQ questions. Now let me take the file, and then I'm pass it into the browser. I want to show you the content. Let me pass it in here. Okay, we got 10 FAQ questions. Okay, I'm gonna use that for testing purpose. Now I'm gonna head into Postman. We are going to click here send. Okay, let's click send. I'm gonna head into Docker, and then you can see creating. Yeah, you can see here loading Redux. They extract the contents, creating parent chunks, creating child chunks, storing in Postgres, PG vector, single table parent chunks. Okay, we store the data within PG vector. Okay, we store the data within PG vector. Actually, if we pass an input to the agent, the worker agent can retrieve the data by using the Sage knowledge tool. You can use the tool in order to get data. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to work on other stuff. We're gonna work on the stuff. Let me show you what we're gonna work on. I'm gonna move here. We're going to work on lead tools. We're going to pass to an agent a tool that allows it to capture a lead, and a tool that allows it to update lead information. Now we're gonna work on lead tools. We're going to create a tool that allows an agent to capture leads. A lead is basically a user who can become a potential client in the future. Let's say you create a B2B conversation agent, and then you add that agent onto your website, and then the leads, and then let's say a random user visits your website, and then is interested by your product, start chatting with the B2B agents. And then while chatting with the agent can ask his name, email, or telephone so that you can contact him. Or the agent can book a calendar event for you so that you can get into the contact with the lead. Okay. Now, in order to allow the agent to get that information, we're gonna pass it two tools. Okay, we're gonna pass it capture lead tool and update lead tool. Now I'm gonna head into the task service, and then what we're gonna do here, we're gonna head into the model folder. Models, we're gonna pass here model. I named the model customer model. Okay. Now you can see I pass the first name, last name, email, and it passes these columns. Okay, like this. Now let's pass here service. I'm gonna repeat the process, customer service. Okay, we get the customer service. We're gonna use again here singleton design pattern. I've already explained you about this. Okay, create customer. This function that we're gonna use in order to create a customer, to get customer by email, and to update a customer. Okay, this is the code. Now I'm gonna head into the worker agent. We're gonna pass here tools. Let's pass here tools. Let me head into the knowledge base here. I'm going to take here this tool. I'm gonna pass it here. I'm gonna move it into right here into the worker agent folder. Let me get rid of this folder here. Okay, and then we're gonna pass here capture. I'm pass here lead. I'm pass here capture. Then pass here capture lead tool that is, and we're gonna pass another tool update lead tool. Okay, you're gonna pass it the tool, and as you can see, this tool takes the email, first name, last name, new email. In case you want to update the lead email, okay, this is the tool. Okay, I simply invoke here the update customer function. Okay, we invoke the function from the customer service class. Now let's head into the capture lead tool. We're gonna pass here the tool. And as you can see, I pass here this line in order to create a new lead. Okay, like this, nothing else. Now, what we need to do is to copy the tool, capture lead tool. We're gonna head into the worker agents, and then we're gonna pass in here. And we're going to go back into the capture lead tool. I'm gonna go back here. We're gonna copy another tool, which is the update lead tool. We're gonna tick that. We're gonna head into the worker agents. Let's head into the worker agents, and then I'm passing in here like this. Now what we need to do is to import these two tools. Okay, like this. Okay, pretty cool. Now what we're gonna do next is to catch an error. As you can see, actually we have a pass here, a function that allows to catch an error within the work agents. Now I'm gonna pass here the function try. Now let's move at the bottom, and then we're gonna console here something and pass here catch like this, error in work agents. Okay, as you can see, pass this. In the case we got an error within the work agents, we're gonna console that. Now, what I'm going to work on is the writing logic. Yeah, let me pass here writing. Okay, we're gonna work on the writing logic like this. Actually, we got the memory agent, which is the orchestrator of the system. If I pass an input to the system, the input's gonna go through the memo agents. Okay, it's gonna go through the memo agents, and then the memo agents can decide if you can pass the input to the work agents. Okay, the work agent is a B2B agents. Okay, let's say I wanna interact with a B2B agent right here. This is a B2B agent. In order to pass that input to the B2B agents, the memory agents, it have to call the delegate agent tool. It have to call the tool. And when it calls it, I'm going to write that input immediately to the B2B agents. Okay, this is how we're gonna handle this logic. Now, in order to write the user input to the B2B agents, we're gonna head into the memo agents and pass the memo agents. Let's head in. As you can see, we have here memo agents, memory agents. Then I'm heading to the index. Now we're going to move into this section here. We're gonna move into the stream agent function, and then we're gonna get into the loop. And what I'm going to do here, I'm going to pass here this section. I'm gonna check the tool name. If the tool name is equal to delegate agents, I'm going to take here the content, and then I'm gonna return it immediately. And then we're gonna stop streaming. Okay, we are going to return the content immediately. And when we return the content immediately, we are going to pass control to another agent. Okay, this is the logic. This is the routing logic. Okay. Right here, I'm checking if the tool name, if the agent invoked the delegate agent tool, we're going to pass control immediately to the B2B agents. This is the logic. Okay, I think you get the idea. You get the idea. Try to practice in order to understand it pretty well. Now we're going to talk about LangSmith. Okay, now guys, we're going to talk about LangSmith. I don't know if you already heard about LangSmith. LangSmith is basically a platform for building, testing, evaluating, and monitoring applications powered by LLM. That's what we call LangSmith. LangSmith is a platform. So what is the goal of LangSmith? The goal of LangSmith is to allow us improve our agent harness. An agent harness is basically a software infrastructure around the LLM. Okay, read this definition here. Agent harness is the software infrastructure and scaffolding that wraps around the LLM. That's what we call an agent harness. For example, our app here is an agent harness. Okay, this is an harness. Okay, let's say I say train the harness, not the model. I mean improve your system, not the model. An harness is the system built around an LLM. Okay, let's say, yeah, that is the right definition. An agent harness is the system built around an LLM. Okay, you understand what is an agent harness? If I tell you train the harness, not the model, I mean improve your system, but not the model. You get the idea. Now let's talk about the harness tuning loop. We got evaluating, observe, diagnose, engineering. Let's say you are building an AI agent and then you pass it an input. It doesn't work. Okay, that you doesn't get the right outputs. Now, how to improve it? You have to go through the loop. You pass the inputs to the agent. It means this is the evaluation. This is the evaluation phase. You see it works. You observe the outputs. Then you get into the code. In order to diagnose, you can modify the system prompt to message, modify mirror logic. You diagnose it and you continue the engineering. Then you move to phase one again for evaluating the agent, to pass another input to the agents, and so on. Okay, this is how we improve an agent. Now we're going to add LangSmith. Now head on LangSmith, tap LangSmith. If I tap here LangSmith, let's see what I'm gonna get here. As you can see, I got here LangSmith. Head on LangSmith, create an account. And when you're gonna create an account, they're gonna take you to your dashboard. As you can see in here, guys, I've already created an account and I test our sales agent previously. Okay, create an account first. Then you're gonna see at the top here, we have two stuff here. We have here LangSmith and Fleet here. Pick here LangSmith. Okay, LangSmith. And then here's what you're gonna do. Once you pick LangSmith, you're gonna move here at the bottom here. You're gonna head into tracing, and then you're gonna create a project. Let's say I got here my RAG app. I'm passing RAG app. My RAG app. My RAG agents. I'm passing this name. And then I'm gonna click here create. Now you're gonna move at the bottom here. You're gonna click generate API, and then once you click on generate API, you're gonna see this stuff at the bottom. Config environments. You're gonna see that section. Click here env, copy this stuff. Okay, you're gonna copy this stuff, and then you're gonna pass it into your .env. Head into .env, and then you're gonna pass it LangSmith tracing through LangSmith endpoints. You're gonna pass it this, and it's gonna work. Okay. Every time you're gonna pass an input to the agent, we're gonna trace it. If I head into the dashboard, let me move into tracing. I wanna move into tracing. I'm gonna click here sales agents. Every time that you're gonna pass an input to the agent, we're gonna see that here. As you can see, previously I passed here this. I pass here this input to the agent. Let me move at the top here. Here's the input. My name is Ben Ijembo, and I pass you the email. I want to contact your boss. This is the input that I passed previously to the agents. And then the agent has generated this, okay, AI. And then you can see, or save your contact details and write your request to our B2B agents. The agent has generated this. He has transferred the input to the B2B agents. And then the B2B agent has generated this. Hello, Ben. Thank you for reaching out and for sharing your details. I understand you'd like to speak with our management. I understand you'd like to speak with our management or leadership. Here's how we can help you. What are we do? And then the agent is passing this stuff. This is the output generated by the B2B agent. Okay, you can see we got here the output, and we have here some attributes and metadata. Now let me click here. This was the memo agents. And then here at the bottom here, as you can see, the agent has called here the RAM memory tool. It is called a tool, RAM memory. Let me see what the agent has passed in here. As you can see, the agent has passed here this input. As you can see, this is the input that the agent is passed to the tool. He has passed here the category was the facts. Content, username is Ben Ijembo. He has passed here the email. And then he has passed here the email. And these contents, they are a businessman who sells computers online. Importance high. He has stored this information within the long-term memory. And then these two outputs, this is the two outputs of RAM memory, success true, message, long-term memory saved. That was the two outputs. And he has called to another tool here, which is the delegate agents, a tool that allows to pass control to the B2B agents. He has passed here agent name, work agent, context. The user introduced themselves as Ben. They are a businessman who sells computers online. They are requesting to contact your boss. Please handle this request professionally. This is the context passed from the memory agent to the B2B agents. They pass that input, and then we got here this output from the delegate agent tool, and then we are going to move to the work agents. Now here's the work agent. Okay, here's the work agents. Here's the input that will pass to the work agents. Let me move at the bottom here. I want to show you something. Let me move here. Okay, here's the input. Okay, here's the input that will pass to the work agents. We pass the ongoing user inputs plus the memory. Okay, we pass the memory, the working memory to the work agents. We pass that information. That was the inputs that we passed to the work agents. And then the work agent has generated here the output. As you can see, this is the output. Hello, Ben. Thank you for reaching out and for sharing your details. I understand you like to speak around management or leadership. Okay, that was the output generated by the work agents. And with LangSmith, as you can see, on every input that you're gonna pass to your harness, they're gonna trace it. Okay, you're gonna see how your system perform. And okay, you're gonna see how your system perform. Okay, every input that you're gonna pass, you can see the latency here. Okay, and other stuff. Okay, and other stuff, guys. Okay, try to add this environment first. Here, pass here this, and then you're gonna head into the work agents. You're gonna pass here this section. You're gonna pass here this lineup. Let me show you something that you have to pass here. Yeah, to config, pass here this. You can see agent stream. Pass here this. As you can see, I've passed here under stream mode. We got here callbacks. I pass here an array. This array is empty. Head into the memo agents. Memo agent, memory agent nodes. Okay, let me click here, memo agents. You're gonna head into this stream agent function and pass here this callbacks. Pass here this callbacks is an empty array. Pass this. If you don't do this, you're gonna get errors. Okay, pass this in order to avoid errors. Okay, once you do that and you pass an input to the agents, you're gonna start tracing. Okay, every input that you're gonna pass to your sales agent, you're gonna see it in here. You're gonna see the latency and other stuff. Okay, you will get the idea about LangSmith. We're gonna continue, guys. We got a lot of stuff to do. I give you an idea about LangSmith. And that's pretty much it, guys, for this section. I hope you enjoy. Don't forget to subscribe, and I see you in the next one. Alright guys, now we're gonna fix some issue within our system. What we're gonna do is to add the agent ID. The agent ID. The agent ID is gonna be a column that we're gonna pass to the child tree table. We're gonna pass the column to the working memory, to the long-term memory, and we're gonna pass it to the sage memory too. And we're going to update the worker agent system prompt. That's what we're gonna do. Now let me explain you why we're gonna pass the agent ID to the child tree. Actually, we don't have the agent ID column. If I head into the child tree model, if I head into here, you can see actually we don't have here the child tree. Yeah, we don't have here the agent ID. Now let me explain you why we passed the agent ID there. As you know, our platform is a B2B SaaS. This is a B2B SaaS. It allows user to create B2B agents. Okay, it allows user to create B2B agents. Okay, it allows user to create B2B agents. Now, let's say a user created an account within our app, and then he creates 3 agents. Let's say for the first agent, he named it Jarvis agent number 1. Then we got the second agent, Jarvis number 2, and the third one. Let's say the user wants to interact with the first agent, with these agents. To interact with the first agent, the user have to send this payload. We are going to send this payload to the server so that we can interact with only a specific agent. Because within the chat input here, I'm gonna pass here a box that allows a user to pick an agent that he wants to chat with or interact with. Let's say the user got 3 agents. We're gonna list these 3 agents within the select box, and then the user can pick a specific agent that you want to interact with. And then we are going to send this payload to the server. Agent ID, user ID, message, and thread. Now I'm gonna head into the child tree. We're gonna start with the child tree, and then we're gonna move to the working memory. Let's start with the child tree. This is the child tree. Okay, this is the iMessage. As you can see, this is the child tree model. Now I'm gonna pass here another column, which is the agent's ID. It's gonna be a string here as a type. Okay, then child tree. I'm take the agent ID and pass it here like this. Let's scroll a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna continue. Here. We're gonna continue message schema. We are going to pass here. We're gonna copy this schema, this object, and then we're gonna pass here agent ID like this. We pass it in here. We're gonna copy that, and we're gonna pass it to the child tree. Okay, like this. Okay, like this. We finish in here. Now I'm going to head into the child tree service. Here's the child tree service. Now here's what we're gonna do inside the child tree service. Let me move child tree service. Yeah, we're gonna get into the child tree service. Let me check here. Okay, this is the task service. I'm gonna move. Yeah, we're going to get into the service folder. And as you can see, we get child tree service. Let me move at the top here. Yeah, you can see insert into child tree params. We're gonna pass here the agent ID. Pass agent ID like this string. We're gonna continue. Okay, I'm going to look for something here. Okay, and pass here agent ID like this. Okay, we're gonna continue. Okay, we're gonna pass the agent ID and take that. We're gonna pass it here. Okay, like this. Okay, pretty cool. To get the agent, to get the child tree for the specific agent, we're gonna pass here this ID. Okay, like this. Okay, and then I pass here agent ID like this. Okay, you can see pass the user ID, thread ID, agent ID. Okay, and then we're gonna return this. We finish here. Okay, now let me move here, get child tree. Let me pass here the agent ID too. Okay, like this. We get rid of the header here. Let me close this. Now I'm going to move into the product folder. You can see we get a child tree. Okay, child3 request. Okay, we're going to modify the request. We're gonna pass it to the agent ID like this. It's gonna be free here. Okay, like this. Okay, user ID, thread ID, agent ID. Save child3. Save child3 request. User ID, thread ID. Okay, this is, let me check here. Okay, for this one, child3 response. Okay, for the child3 response, we're gonna pass it to the agent ID. Okay, agent ID, we're going to pass it free. Like this, I'm gonna copy this, and this one here is gonna be 4. Right here, we're gonna pass it free. This one is gonna be here 4 here. This is gonna be 5, and we got here 6. Like this, for the message, I'm gonna include to the agent ID. I can pass it in here 6, and then I'm gonna pass here agent ID. This one is gonna be 7, and this one is gonna be 8 here, like this. Okay, now let me scroll a little bit again. I want to check something. Okay, we finished with the child3. Okay, we are going to move inside we're gonna head into the gateway, and then we're gonna look for charts. Bootstrap. As you can see, this Bootstrap. I'm not heading to Express server. Yeah, we're gonna head into gRPC, and then we got here get child3 gRPC. Let me get rid of this stuff here. Get child3 gRPC, we're gonna pass the agent ID like this. Okay, like this, and then we're gonna pass here agent ID like this. Okay, pretty cool. Get child3. Okay, let me head into the roots here. We're gonna head into task roots. Child3, we got only for the child3 we got a single endpoint here. Okay, like this. Now I'm gonna head into the graph. Let's go back into the task service, and then we're gonna pass here. We're gonna head into the graph memory agents. Okay, this is the memory agents. I'm going to pass here something. As you can see, we have here insert into child3. We got here nader. Let me extract the agent ID from the graph here. I'm gonna extract it. Okay, if I go back into, let me go back into the gRPC, and then we're gonna go back into gRPC service, child3 service. You can see child3 service. You can see pass here the user ID, thread ID, message, agent ID. Now we're going to head into the graph, and then we're gonna extract here the agent ID. We're gonna take it, we're gonna pass it in here like this. Okay, like this, and then I'll pass it in here too. Okay, like this, we get rid of the error. I think we get rid of the error. Okay, we get rid of the error. For the child3, we finish. Okay, I'm going to mark it as completed. Okay, child3. Let me modify here the color. We're gonna pass here this success. Now let's work on the working memory. We're gonna go back into the code. We're going to look for the working memory schema. Okay, working memory model like this. Now we're gonna head in, and we're gonna pass here the agent's ID like this. We're gonna pass the string. For the entry, we're gonna pass this stuff. Okay, let me check here. User ID, thread ID, and then I'm take that and pass here agent's ID like this. Okay, for the working memory, finishing here. I'm not heading to the working memory service. Working memory service. Okay, we got the working memory service. Okay, this is the working memory service, and we got the working memory archive service. Let's head into first the working memory service, and then what I'm going to do in here, I'm pass here the yeah, we're going to pass here the agent ID. Agent ID, this is gonna be a string here. Okay, like this. Okay, we're gonna retrieve based on the agent ID. Okay, like this. Okay, like this. Let's continue. Convert working memory to Markdown. We now pass here the agent ID to agent ID, and we're gonna extract it in here. Agent ID. Okay, like this. Now let's pass here agent ID. Okay, let me see here. The agent ID here, let me pass here an object because we may get here. We may make a mistake here in the future as we don't pass here an object. I'm pass here props. Okay, like this is a pass here props. I'm gonna copy now this line and we're gonna pass it right here. Okay, like this. Let me move here. I'm pass here now an object. And then we're gonna pass here the agent ID. Like this, okay? We fix an error here, and at the bottom we fix an error. Agent ID. Okay, and then here we're gonna pass here the date like this. We're gonna scroll a little bit. We're gonna pass here agent ID. We're gonna pass here agent ID. To retrieve the data, we're gonna retrieve data based on the agent ID. Agent ID, like this. Clear working memory and pass here to the agent IDs. ID, you're gonna pass the string and pass here this. Okay, and then we're gonna take the agent ID, we're gonna pass it in here. Agent ID. Like this. We just finished in here, guys. We just finished in here. Now I'm gonna head into the working memory archive, and then I'm pass here to. Let's first head into we're gonna head into first the working memory archive schema. Okay, we're gonna head into in here, and then we're gonna pass here another column, which is the agent ID. I'm gonna take that. We're gonna scroll, we're gonna pass here, I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass here agent ID like this. Now let's head into the working memory archive service. For get here, let me pass here props, and then I'm gonna pass here props. We're gonna pass here agent ID like this. This is gonna be a string. Let me copy the line. Let me pass here first agent ID. We're gonna take that and let me pass here agent ID. This string. We're gonna take that. We're gonna pass it at the top. Now let's continue. Right here, I'm gonna pass here an object, and then I'm gonna pass here the agent ID, and it's gonna pass here the date. Like this, okay? Like this, we get rid of the error. And for the last function, we're gonna pass it to agent ID. Like this, we're gonna extract here the agent ID, and we're gonna use it in order to retrieve data. Okay, like this for the working memory. Okay, we're finishing here. Now I'm gonna head into the graph and then I'm fix something. You can see inside the graph we have here some tapping errors. We're gonna head in and then we're gonna pass here the agent ID. Agent ID. Tick that. We're gonna pass it in here too. Okay, so pass the agent ID. I think we're gonna get rid of this tapping error. Okay, you can see the error disappear. Let's head into the memo agent. Okay, in here we don't have an error. Let me check here. Okay, I'm going to pass to an agent ID here. As you can see, for the stream agents, I'm gonna pass here this. And pass here an object, and pass here, this is gonna be a props here, and then I'm gonna pass here the agent ID. Let me check here. Let me pass here this. Okay, I'm gonna move to the memo agent function. As you can see, pass here this user ID, thread ID. I'm going to pass here to the agent ID. Okay, I'm passing the agent ID. Now, as we pass the agent ID within the graph, we're gonna get an error. Now let's go back into the graph. Yeah, I'm gonna head into here, and then I'm gonna pass here the agent ID like this. Okay, like this. Now we get rid of the error. Let's head into the context assembler. I wanna check something here. As you can see, the bottom here, we have to pass here the agent ID. Then pass here agent ID like this. Okay, right here, agent ID, and then we're going to instantiate the agent ID here. Agent ID, we're gonna take that, we're gonna pass in here and right here. Okay, like this. Convert working memory to Markdown. Right here, you need to pass here the agent ID, and then pass here this agent ID. And take that, and then I'm gonna pass it at the bottom. Get long-term memory as Markdown. Okay, like this. Let's move here and pass in here. And pass here too. Like this, okay? Like this, we get rid of the error here. We get rid of the error. Okay, we get rid of the error. And we're going to pass to the agent ID to the doc embedding pipeline and pass here the agent ID to here. Okay, like this. Okay, like this. Okay, now let me go back into the index and pass the context assembler and pass here the agent ID. I'm not extract it in here and pass here agent ID. Default value is equal to empty. We're gonna pass in here like this, and we're gonna take the agent ID. We're gonna pass it here to the configurable. We're gonna pass here agent ID like this. Okay, actually we get rid of the error. Okay, we get rid of the error. Okay, I think we finish with the working memory table. Now we're gonna modify the long-term memory. Yeah, long-term memory table. Long-term memory table. And now I'm going to move here. We're gonna look for long-term. We're gonna head into the models. As you can see, long-term memory model. Let's head in first and pass here the agent ID. Okay, we're gonna pass here. Okay, and pass here the agent ID. Okay, I'm gonna scroll a little bit to retrieve the data here. Retrieve long-term memory type. I can pass here the agent ID. This is string. Pass the agent ID. Agent ID. This is string. Okay, and take that and pass into the source like this. We're gonna take the user ID here, and then we're gonna pass here the agent ID. Let me check. Yeah, we pass in here agent ID like this. Okay, we finish in here, guys. We finish in here, guys. Okay, everything is okay in here. Now we're gonna head into the service folder. We're gonna head into service folder, long-term memory service. Now here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to insert long-term memory. We're gonna pass it the agent ID. We're gonna take it. We're gonna pass it here. Okay, like this. We're gonna continue to retrieve the long-term memory. We're gonna pass here the agent ID. To the filter, we're gonna pass here the agent ID. And we're gonna pass here to agent ID. Yeah, cache history. And for the cache here, I'm pass here this agent ID like this. we're gonna pass to the function. Okay, let me see here, get long-term memory. Let me check here again. Yeah, we pass here user ID, agent ID, and limit. Okay, let me scroll the bottom. We pass here this. Okay, everything is okay in here. Inside the context assembler, we got here an header and pass here agent ID, this dot agent ID. And we're going to modify here too. Let me move here. We're going to modify search memory too. We're going to pass here the agent ID and pass here search memory tool. We're going to pass here this agent ID. We're going to retrieve it from configurable. Okay, like this. And we're going to retrieve the data from the vector database based on the agent ID. Pass here agent ID like this, query vector DB. Let me check here and pass here this. Okay, let's check here. Okay, let me check here. For the BM25 retriever, I'm gonna pass only the document and the query. Okay, let me go back here. Okay, I'm gonna go back and okay, we're going to head into the query vector DB. And here's what we're gonna do here is to pass here the agent ID, and we're gonna pass it in here, agent ID. Like this. Now we're going to take the agent ID and we're gonna use it in order to retrieve data. Similarity search, I'm gonna add here to the agent ID like this. To retrieve data, we're gonna use it. Okay, we're gonna pass here this, and let me head into the embedding pipeline. Embedding pipeline. I'm gonna move here, and then we're gonna pass the agent ID here. So yeah, we're gonna pass the agent ID as metadata. Agent ID, gonna pass here this. I'm gonna move here. I'm gonna copy the line to the parent doc. I'm gonna pass the agent ID is equal to agent ID. We're gonna copy the line. Okay, we're gonna copy the line, and then we're gonna pass it to the child's doc and pass it in here. Let me extract here the agent ID, this string, and here this is string. This is the agent ID. Okay, we're gonna continue. We're gonna pass here the agent ID. Okay, we're gonna retrieve it here and take that and pass in here like this. Okay, like this. Okay, like this. We're just finishing here. I see the tab here. I'm getting here an error. I should pass here a string. Okay. Let me head into the context assembler. I wanna check here something. Yeah, for agenda, we're going to head into the jobs. Let me append working memory archive. Okay, we already work on this. Okay, we already work on this. Let me head into the BM25 retriever pipeline. Okay, this BM25 retriever. Okay, everything is okay in here. Now I'm gonna head into the jobs folder, doc embedding job. And as you can see, we have a typing error because we haven't already passed here the agent ID. We're gonna extract it, and then we're gonna pass it in here. Like this, we're gonna pass here the agent ID, and I'm passing here. We get rid of the error. We're gonna look for another tool, write memory tool. As you can see, we get here an error. We're gonna pass here this, and I pass here this. Okay, let me extract to the agent ID from configurable agent ID. Like this, we're gonna take it and then we're gonna pass it right here. Okay, like this. Okay, like this, guys. Like this. Actually, we don't have here neither. Like this. Insert long-term memory. Let me check here the tab. What we got here neither. Okay, we get rid of the error. Everything is okay in here. Now let me head into the browser and see. Okay, we modified the long-term memory table. We modified the search memory tool. Okay, everything is working actually. Actually, everything is working pretty well. Okay, now let's update the worker agent system prompt. Okay, we're gonna fix that because previously we add some tools. Let me show you. Previously, if I head into the worker agents, previously we passed these free tools to the worker agents. Now we are going to inform the worker agents within the system prompt that we pass this tool so that the worker agents can call them. Now I'm going to pass here this section. Okay, available tools. We pass here search knowledge base tool. We pass here capture lead tool, and I pass here update lead tool. Okay, we pass here free tools. And also I wanna modify something here. Your name is config that name. Let me pass here a tag. I'm gonna use a tag. Let me copy this and then I'm passing here. Okay, I'm pass here your agent's name. I'm pass here agent's name, your name, and pass here. I'm gonna wrap that. Okay, we're gonna pass here your name tag. Okay, I can pass here identity. I'm gonna copy that and pass it here. And then I pass here the category within a tag. We're gonna copy these two. I'm gonna copy that. Okay, category. Your category. Yeah, we're gonna pass the category involved in. I'm take that tag and then I'm gonna pass in here. Category. We're gonna take here this. Yeah, let me close the tag. And I'm going to copy here this again. Let me close here too. We're gonna copy the tag again, and we're gonna pass it here. I'm gonna wrap that and pass here company context. We're gonna take that. We're gonna pass it in here like this. We're gonna copy the tag again and pass here company go and pass here company go, and then we're gonna I'm pass here goals. I'm pass here company goals. Okay, like this. We're gonna take that. We're gonna pass it here. We are going to copy that tag again. We're gonna move here personal, and then I'll pass here personal, and we're gonna get rid of this tag here. Then we're gonna pass here personal. Okay, like this. We're gonna continue. Let's scroll a little bit again. Okay, we're gonna continue. We're going to move at the bottom here. Okay, we're gonna pass. I'm gonna move at the top here. I'm going to copy here this tag. Category involved in. I'm gonna take here this tag here. And copy that tag, and then we're gonna pass it at the bottom. Right here and here. Okay, like this. Category involved in, and then I'll pass it the tag again here and here. Okay, and we got a robust system prompt. Okay, actually everything's gonna work pretty well. Okay, I finish in here. Okay, I finish in here, guys. Everything's gonna work pretty well. Okay, we just finished by fixing these issues. Okay, we finish in here, guys. All right, my friends, we just hit the end of part 1. In part 1, we work only on the backends. Now, in chapter 5, we're gonna work on the backend and front end at the same time. And other backend features that we didn't see in part 1 are gonna be packed in chapter 5, like human loop, WebSockets, and deployment, and other stuff. we're gonna pack all these features in chapter 5. We're gonna work on from front to back end. And that's pretty much it, guys, for part 1. I hope you enjoy, and I see you in chapter 5.